Ranger at your service.
Pulse Shaker here. Slap!
A very warm welcome to all of our viewers at home. You're here watching the Blast Slam for Singapore. We're still in the group stage. It's day number 4, which excites me because a lot of the results are coming out. We are realizing where teams might be falling on the group standings here. But of course, joining me, just like every other day, there's no exception here, is going to be Quinn, Sev, and T-Gov.
Hello. Yeah, that's right. It's us. We've had an invigorating discussion about the potential permutations of all these teams on the leaderboard, and
in the millions, in the billions.
Real.
Yeah, exactly. It's beautiful.
It's not in the billions. I just don't understand. Okay,
yo, chat,
I gotta
someone
tell everyone.
no.
Do not listen to Quinn. Okay, but if you were listening at home, we had a conversation coming into this. Okay, and essentially the TLDR is how many different iterations of the group standings are there left, and he thinks somehow it's in the billions of billions.
I mean, yeah.
wait. Millions or billions? But yeah, we just need to know.
No, he thinks billions of billions.
Okay, the 24 games left. We need that hard number right now. Someone tweet it, DM
but
anywhere.
There is a
we want that
difference
number.
of how many different outcomes there are for the remaining best of ones, which we know is about 16,700,000 something. But you want the group standing potential outcomes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Someone at home is going to go through that one.
I'm curious how much it differs from like the start of the when the bracket starts.
Well, obviously a lot. We played 42 best of one.
I have to call us out here and say that this conversation has been going for at least 20 minutes, and this is where we are.
After
so if you're 1 minute
we've not moved anywhere. Yes. Like literally not at all.
So if you
we've just been going in a circle.
Yeah, if you just started thinking about it and you already figured it out, well, you're a genius, first of all. If
or not as stupid as us.
You should not be playing Dota. You should go and
there's a good 20 minutes of research before you're actually as bad as us, I guess, because it's been a while that we're trying to figure it out. And this is how long we've gone.
It's the shared placements part. That's that's the thing. It's not just the simple games to the power. We want like the shared placements and all that, which also condenses it, just in case you're in chat just going, well, actually, it's just this.
Well, there probably are a couple of people like that. And look, we'll focus on something that we know a little bit more about, something that is probably going to be a lot more exciting for you guys at home. It's going to be Dota. We're going to have a recap of our day number 3 groups and all the actions those best of ones brought us.
That's Naomi. He's gone for this. Kiriti is going to try and come in for the fight. There's the jump with the burst, striking Epi onto the 2 of them. It's enough to help them bring down both Tino and Shanks immediately.
He's actually just cleaving. They might even just clean up all 5.
Nisha, can he jump his way out of this? Moving through to the side of the Wukongs, but got the juices in on top of him. Nisha's gone for 70 seconds and got the juices ready to push off more. The cooldown comes out onto all 4 of them. PMA follows up with the Rolling Thunder. It's over for healing up the Crimson Guard popped here by Amar to keep him safe. Amar jumps back in with a hoof stomp, jumps out of the infest, but the bash comes in from Skeeter, got the juice, dead again.
Might chase here. Really go for it. Hook shot lands on it too with a follow-up crush. That controls up Schofield. Got a hoof stomp flash, and now the hoof stomp. Second roar was still in the bag for Whisper. He only had to use one of them for mid-game because of Device. Such a sick hoof stomp.
Such a sick hoof stomp there. There are a lot of great plays from yesterday. There were a lot of great games as well. It felt like, I don't know, just so much enjoyment seeing the team sitting at the top of that group standings going up against each other. And over 7 best of ones, it does give us a lot of results here. It was a little bit of a half day for Liquid. It feels like that's what I'm kind of always describing their days as. For Tundra, it was a great day as well on Stream 8. We were also delighted to see the Falcons versus Spirit game here on this stream, and then over on the B stream as well. There's some more of those results that you guys can see, and there's a favorite team that stands out that you're keeping an eye on.
I mean, I'm honestly really enjoying watching Liquid's path. They're not playing super well right now, but I think it's very interesting, and I think it's also like the quintessential Dota experience is kind of sucking and figuring out your problems and like this, what are we doing wrong, and really getting, like, you can see they're in the mud, they're covered in heckin' muck and mire, like trying to figure out what are our problems, and I think that's really interesting and fun to watch their trajectory.
For sure, it is, especially when you know you're not the one in the middle of that.
Yeah, I'm not the one in the pigsty.
I think it's a little bit relatable to like watching somebody play Dota and just having such a good time at it, and seeing the the feeding and the frustration, and you're like, yeah, it's nice when you don't have to do it yourself. So for sure there's that element. But with that being said, can we call them on the rise already, or is it a bit early?
Well, I think we should have a look at exactly where they are in the group standings to give you a bit more of information about how you want to coin their trajectory in this group stage, because sitting on top, a little bit above the rest of the teams, is Tundra and Falcons with their 6-1, and it feels like it's a very close group of the Spirit, Aurora, Heroic, Na'Vi there with 4 and 3, and then we look a little bit further down with our 3 and 4 teams, and then that is where the 2 and 5, 1 and 6 teams are looking to be in that really treacherous position there.
And yesterday was really the confirmation of like Tundra and Falcons being like one step above, because I think the one team that looked strong enough to kind of contest them was Spirit, and they got to play both yesterday and they lost to both Tundra and Falcons. So I think now there's like a clear, gap between the top 2 and the rest.
Yeah. Again, the critical thing, as we were mentioning yesterday, is if you are through 9th to 12th, you need to play the last chance. And then if you are to win the last chance, you're going to play against 3rd or 4th place. So it's like, even if you see Liquid in the bottom 4 right now, there are still, 4 or 5 games left to play. They can escape having to play the last chance and then kind of get into the middle of the pack. So it's still a lot to play for. It's not as simple as the top 2 are already qualified. Like, there is so much Dota to be played.
Yeah, it's just layers upon layers there, and there's a lot of games, a lot of Dota action that you guys might not be able to catch all the time, but there's always one moment that stands out above the rest.
So he's going to reduce some of that healing. Not as worried about the Satanic here. Dealt with the healing ward. It's an opening a bit for Liquid. He might chase here. Hook shot lands on a 2 with a follow-up crush. That controls up Schofield. Got it. Hoof stomp. Flash. And now the hoof stomp plus roar takes Mickey out of the fight immediately. Nisha, he's not going to be able to contend with not just the Juggernaut, but all of these various cores. A second roar was still in the bag for Whisper. He only had to use one of them for Mickey because of Device. Such a sick hoof stomp he landed. That was such a nasty hoof stomp.
Nasty hoof stomp, nasty play there, but oh my goodness, the SFM every day, T, it's just a whole new level of joy of watching a moment in Dota.
I mean, how much animation or emotion can you get from a hero? Like Clockwork, you can and then you got the little from Centaur. I don't know, just so many layers of beauty, and SFM makes every Dota play feel like it's 10 times better than it is.
Yeah, if you guys didn't have the help in the top left of telling you which game it was, do you think you would have remembered which one it was?
I think so. Actually, I mean, maybe not the beginning of the action, but
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's perfect, because as you can see, a beautiful red button has appeared in front of my lovely analyst, and you're having a bit of confidence there that you think you could have guessed that game.
Trapped us, actually.
Oh, I did trap you. Yes, I definitely did.
Well, I'm not sure I would actually remember.
Too late. You cannot
that I
take
think
it back.
about
I'm holding my ground.
Okay.
All right, he's standing tall. Yes, I'm going to be testing your memory on past games, all right? And I do want to, I wasn't unfair. I didn't go 5 years in the past. These are all relatively either notorious or recent. Okay, so you don't have to dig too far. I am trying to be a little bit nice for you guys. There's a lot of chips up for grabs as well. I know the analysts want to show their Dota knowledge a little bit more.
Oh, hold up. Oh.
Quinn's got about 4 of them.
That's right.
There you go.
Don't look at my stack. Don't worry about that.
Wait,
All right.
We're hiding it behind the button.
So what I'm going to do is we're going to show you an item build of a hero, and then you're going to tell me the hero, and then if you also know who played it, what team, what game, and what tournament it was from, you will just get so many more chips, all right? That's the general gist. You want to try and get all of that information from a hero build.
I'm not a chess grandmaster, so my memory is pretty bad. But
how does the button pressing work? It's like you get one shot. Like, how does that work?
This is it. So we're going to show you one image. You're obviously going to press the red button if you know it. Once you guess it, if it's wrong, you're locked out for the round and the others get a chance.
Okay.
Once you've all taken a guess, then we'll give you more information and we'll progress it along, all right? All right, we're going to go for our very first one. If we could, please bring up the first item build here. Don't all jump.
That is a Baden from the most recent Spirit game against Falcons in this tournament.
Yeah, that's correct. I told you I would start easy. Here you go. You can have 4.
All right.
It's 4 per answer.
Well, you got the hero. Wait,
It's
can you
one
give me
for each of the attributes.
Can you give me the player?
It's a Toro.
Okay, there you go. Hero, player,
Get
Oh, wow. Okay.
Game.
Okay.
Oh my
and tournament.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you, there's a lot on the line for this.
This is
I was
important.
second guessing myself.
I'm
I saw
so back.
Yeah,
I'm actually
There was no
watch
trickery.
show now.
There was no
I need to lock in.
trickery.
Oh my God.
I trapped you guys at the start, but I'm
Let me
telling you,
just
this game is very easy. It's a lot of fun. Okay, we're going to go for our second hero item build, pretty please.
What the crack smoke is this?
ATF Mars. I don't know when, but I'm guessing.
No, unfortunately not.
Unlucky.
Okay. Is there a point where we get more info?
So
Wait, what? Hold up.
No, yes, you will, but you don't get more info until everyone's guessed.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
You
this
can
is.
go just hero, by the way.
I think this is Tusk, and I think it's. I think this is me at Lima Major Game 3.
Wow, you were really good. That is
Oh, boy.
correct. There you go. There's
Okay, wow.
I cannot believe you remembered that.
Dude, I'm telling
Seb,
you,
we're
I'm
fucked,
good at
brother.
this stuff.
We're done.
We're in trouble.
really good at
You held down, and I thought
you're
you were
done.
going to make
Just don't drag me in there.
No,
yet.
I'm joining.
Maybe there's hope for me.
Nope, there's nope.
I'm just
I did
getting
nothing
warmed up,
against
brother.
it.
Exactly.
Buckle up.
Yeah, I was not expecting it to go this way. I really thought you guys would be floundering around a little bit more. We're going to bring up our third item build, pretty please.
This could be so many things.
Yeah. It does get a little bit more difficult as time progresses.
Oh boy. Well, it didn't seem easy at
Okay.
all before.
Vlad's. What the heck is this Vlad's?
By the way, if you don't know, you can just guess a hero, and then we would give you more
I'm
information.
gonna go Mars again. Mars again. Haha. Don't know. Both of these builds look like Mars builds.
From memory, that hero is correct, but can you give me any other information? So you at least get one?
Oh, I mean, okay. A random guess of an offlane. I'm gonna go. Collapse.
Incorrect. You guys can also guess. It's because Quinn got all of the information in one go, but you can guess.
I mean, I'll go with Amar.
No, it is not Amar.
I'll say Ace.
It's not Ace.
Okay.
If we could please bring up the rest of the draft so you get more of a, what the lineups were for each team. And so now I'm still looking for player, team, and tournament.
What the heck?
Oh wow. Is it like notable or something? It must be.
It's support. It's Jungle Veno, probably. Maybe. What
It
the heck?
doesn't ring a bell. Is it mid-profit? Or what?
It looks like it's mid-profit or it's support Weaver. Bro, this is hard. I don't heckin' know.
Yeah. I don't think I have it
I'll
either.
say this is XXS.
Incorrect.
Okay.
Hmm.
No clue what tournament or what game. I think just fire off so we can go next information.
I
don't
actually,
ha-
yeah.
this is heckin' hard.
This is. I don't know. I have no idea. I can't even make an educated guess.
Guess Saberlight.
Really?
I think guess Saberlight.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Saberlight.
It's not Saberlight,
Okay.
no.
This combination of heroes. I'm trying to attach it to a team. I'm just happy I got Mars. That's all I got.
All right.
Okay. I think you can have one more guess each because I don't think there's any more. The next slide is us revealing it. So I'll give you guys one more chance. I will say it is from this year.
It is from this year.
Yeah, about 7 months ago, I want to say.
What the heck is this?
So I'm really narrowing it down. 7 months ago, a tournament 7 months ago with an offlaner that should be very, very detailed in your brain.
In my brain.
Yeah.
Mine in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm.
The player.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Heroic Whisper?
Mm-mm.
Oh, unlucky.
Who the heck is it?
Heroic Divine? Oh.
Is that an OG game?
Yo.
It is? But don't tell me it's me.
That explains why I don't understand what these heckin' heroes are.
Yeah, I thought we'd go dig in. I looked for your very last competitive win.
That's my last competitive win.
It
You were
was.
Mars.
Wait, what am I doing playing March 7 months ago?
It was at a PGL.
Really? I don't
Yep.
even remember. This is
I'll
like
give
a
you- I'll give you-
traumatic experience, I think.
Yeah, clearly that you just wiped it from your brain. But I'll give you two. You guessed yourself.
All right.
All right, and we're gonna bring up our fourth and final one. I'm gonna make sure you guys can't see it.
Wood.
This is like a really bad Darkseid inventory.
It could be actually. It's a decent guess. You're not gonna. You don't want to take it? I don't want to steal it. From you.
I'll let you guess the dark side. I think that's a good guess.
Oh my game. Okay, fine.
I mean, maybe I'm baiting you.
Yeah, maybe you baited me. You know what? No, I'm gonna sit back for a second.
Okay.
Dark Seer.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
it's Dark
Yeah.
Side.
You should have gone for it. I was gonna do the same.
That's
like-
what you get for not chatting up.
Yeah, you have to trust yourself, my friend.
Can you tell me which player, which team tournament.
Saberlight, Liquid, I don't know what tournament.
No, incorrect. T, this is Redemption.
Redemption?
Yeah, if you can pick the Darkseer player.
Who's the most underwhelming looking Darkseer player in the history of competitive Dota to have recipes in their inventory?
Please let it not be me.
It's not you. I will tell you.
You wouldn't
It's not
choose
you.
twice, right? Like, you wouldn't do that.
Wait, who did you guess already? Sorry, I got...
We haven't guessed a player. So this is brand new. Everyone can guess again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I can guess
So we're
again.
going.
Saberlight!
I
Unfortunately
already
not.
guessed Saberlight.
Oh, I asked if you guessed anyone.
You kind of have to give a coin away.
Oh, I
I feel like
thought
when you
you-
double guess the same
I
person.
asked if they guessed anyone. I wasn't
Sorry.
listening because I was on the floor
I'll let you
crying.
go again, T.
Okay.
All right, I'm so sorry, Saberlight. Jenik told me to say it. Who do you guess?
The Darcy guess.
Very recent.
I will say Ace.
He bought a dust. You know, we get to
Unfortunately, not
the
Ace.
Really? Okay.
psychological profile. You know, he bought a dust, so he's a team guy. Like, you know, he's trying to fix issues.
He's also only gold.
Yeah.
He's gold. Yeah, that's good info. He's not an egoisto because he buys dust apparently.
Mm.
I'm gonna
There
try.
you go.
I'm gonna say DM.
No.
That was a good guess. I thought that was it.
Decent guess. Nah, okay. Well, it's not DM.
This is the whole draft from both teams. So you can see the rest of the supporting crew. from the
It's Falcons. That's Amar. And it's at it's
Go.
Falcons.
Yeah, you
it's
can take
Falcons.
it,
That's
it's fine.
Amar, and it's at Blast Slam 3 in the
Yeah.
finals.
There you go. There's 3 more for you.
Wow. Amar
Damn.
buys dust.
Yeah, it was the game they got Hick and Dump. I saw,
Yeah,
I saw
that's
that
a bit
joke.
lost. I do also love that you guys are talking. You're like,
This is
yeah,
fake
this
news.
is this.
Amar does not buy dust. This is fake news.
This is you're just like a team player.
I'm like,
Someone who's a really bad Darkseer.
Well,
Who could it possibly
I mean,
be?
to be fair, Amar's Darkseer is not something you want to Google anytime soon.
We just saw it there, you know. So yeah, it's a little bit
Point in case, yeah.
monka. But look, Quinn, you really brought it back. You put yourself back into
you're actually
the
on the
chips
lead.
game.
You're actually leading now.
Yeah, what the
You
it
might
pays
be
to
bad
have a
couple
good
there.
Dota memory.
It
Good
was that
one.
was a lot of fun. You did so much better than I thought, Quinn.
I don't think
you
it
guys...
was. I don't think it was so much fun. I think that's
Okay,
your.
that's fine.
I
I'll
mean,
try to
that-
think of a
that-
more
that's
fun
your
one for you
opinion.
tomorrow,
Do you think it's
Seb,
a
all
bit
right?
rigged? You know, we had to work hard in multiple drafts, and my guy, you know.
I'll rig
Gotta play
it.
the
I'll
game,
rig
gotta
it
play
to
the
give you
game.
guys a little bit more of an
Yeah.
advantage
Congrats, Quinn.
tomorrow, all right? But for now, we're going to kick off at Dota, all right? We're going to look at exactly what games we're going to be seeing today. It's a little bit of a shorter one with only 6 best of ones. I know I'm sorry to disappoint everyone at home, but they are going to be some fantastic games. Of course, we do have Falcons up against Tundra later. We're also going to be seeing Heroic up against Na'Vi, and starting us off, Spirit up against Liquid. That's an absolute banger to start our day.
Yeah, I think it's super exciting. I think both these teams are really fun to watch right now. Liquid on their, like we talked about before, their Muck and Mire arc, and I think Spirit honestly looking slightly different, a little bit of different shade of the team since Panthos joined, but I think still super interesting. I think their drafts and their adaptations, like we saw in the Abaddon game yesterday with the Mjolnir on him, and Laurel's been owning too. I think they're both very interesting teams to watch, and I think it's honestly a super hype game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting Liquid at some point to wake up and like stamp their authority in the tournament with the caliber they have, and maybe it's going to be today, maybe it's going to have to be another day of hardship until tomorrow. But at some point in this group stage, I think Liquid's going to wake up, and Spirit's a very good test for them.
Yeah. Well, before we get into it, let's just see though exactly what Spirit and Liquid might have in store for us.
Can he blink after it? No, he got pinned. No blink. Borrowed time expires. He takes damage. Blink dagger option off the table now. Silent on Nisha. Bristleback's not going to go anywhere. As Liquid get their second win, Toro all the way into the fountain. They actually brought him down about half HP here. No Satanic on this first life, so they have to back off. Try and get back to the fountain where they can. Fiend's Grip gets the catch on a collapse as he makes his jump after Kiritich, and now the Omni Slash. All in to kill this Gyrocopter. Can they do it? Not even close. Half HP, and Satanic still left. Nothing left to stop the Gyrocopter now.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they're coming into yesterday. They were looking good. Unfortunately, they had very difficult opponents. They had to go up against both Falcons and Tundra, the 2 teams at the top. So it feels like coming into today, maybe there's re-energized a little bit, Seb, being like, okay, this opponent a little bit lower in the group standings. Feel that confidence coming through.
For sure, and I think, I mean, to me, yesterday, what happened, I think they actually played extremely well against Falcons. Like, they had really nice sequences, and they looked like a tier 1, you know, I mean, they are obviously a tier 1 team, but what I mean is, like, they looked like one of the best contenders in this entire, like, tournament. It came down, in my opinion, to fight condition. I think they misidentified, like, how to play the fights, and they tunnel vision this Amar Timbersaw, and I mean, it's hard not to do. He's had so much impact, and he's so flashy when he plays it, but they just spend too much resources on trying to shut him down. It came down to very little things, is what I'm trying to say. If they approached the fight a little bit differently, I think they actually would have won that game. And then They had to play another best of one not too long after, so they had very little time to kind of understand what happened. And especially when you play, you have to kind of reset, rest, get ready. You can't just spend all your time analyzing what happened. And I think it was like the wrong takeaway. They came into the second series and just first picked Timber, which is not really a hero they're comfortable on, and it kind of showed. So I think now they had all the time to let the day go, reset for today, draw the right conclusions. But it didn't come down to how well they play and how well they function as a team. So they have what it takes to come today and be like twice stronger and just not lose the map anymore.
What sort of conclusions do you think, though, Liquid are taking away from sitting 2 and 5 in the groups right now? It feels like teams can take a lot more away from losses than wins.
No, for sure. And I think you've already seen teams like Falcons and Tundra kind of showcase what you can do with certain lineups in this tournament so far. And I think for Liquid, it's try and find a hero that can create some intensity, right? For Tundra, they utilize Bounty Hunter and Batrider to break the early game. Falcons, they've got a Timber, so they have one key piece of their kind of puzzle that they kind of force into their opponent's kind of I guess, decision-making, and then they can overthink things. I'm not really seeing that from Liquid at the moment, where there's no key point. Of course, when you look at Liquid of the past, it's the profits, it's maybe the off-lane chaos, but there's nothing really happening right now where no players stepping up and going, this is my game, beat me. And if anyone else is having a bad game, they can use this one player to kind of fix their problems. No one's being a problem solver. They're just kind of playing very reactionary, kind of existing. I feel like it's kind of maybe a bold way to phrase it, but I'm not seeing that intensity from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're hoping, if you're a Liquid fan, that I think the way improvement often works is sometimes things just click and they're aligned, and then now suddenly things are just working better. I think it can be quite miraculous sometimes, and I just hope that is Liquid today, especially for this game.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are hoping for that. People want to be seeing a close game, and people obviously want to hurry up and see a draft. Here we have it. What takeaways have Spirit gotten from their 2 losses yesterday, and where exactly are Liquid going to be sitting with their confidence in their picks? What we know, though, is they're not going to be able to get that Nature's Prophet for themselves, as they do love to open up their draft with. That one's always looked pretty good on Mickey, but Team Spirit banning it out along with Marcy, Nagasar, and Lycan, and then Liquid going for a Chen, Mars, and still sitting on that 3rd ban.
It's interesting they're banning the Chen when they have first pick, so clearly not super interested in playing it right now. Maybe they feel it doesn't fit their style. I'm sure they've had numerous conversations about what do we want our identity to be, how do we want to play, what do we want our type of heroes, who's taking first pick, all these questions I'm sure they've talked about, and they've decided that Chen, not something we want to mess around with.
I'm just excited that Slardar is going through the first phase. Of course, Spirit has utilized this hero beautifully. Liquid has, dabbled with it, at least in their last draft or last couple drafts. So yeah, I'm intrigued to know if that's going to be a hero that Liquid is respecting, or if they're starting to concoct a plan around it.
They start with the Timber on Liquid. I mean, this hero is going higher. It's Amar is just baiting everybody. I feel that's kind of how I feel. I mean, it's like there is this thing such as player-hero combination. Of course, this guy, he touches Timber, and it's gonna feel like the best hero in the patch. It's always been like that. It was the same with his Razor or his Viper and whatnot. And I've seen this happen so many times. I've been on his team, I've seen teams first pick it against him, and it just doesn't work. I think you have to also respect how comfortable you are on this hero. I mean, I'm not saying that Nisha and Ace are not as capable. I think Nisha kind of plays it, but he doesn't seem very excited. I don't think of Nisha as as a big Timber player. I don't know if you have any info on Ace, if that's something that he really likes, or he's just trying to mimic something that seems to be working.
I think it's something he likes, but not something that we ever really picked very much. It's a hero that he's played a lot in pubs and has an affinity for, but the reps there in terms of officials are definitely not there. I can think of on one hand the number of Timber games we played in officials.
Well, he has played it this tournament, and that was actually one of the 2 wins that Liquid were able to get for themselves. So it does feel like this, okay, it's proven itself so far in this group stage. It's clearly winning for other teams too, so let's have a bit of faith.
It's a good sign, the Gyro first pick on Spirit, and if you're a Spirit fan, because it's what they did yesterday. They did lose, but honestly, not because of the hero matchups. It was decision-making, and maybe that is the conclusion that they drew, and they're like, let's just do it again, but this time, do it properly until the end and close the game.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about there was Gyrocopter versus Timbersaw in some game yesterday. I can't remember which one it was. But I think it's a reasonable response. You have plenty of magic damage, and I don't know. It's just like Timber still doesn't overly do anything to you. Melee heroes, Timber tends to do better against in lane because you can actually hit them with the Whirling Death, whereas Timber or Gyro will space you, and he can push the lane if he needs to and just play for pulls and super chill, or he also, depending on the 5 they pick, has the potential to like spam kill you with barrages. So you can play the lane in a couple different ways, and it's very chill pick. It is interesting that Spirit picks it because Yatoro has a history of calling this hero garbage and just not liking Gyro in general, but they've picked it this tournament before, and now they pick it on 9. That is like, I've never seen Spirit pick Gyrocopter on 9 before.
So that Timber Gyro game that you're talking about, it was Spirit Tundra yesterday, and it was Spirit with the Timber and Tundra with
That's
the
right,
Gyro.
okay.
But they did lose that matchup.
I mean, the difference being that this time around Disruptors, going through, I think it's an amazing hero with Gyro on the lane and in the game, and amazing against Timber. And I think the Timber teams like Falcons and Spirit, like they have prioritized this hero like highly so far. They made sure Disruptor doesn't get through, which Liquid didn't. So is this something they're doing consciously, or it can be one of the traps when you just like try to copy what other teams are doing? There are certain pieces of the puzzle that you miss on, and you only realize too late.
Okay, there it is. Good call.
I mean, it's like Seb's already mentioned, it's that skirmishing aggression that is just going to be really able to threaten Liquid. And I'm just intrigued to know if Liquid actually will flex it at any point. Like, is the Disruptor Gyro a big enough deterrent where you want to just put it to mid no matter what?
I think it's just good throughout the game too. I mean, you're correct in the sense that it's even more deadly in the lane, so you could do that, but you're still gonna suffer the consequences of letting it through, I think.
I mean, the thing is, I think that Timbersaw is much stronger in the offlane than mid right now. I think mid, there's plenty of matchups that you can get really abused, and it's not as easy to sort of play this. Like, Timber wants to farm a lot. This hero needs a lot of net worth to succeed, and mid is a role that generally has to interact with the game much more and fight much more. You don't have these camps on the side that you can constantly abuse and rat back and forth. Like, it's a role that's much more integrated with the game. So if you have that bad lane and you've been counterpicked, you can't just farm and come back near as easily. It can get real rough and be real low impact real quick.
So the typical fours have been, I mean, the Hoodwink is still in the game, but we see the Willow come. I mean, the Snap has been picked almost every game. Boxy decides to, I mean, he can't go for it, it's been banned. Goes for one of his signature in the Dark Willow. Exceptionally good at the hero. It kind of relies on laning, and I think it's a little bit better against Gyro than other position 4s that would, lane with Timber, just because you have ways to dodge the harass from Gyro, the flag, with your second spell, so not a bad option.
I mean, it also enables Liquid to play into the map. Something that we've been kind of calling for is when you have Timbersaw playing the side lane, even if it's a slightly difficult lane, you can kind of leave him on an island, and then Willow can be freed up to make other moves. So yeah, decent in laning, really good map play. Liquid did take some time to pick their next hero, but they do go for the Tusk. This is a deadly support combination. Like, level 3, level 4, they can just run around, do whatever they want if they aren't locked into the side lanes. They can secure any rune, they can contest jungle areas, get deep vision out, go for the kills. It is a really, really potent combination.
It also potentially sets them up for a range carry, which is something that tends to function quite well against Disruptor, Gyro, or heroes like this. They want to chase you down. They want to charge at you and you run away from them, they glimpse you back. Whereas if you have now a turret that stands there and shoots them as they run, and they're running in the whole time, getting shot the whole time, and you can protect this hero with Tusk in lane and playing around him in the early game, it can be one of the best things against Gyrocopter. Heroes like Terrorblade or Drow, this is like an archetype that is very strong against that hero.
So do you take the Hoodwink, which is like a classic option for Rue, and set up for a Collapse here? I mean, Collapse, seeing that it's most likely going to be a range carry, is going to start thinking of heroes like, Centaur, like the heroes that kind of get in there and have like reliable catch. It synergizes pretty well with the Gyro. It could be the Slaughter, but the Slaughter I think is very, like, it's hard to kind of blind pick it. It also depends if Lard is happy to take it mid, knowing that it can be a Timber. So probably just not an option this game, and they're going to look at something a little bit more standard.
Liquid are covering themselves from the Slaughter as well, right? Like the elusiveness of both Tusk and Willow kind of protects you from...
It's not the best Slaughter game for
it's quite rough.
Yeah. Pango is interesting. I think it's a hero you don't think of so much when you think of Spirit, I would say. Like, Collapse Pango is not something I think he's very well known for. He surely plays it very well. Maybe Lard is more of a Pango player when it comes to Spirit. I'm not even sure.
Laurel definitely plays Pango, but like you said, even Laurel, it's not something they picked it when it was super broken back in the day, and it was the more pokey, spammy Pango. But since it's become like double jump mid, or like, and now it's people take Thunderbolt mid, but like the mid Pango is not something they dabble with too often. It is pretty good against Liquid's heroes, but it's not like overwhelmingly astounding. Timbersaw is like, it's fine, it's good against Willow. Tusk is two sides, it's okay, but it's not like, holy cow, Pangolier.
critically though, Spirit is kind of baiting Liquid. They already know that Liquid wants to go seek the fight. Timber wants to go in. Willow, Tusk, they want to kind of enable that aggression. Look at Spirit's entire lineup. It's Gyrocopter who can stand his ground, Flak, Satanic BKB, Disruptor, counterplay with Static Storm, Pango, counterplay with Rolling Thunder, Pugner, Decrypt saves, Life Drain. Like everything on Spirit is fortify an area, control the vision game, and when you see Liquid initiate, someone will be able to layer to help the other guy out. So Liquid needs to make sure when they do go aggressive, they can actually kill the hero they find, because Spirit will be able to pick them apart in the longer fights.
There's like a very standard way to approach drafting by Spirit. It's like you pick this flex hero in the second phase on 16, 17, you have this Pango, and then you have ultimate aspects, so you just like, you're gonna decide where you send the Pango, and you're just gonna use your aspect to have a deadly counter pick. So just very good and solid drafting. Liquid is also doing the right thing, and because like the highest value pick for first pick, which is what Liquid is drafting right now, is the 18 pick, which in the place of the Ember, and the highest value pick for second pick on Spirit is the final last pick, which is gonna come last. So you really want to get a lot of value from what Liquid just picked, and essentially it is what they're getting with the Ember. It's a pretty good Ember game, and what usually is a good Ember game, but obviously Quinn, I'm speaking under your authority here, is that the supports don't punish you, you're pretty strong against them, and you potentially have a good matchup. Like, would you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. I think Ember's playstyle is very kitey, it's spacey. You want to abuse these, you want to abuse the chains and be able to sort of go in and out and play long fights. You look at Spirit's heroes, they don't really have solid catch. They have Disruptor ult and Pango ult, things like this. But if you're manipulating the space between you and the enemy, you can very easily like toy with that and play off Slight, and it's not actually that easy for them to catch you. If you look at Liquid's heroes, they have some catch here and there, but this extra chains, this little oomph that they need, now suddenly they can Chakram on top of that, they can Brambles on top of that. Like it's very nice for the way their heroes work, and it also has individually good matchups against Spirit's heroes.
And we're looking for Vessel on the Ember to kind of snowball the early game to try and threaten the Pugner, or doesn't care about the item, just kind of play his own game, Kaya-san, scale into it later?
I think Nisha will probably not buy Vessel. It is good against Pugna, but I think it's very committal, and you would like it to be kind of good against the cores if you're going to buy it, and it's definitely very bad against Pango, and it's like okay against Jara, but I think when you look at Liquid's lineup, they're already so overwhelmingly into magic damage. Like there will be Dispels, Glimmers, and BKBs on Spirit certainly. So I think you're sort of playing into that they're already gonna buy stuff to mitigate magic damage.
What is Mickey gonna play? Because we've seen Jugger as an answer to Gyro, like a decent amount. I don't think it's an option for Liquid as much, or they would have to flex the Tusk to 4 and play Willow 5. So if he needs a range hero, I'm struggling to find range heroes he's happy with against what he sees right now.
I like Drow Ranger, but I don't think he'll pick it. I think it's really
one Drow picked by Tundra, I think. I think Pure
has
played it once.
Yeah, he has.
So it's not impossible. Like players are thinking of it.
Mickey's not saying anything. I'm curious what the communications are right now about who's calling. Maybe it's already been decided. Okay, I didn't realize that was still in the pool. That's very good.
Okay, they just go back for comforts. Yeah, I mean it's a Liquid classic, but it's a little bit worrisome because like it's kind of always the same heroes, and you kind of wonder, do they just pick it because they like it or because it fits what they needed?
I mean, to me, it's nice for the lineup. I like when I'm looking at them. I said it before. Like I like this turret for them. I like this stand and can hit. And TA is not near as turrety as Jaw Ranger, but she still is like she stands there and she hits you running in. I know. Like TA definitely likes playing as Gyrocopter, and she also likes playing as Pangolier. And these supports have a hard time, I think, like getting in there and ganking tia early, which is the window you want to abuse before she gets traps up and makes the safe lane like uninhabitable.
Can you Huskar them? Is Huskar in the pool? Like,
it is in the pool, yeah.
It is available,
it is.
Yeah.
And they just, is Lara a Huskar player?
He can play it, but only on 24. It's possible he will pick it here. Yeah. Okay.
It is? Yeah. Okay. So that's a rough, that's a very rough matchup, right? Like you talked about how bad it was for Quinn. Is it worse for Ember?
This is, I mean, it's quite a hopeless lane. I think in some ways there is slightly more you can do. The block is insanely important. He needs the block on Ember. If you win the block, you can actually lane for like 3 waves. If you get it to bounce properly. If you lose the block, you cannot lane from the start.
But surely Spirit should also be aware that it's very natural for Liquid to want to bring supports to mid lane. On the first wave, we saw how BB brought the Shadow Demon to dual lane in the mid lane. So maybe there's an expectation of Lau being patient, understand where the supports are before going into the lane. If there is a good block that Quinn's mentioning and a support is there, you get a kill on him, kill him again after his TP. Like there's things that Liquid can do, but it's very predictable. It's not like we haven't seen this before in the the years of having Huskar mid.
They have the tools to do so, at least in the Willow and the Tusk. These are two really good heroes to gank, especially early on. So yeah, maybe they have some angles to try to make it a little bit, less worse. But yeah, Ember versus Huskar is is not fun.
Could you go down the route where you go, okay, this Ember is just kind of going to really struggle, and you focus on having those 2 strong supports in your side lanes and try and win the game through that for the side of Liquid?
It's a lot about the side lanes for Liquid, right?
Yeah,
Like you want to see the Tusk and Willow break open the lanes with the TA and the Timber, then kind of bring life, either playing through the Timber Saw or just rotating and just threatening Lar when he steps onto the high ground. But if Liquid want to do well in this game, their side lanes have to go well to fix the rest of the problems being presented.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nisha is no stranger to playing bad matchups in the Ember, and Laurel is also, he's not a Huskar guy. He can play Huskar specifically against Ember. I think as a matchup he will do it, but he's not in his comfort zone, so I think there's a little more variance than you would say if it was a Malrain Huskar.
All right, feels like there's still answers on the side of Liquid despite having this Huskar last pick on the side of Spirit. Liquid looking for a win here, Spirit wanting to get into that second position there to advance to Singapore. Either way, it's going to be a very interesting best of 1.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action here between Liquid and Spirit. Fogs, what do you make of this? There's a Huskar coming through.
There's a Huskar.
I mean, you got to imagine, if you're Liquid, right, you've come into this, day 4 of the Blast Slam 4 group stages. It's been a rough road so far. Beginning of day 4, you're getting Huskar'd. By Team Spirit, nonetheless. Yeah.
It's like, good morning, guys. Huskar last pick with an Ember in your mid lane. All right. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how it ends up going. As they said, Laurel, we've seen him played a couple times, of course, and he's getting better at it. He's not a Malrain Huskar, but we did see even like BZM, who doesn't have the craziest amount of games on it either, probably more than Laurel, but he popped off the other day, and they did attempt the dual lane versus him on the side of BetBoom, and he completely owned this game, going this heart build, this kind of style that we haven't seen always. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see it. Definitely. I think Spirit's draft looks really strong. Great skirmishing. Liquid's has good skirmishing. It's just, you know, what's going to happen in the mid lane? And are they actually going to have a mid laner? Are they actually going to help him? I'm looking forward to see early rotations. I'm watching the Tusk or the Willow. I want to see an early TP, like pre-4 minutes.
We're talking about the Willow. This might just end up being a first blood here for Yatoro, as he's going to be able to chase down Boxy. And, yep, there's nowhere for Boxy to run or TP. He is gone. First blood for Yatoro on the gyro.
Well, that's Dream Start. Has to use quite a bit of mana, of course, but we'll be able to replenish it quickly. He goes for the Barrage. He goes for the Afterburner in this lane, because I feel like he knows that he's going to be able to just chase heroes down because he's got Disruptor. I love that they were calling for this on the panel, too. I think Gyro, we're seeing a lot more of it, and perhaps it is because of seeing the Timber more, but I like seeing the Disruptor combination of it, because it is overwhelming in the lane, and it enables the Gyro really well.
Absolutely, you've got to be very careful with your positioning against this. I mean, overall, you know, if you look outside of the Huskar, what do these two sort of lineups say to you? Because it does feel like outside of like kind of Huskar coming in, especially from Liquid, right, there's nothing surprising about their lineup. It's very much what Liquid's been trying to make work.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty much zero cooldown dependent lineup, right? If they do get off to a good start, they can fight constantly inside this mid game. On the side of Spirit, a little bit more cooldown reliance with the Disruptor and the Pango, but like Liquid, what's their longest cooldown, right? It's going to be like the Willow spells in particular, or the Ember Remnant. Besides that, there's not really ultimates. So very strong skirmishing, but not the craziest amount of team fight in comparison. So we'll have to see how that works, especially if Nisha, it does have that hard time, because Nisha is, like Quinn was talking about on panel also, Nisha's the one who gels everything together. He's like that, you know, the glue to mold the spell connection together from the Timber, from the Tusk, and the Willow. So Nisha's game is definitely pretty important for them to be able to fight inside those mid-game fights.
Yeah, he's just going to start getting behind the tower, grabbing the creep waves, so he can take them to a bit of a safer spot and doesn't have to go head-to-head too much with the Huskar here in that mid.
His first wave was actually quite beautiful. He did exactly what was mentioned. He got a pretty dream block. He got the level 2 immediately. So he got Flame Guard and instantly pulled that secondary wave. So he's holding his own, sure. Last hits are going to be kind of sad for him, but he's getting into a position where he can deny some creeps.
Top lane.
Again.
Foxy, dead again. Able to make that move there immediately. And Yatoro off to a pretty nice little start up here. The fact that they're already getting these scenarios where he's getting the chance to find these kills. I mean, he's got to be careful returning to this lane, Boxy. He can't afford to give up too much to this Gyro Disruptor lane.
I didn't see how it initially started, but Boxy probably has to just be a little more careful with how he uses the Shadow Realm in particular. Like, there's a glimpse now to be able to reposition him, but yeah, just dying twice. He has this Shadow Realm. They picked this in order for him to have that survivability versus the Barrage.
Rambles onto Panto, but not quite in a position to fight back yet. Liquid in this lane. At the least, they just want to make sure that Ace is able to continue to farm without any
This bottom lane is
himself.
Fantastic, though, for Liquid, as we're seeing. Mickey, the last pick they had it already prepared. They were saying, you know, he wasn't even talking during the draft, so it seems like it was pretty telegraphed that they were going to pick this one. Yeah, he's doing excellent versus Collapse and versus Rue. A lot of kill threat down here. Rue has to be quite careful with his positioning. However, we do see the Decrep has been skilled since he's playing versus tag team. Should be able to protect Collapse pretty well down here because of that.
Nisha. He's getting something out of the lane.
It's something.
Of course, it's not pretty, but it is expected. Again, he will be able to look to drag another creep wave around. Didn't quite get the range creep, though. We'll still head down the lane. And Lal is looking to try and mess with him a bit, potentially. Or at least make sure that Nisha doesn't have an easy route back towards the mid to make the creeps meet.
Ooh, they get the kill bottom.
The chance to strike and get Tofu, yeah, despite that sort of strong setup you talked about from Liquid. A little bit of a break there between the two of them, and it gets punished. Collapse and Rue have the kill.
It is a ton of damage down bottom for Spirit as well. The spam, the harassment between these two. Like, Shield Crash and Pugna is probably one of the best harassers in the game in the laning phase, just the constant poke. So, yeah, it added up there. And I guess the point in this Decrep is actually very relevant. The tag team, or if he wants to go for the tag team, it's always going to be answered. He doesn't have it at the moment. He has Snowball plus Shards, but...
Oh, look at this TP coming over Panto. Wants to try and mess with Nisha. See if Nisha's able to play his way out of this somehow.
He's got Slight.
He's got the Slight. Will be able to dodge it. So can continue to retreat and will manage to get out of there. Still very much feeling the pressure here as the Ember in this tough position.
Can they do anything about that rotation on the side of Liquid? Can they look to bully Yatoro at all? They're going to try.
They'll get him in the brambles. Decent burst, but not quite enough to kill him. Yatoro should be fine.
Boxy's quite low. They might look for the secondary go, though, with Ace. TP is coming in. They are sending Rue. Yatoro's pushed off the wave here. And now Rue also perhaps in trouble as well.
I mean, Panto has managed to come back over for the backup. Boxy still as low as he is. I think Boxy's going to be dying again here, Fogged. Unless he can deny himself to the neutrals, he can't. Another opportunity for Yatoro to be able to clean up Boxy. Ace is trying to finish off Rue, but still doesn't have quite enough burst to finish the job off. So even with that amount of focus from Liquid, they're not really getting what they'd hoped for up here. They've got the glimpse back up, so they're going to be able to chase him down quite a bit, get a pretty decent glimpse back. If they got enough damage with the rocket barrage and such, Tofu's here to try and help out. Goes over towards Rue, but Rue's got the Decrepify. He's dodging around, keeping his distance. Tofu tries to catch him in the charge, will get the kill. So Liquid at least able to take down Rue at the end of it all. But Yatoro still remains strong on this top lane.
He is cruising in the farm. He has the same net worth as the TA, but getting these extra kills is huge. Boxy really struggling right now this morning. 0 and 3 in this lane. And they picked him a kind of like harder to kill hero with the Shadow Realm, but just, yeah,
they want to try and make it go on Yatoro again. Tofu's sticking around. They get the roll forward and the shards. It's not enough to kill Yatoro. They'll Timber Chain in. They will get the kill, but the kinetic field is down.
Ace
taking tower hits here. Panto's going to be able to make sure that even though they get Yatoro Liquid, it's going to cost them quite a bit. It's cost them 2 lives. Boxy will have the Shadow Realm up in a second, but he's got no TP. It's still on cooldown, but yeah, should be at least able to run.
And Panto's just going to... Either way, Panto gets some insane cleanup kills. Like, they killed the Gyro, but look at the levels on this Disruptor are going to be crazy now. He's almost level 5, so that 6 is going to come out very early. And is Boxy actually able to still get away? Looks like he is. Yatoro considering if he wants to cut him off. TP up in 3.
Oh.
He's good.
I mean, yeah, he's got the Shadow Realm TP, yeah, you're right. Both are backup, so... Living this time. And obviously, Liquid, they get away with making that move. It's going to get a lot harder, right, once Yatoro hits the 6 and there's sort of a cooldown ready to throw back at Liquid if they dive in like that.
Well,
so we'll see if they can find another opportunity.
It's going to get quite a lot harder, too, because Yatoro, you just mentioned his 6, but also, like I said, Panto is 5.5.
Yep.
It's very rare you see, like, level 6 pre-9 minutes on a lot of supports. He's going to very likely have it in this lane, so it's a very good Static Storm game as well when you're looking at it versus at least 2 of these cores in particular. the Ember and the Timber can absolutely struggle because Yatoro is going to be able to provide that damage inside that control. Ace is quite tanky now with the treads, with the double gauntlet, with the bracer, all these small items. Not the easiest to bring down.
Of course, now Nisha's hit the 6. It's pretty slippery unless this disruptor's around. Over in the river, talking about the disruptor, they will find Panto. Tofu and Boxy catching Panto as he makes the move over towards the 8-minute power rune spawn.
And Nisha did show the build he's going to go for, by the way, so he is queuing up the just a casual Orb of Frost, as we see some players do versus these Huskars and maybe even DKs at times. And then he is going to commit for the Vessel. So it seems like he's going to look to try to play active and try to hurt this Huskar plus Pugna. But there are ways, of course, to counter this Vessel. You know, there's Cauterize, there's a couple different ways that you can dispel it, of course, with the Huskar as well, the Life Break. So see if that ends up working.
I'm top. They're posturing aggressively, Liquid here. Ace with the backup of the two supports, Boxy and Tofu.
Toro's 6 now.
They're ready to fight back here. In fact, it's going to be Spirit leading him first onto Ace. Cooldown coming in. Lyle with the rotation as well, jumps across. They could take down Ace and Liquid. They can't fight back in that sort of situation. Both Tofu and Boxy, they have to run.
They both just bailed immediately. I thought Tofu might come in to try to go for some type of snowball play, but instantly just bails out, so. Because that's one thing they will always have, right? They'll have these snowball potential saves versus the static storm. Depending on his position, it's not an easy one, of course, but could maybe find some of them. And yeah, Panto, he's going to have it, so it's about, yeah, 50 experience or 60 experience till he has that done. All 3 cores looking good. Collapse, we haven't talked about him. He's just been chilling, right? He's in a 1v1 kind of situation versus Mickey, and he's only 400 behind, so very good for the Pango.
Boxy.
Trying something cute here with the ward.
Oh yeah, he's seeing if he can get some sort of snipe onto Lyle, but not gonna happen.
Now he reveals the ward, so.
That's a hard snipe to get as well.
Yeah, maybe he thought he didn't have the armor yet, but he literally, he has already had it, so you can't really go for that type of play. If you're an AA, sure, but as a Willow, that's a very tough kill to snipe.
2-minute power rune. She wants to try and contest this. They'll catch him in the silence. Rolling Thunder was coming in, but he did have the Remnant at the ready, so he'll be able to jump away. Rue's still able to get a decent amount of damage done, though, to Nisha. And left in the mid.
Ooh.
Tofu should be all right. No, never mind. The glimpse is there. Not all right at all, as Spirit will be able to claim another.
Spirit is playing with disadvantage. Even if it's not a huge one by any means, they know how strong they are because these supports, they're level 6 already. The supports on the side of Liquid only 5.
He's got the Shadow Realm. They've got a fair bit of AoE damage. That's Boxy dead again, Fogged. He's having a bit of a rough one in this early game.
He's having one of the rougher games I think we've seen. 1 and 4 right now. As we said, still not level 6 too, so the supports on the side of Spirit cruising. They're just moving from lane to lane. Immediately they see bottom. Pango starts rotating. They put some pressure onto mid with the Huskar. They got the tower. Didn't have to commit too hard for it either. That's a very good start here for Spirit. For Liquid, as we said, Nisha, he's actually not doing bad by any means in terms of the matchup that he was in, right? He's only about 1,000 behind. It's just they need to start getting some levels. They need to start getting some kills to get these support levels. Because they might be good at skirmishing, but team fighting, as we said, not the best with their draft. Until they get more levels.
Panzer, maybe seeing if he can get the setup top here. Has Yatoro by his side. If they feel they have enough damage to try and go for
Timber Chain.
They're going to attempt it, but indeed the Timber Chain timing perfectly done. Ace able to drag himself away.
He tried it earlier, missed the timing, but this time he will be able to get it. Nicely done. Static Storm wasn't used though, but Call Down was, so 80 seconds for that.
I mean, they might be able to go for another
again.
They're gonna have the glimpse in a second. Boxy tries to step up with the fear, but the Static Storm gets laid down. He's dead once more, Fogged.
And he tried to even put, you saw he tried to do the branch play. He actually used 2 branches to try to push himself out of kinetic field, and it didn't work. He actually lost gold on top of all that. That's rough.
They have Tofu from the side, but just no real way of Liquid to try and fight back right now. Of course, you know, Mick getting fantastic farm on the TA, but obviously has no real interest in joining these skirmishes, so it's still going to be a bit of time before Liquid's able to really use this net worth that's on Mickey in this early game, as opposed to obviously with Spirit. Yatoro very happy to be a part of these fights.
Absolutely. And the TA overall can definitely run into a lot of issues in this game, right? Even though they last picked it, it does have its overall good heroes that can snipe if there's some chaos going in the fights. There is a lot of things that can trip up Mickey. The big one, right, is the decrep is probably the biggest one. But overall, they have a lot of ways to break through the refraction, get on top of him too, with Collapse having this good start. I think he's got the diffuse done, right? So.
Yep, it's on the way.
All three
very
have a good pretty much a good timing on their first item here.
I mean, it's early days, but I feel like we've seen some of the other Liquid games play out like this, right? Where it can sort of rest on Mickey's shoulders quite a bit if Ace and Nisha do continue to fall behind. In fact, was it the other day pretty much a similar draft where Nisha was just playing the Monkey King instead of the Ember? But it's still sort of similar, right? Because he was in a matchup that was tough and then was trying to make the recovery as this kind of very active mid that's playing from behind.
That one felt much more. I think that one felt more miserable. That one, they just felt super outdrafted. But this one still definitely feels hard. They're gonna look for a play in mid. Laurel.
See if they've got the burst. They do. Ace coming in clutch there. Huge amounts of damage. Boxy tries to TP out, not making it away again. But as for a trade, they'll take that. Oh, Nisha. Careful with the remnants.
Wait,
They're
what?
gonna get on top of the early Thunder. He's now got one remnant back up, but he's not gonna be able to throw it out. As he's just dead. What happened? He just jumped back under the tower, right? What went on there? Oh, we're gonna get a replay of that one.
Oh, is Collapse on him?
Or was he just a glimpse back? I don't know. He was out and then he wasn't.
It was not a glimpse out. Tapanta was not there.
No. Well, that's not great news. I mean, they get the kill against Lal, but yeah, Nisha dying at the end of that certainly wasn't part of the plan. So we'll see again here. Has the initial remnant setup, gets able to get that change connection onto Lal. Starts to back away. And then, I clicked the wrong remnant right.
Messed up. He just clicked the wrong thing, I guess. I was super confused. I mean, they tipped Collapse, so I thought maybe Collapse did some type of mind game to him, but... All right, back in the game, bottom.
Yep, indeed, Static Storm's down. Collapse trying to get away here from the two of them. Should be fine. I mean, Nisha's going to try and chase. We'll get him with the chains and jump forward from Mickey. They're able to clean up Collapse. Lar's turned up, though. Nisha... He's got that last remnant, will be able to jump away to dodge lava. Mickey under the tower, he's going to go for the TP out. He'll make it back in time. Mickey surviving that. Excellent call from him to TP out after getting away with that dive. Not bad at all. And of course, at the same time, Yatoro did die up on the top. So Liquid finding these big core kills now.
Finding big moves. And Boxy, we kept talking about how many deaths he has, right? He actually is about to have his Blink Dagger. So all things, it's pretty damn good, actually, all things considered. So he can follow up, and that burst damage is really relevant versus a hero like Gyrocopter. You saw it right there. He did over 1,000 with the Bedlam. Mickey, I think he did... Okay, he didn't lose the full death, so he just lost the Mithril Hammer there. All right, just making sure. Clutch little TP out we did see from him. And I think he popped like a Lotus to be able to survive back at the base.
Yeah, I think he did, because he was burning pretty low to the spears.
Yeah.
And got that burst heal. So yeah, good stuff from Mickey on the TA. Still holding on to that top spot here.
So he Vessel charges, he does. So I mean, Nisha can still look to kind of be active with this. Even though it doesn't feel the best, it's kind of what he has to do in this game to make space. Tofu bottom.
It's a lot of damage, but a good fear comes in from Boxy. Stops Collapse from being able to go for the dive.
Okay. Does get the blink away. Panto was hunting for him. With looking for the D wards, expecting some vision down here. I mean, I wouldn't say fully stable, but stabilizing relatively here. Nisha, as we said, he's still bottom of the cores, but not doing so bad. And we do see Mickey is about to have that Deso. It's pretty much done. I mean, it is when the courier's alive.
Yeah, we'll definitely be looking to get involved, especially because of that. The
Ace.
fact that Liquid around him have pretty decent setup to hold these heroes in position, right? A lot of roots. And sort of the chains, the brambles, and the fact that Tofu as well can also sort of cut off the escapes. They'll try for the glimpse. They will get him back into the Static Storm. He's going to go for the TPL, and he'll make it. Ace gets away just in time before that Rolling Thunder connects from Collapse.
I was super heads up. I mean, that's actually a really big play for him there because they commit both ultis. If they get that kill, they immediately go into Rosh. So now they actually just can't go into this Rosh situation that I think Spirit maybe wanted to try to get there. Now, very heads up there from Ace. That's when you say space created.
Absolutely, yeah. That's Spirit back a little bit now as Liquid able to start really taken away that early lead that Spirit was starting to get.
Yeah, with no, I mean, with both of these ultis on cooldown, it's very, you know, very, like, Spirit probably won't wait this next move in the next few moments until they do come back up. Unless Mickey just walks up into them, which I don't think he will, but...
He's playing careful.
So Liquid does have some space on the map for at least 30, 40 more seconds until another move comes, but... That is the longest I think I've seen a Shrine of Wisdom actually last in a pro game. So 18, almost 18 minutes, the 14-minute one was still up on the side of Spirit. Just grabbing it there on Rue. Okay, ultis coming back up on the side of Spirit. See if they do want to look to make this move. Liquid getting a fair bit out of the map here. We see Ace is about to have the BKB too, so accelerating that in his build because as Pano was talking about, it's a lot of magical damage also on the side of Spirit too. They have a good hybrid one, of course, as it gets later down the lines, but that should be able to protect him versus most of the ganks.
Spirit. Now close to some of the BKBs themselves. Lal should have his ready for the next team fight. Just a few hundred gold off.
We should talk about Yatoro's items probably. I think I mention this every time I cast Yatoro, but he's very interesting with the way he builds. In particular, his gyro, right? I think nobody else really builds like he does. We've seen him gone for like early dispersers at times, mantas, when, you know, we don't see everybody else go for it. But yeah, it's really interesting to point out because he's got dispels versus a lot of abilities that we want to dispel, right? The chains, the spells from the Timber, the Willow.
Here we go, straight away in the river. Quick burst from Liquid, they're ready to try for more. Ace going immediately in on top of Yatoro. Ace popping the BKB as he'll push back Spirit.
Yatoro considering to run back in.
They get the chance for the setup. They're going to get jumped again. Tofu immediately in on top of Panto. Another quick catch here from Liquid. They've taken out both of the supports.
I like how Mickey is playing it too. He doesn't like blink into these fights. He's just right there. He used the side blades off the trap to make sure he doesn't commit just in case of anything if anyone's on high ground. Tormentor's up soon. It's 20 seconds. Spirit actually thinks that they're doing the Roche because the TA. They get the scan connection. They're pinging it out right now, so they do actually expect them to be in there.
Getting very close to some of these other BKBs. Nisha, just 500 gold or so off his.
Now Collapse checks the Roche pit. And yeah, like we said, Liquid. They're setting up for that Tormentor. I don't know if Spirit makes it there in time.
Yeah,
they're heading up though.
To slide over, but indeed I think this is going to go down a little bit too fast. Liquid, very, very heavy damage here. Able to quickly burst the Tormentor, get the shot onto Tofu. Spirit, they still want to try and fight into this, see if they can catch Liquid before they escape, but Liquid, they're through the twin gate, they're away. Yatoro thinking about following this. They've got a trap set down, so Liquid's going to know that this is coming.
Ace, BKB's on cooldown.
Get the opening onto Ace. 10 seconds until he's going to be able to pop that BKB. He might just be able to live long enough to get the chance to use it. 3 seconds, 2, 1, it's back up, there it is. He'll pop the BKB, Timber Chain, go for the TP, but the physical damage will still be enough to kill him off. So good timing there from Spirit to make that strike onto Ace. You know, if it did come like a few seconds later and he actually had the BKB up a few seconds sooner, he probably would have survived there. But as it was, Spirit able to strike just at the right second.
Yeah, literally perfect timing. Now it ends up hurting because when he respawns, going to be on cooldown, so Spirit might be able to make another move too as they walk into the Roche pit this time around with that BKB. Ember does have BKB, but without the Timber, especially not without his BKB, I don't know how much Liquid wants to contest this area.
Yeah, TP's already used by Nisha, so hasn't really got a way to get down there to try for some sort of remnant steal. I mean, I don't know if Mickey wants to be doing this. This is a dangerous area of the map. I mean, Nisha's starting to make his way over. They smoked him up to try and get him here a little bit quicker. But quick enough to get here in time. It's going to be close. The fear coming in, Bilal pops the BKB, able to finish the Roche, get the Aegis, turn towards Boxy, takes him out. Nisha will have to put the BKB, try for the TP out. It's a lot of damage bringing him low, but not quite enough to kill him. So at least with the BKB TP, he will survive. Off to the side of Tundra, he's in on top of Mickey. Mickey tries to hide with the mail, but the cooldown comes in, kills off the TA. This has ended disastrously for Liquid. They tried to time the interruption, but Lal, he was more than ready. BKB stands his ground and ensures that the Roche, the Aegis, the team fight, it's all Spirit.
And somehow Yatoro he found Mickey. Like, he literally just got on top of him and just able to run him down. They didn't have to use Rolling Thunder. They still have it available if a fight did kick off afterwards too. That was massive. Liquid maybe trying to do a little too much to contest this and end up giving up a whole lot there. Losing their TA, using the BKB on the Ember, and not even getting... I don't think they got the last hit either, right? So, neither.
They got everything, Spirit.
That was, yeah, very big fight. Blink almost finished up now for Panto. Rue, as we saw, the Solar Crest is done. And Yatoro's build. It's definitely working. It's an interesting one, as we said. He likes to go for these different style builds that we do not really see too many go for. And yeah, right there, just runs down the TA. Nothing that Mickey could do.
A couple of tier 2s here, Spirit, able to clean up. Do they want to try and press high ground here with Sages, do you feel? How strong do you think Spirit feels they are?
No, I don't. I mean, Yatoro, actually, I say no, but Yatoro, it loves to hit tier 3s and force people back, so they might actually just poke it a little bit here.
There we go. What's the answer going to be from Liquid? At the moment, Liquid pretty split up and out on the map.
In the meantime, look at the map, too. Look at the move they're making. So this is a bluff, you know? He's kind of bluffing that his team is behind him while they're looking to make this move. I've seen Spirit do this, honestly, quite a bit, especially from Yatoro, where he just does that and starts hitting the high ground to force a reaction, and it tends to do that. You know, people are usually hesitant to go for a carry that's walking up. They usually expect people to be behind him, so.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge, because they might just find Mickey.
I think they might.
He's 100 gold away from the BKB. So this is, huge
massive
timing to catch him.
It's the blink, but he's caught.
Yeah, glimpses there, back into the Static Storm, able to make that move.
Big brain.
Absolutely off the back of what you said, just the fact that they were sort of able to fake them out by showing Yatoro hitting the tier 3 down bottom. Mickey was not ready for that whatsoever, and as I said, it's a very painful time to get caught when he was just 100 gold away from having that BKB gold.
I swear I've seen Spirit do this just so much. So it's cool to see that they're still doing this even without Miposhka, right? So it's like, this is a very team identity thing that they love to do. Isha? Be okay. Yeah, super smart move. So now BKB TA is going to be stalled out for a little bit. They've pressured, taken tier 2's force TPs back. Good map control now on the side of Spirit. And getting closer and closer towards some more big items as we see the Aghanims on the horizon for the Huskar. Collapse about to have his Lotus. That's actually huge. Massive game to have these dispels.
Boxy giving them some vision here. But now he's been spotted out. And now Lyle, he's got the setup to jump straight over to Tofu. Tofu will buy a bit of safety here inside the snowball, but as soon as he's out, he's gone.
Spirit playing it very cleanly here as a team. Nisha.
So they can force out from him. Yep, they can force the BKB out there. Nisha having a pop.
Get out. They're going for Nisha.
Time. And these Spirit, they want to try and chase on for this. They'll get the glimpse back onto Mickey. Mickey, quick with the blink though afterwards. We're fine for now. There's the jump forward. Lara ready to go for round 2. Immediately in on top of Mickey. The cooldown's coming in as well. The fear will come from Yatoro. He's in with the Manta dodge. Manta dodges the fear flying out from Boxy so he can push on, take down Mickey. Ace is going to turn over towards Lara and manages to at least burst the Huskar. But it's Mickey dead again. Again on these final moments where he's trying to get this BKB done, it's going to get slowed down again. He's still not quite got the money for it, Fogged. These are painful deaths.
Spirit just, they're understanding that, right? They knew he didn't have it. That's why they chased so relentlessly into the base there. They do lose Laurel, so it's a nice kill that Ace is able to get there at the end of it, but Mickey is not able to get that farm. Yatoro, now they found Nisha.
They have. His BKB is on cooldown. He's got no way to live.
Some of these catches seem a bit wild. Liquid just kind of putting themselves on a platter. I mean, twice now I feel like Nisha very far away from pretty much anybody. Maybe trying to cut some waves, but just, yeah, getting caught. 8K lead now, 20-9. All tier 2s have fallen. They haven't even had their tier 2s really touched at all. They've only lost the tier 2, yeah, the 2 tier 1s right now. Spirit.
Shadowrun TP will get him out this time. But yeah, big damage coming out from Yatoro. Daedalus online. Also, this amplified damage rune up top if they want to check that one out, which they probably will because they've got the ward down bottom, so they'll know that something's up here. There it is. So
He's
Here we
got
go,
a full
Yatoro,
item.
Daedalus, amplified damage, and the fact that he's pretty much going to just get that new round of neutral items as well. This gyro is going to hit hard.
He's got a full item over the TA. Mickey just finished BKB, and the gyro's got a Daedalus, so this next fight, it could close the game out if Spirit gets a good connection.
It could get pretty bloody. There's the jump. They get the opening straight in onto Mickey. Mickey has to put the BKB immediately to try and survive Ace. Looking to burst through Rue on the backline, but Rue's able to get the ward off, and he's starting to heal up with the light
healing.
They couldn't kill Rue. Rue survives. Ace, he's just dead. Dies to the ward of Rue at the end of it all. I mean, Ace
Rue
went
full
all in for
HP.
Rue there. And even with the BKB, I mean, once it came to an end, Rue, he ended up having the last laugh as the Pugner.
I'd see Pugnas just do this way too much. Like, this ward is insane how much it heals, but then he's got the backup of his teammates too. The Lotus gets thrown onto him. He's got Glimmer, Solar, Essence Ring. He's not fragile. He may look like it because he's a little bony guy, but he most definitely is not.
Collapse, he's in. So we'll get the punch up, trying to turn him, okay? We'll be able to blink out in time with the refraction, protecting him from the static storm links, but the glimpse is there.
Back in.
Brings him back over towards Lala, puts the BKB to finish off Mickey. Dead for a minute, no buyback on him. Nisha's trying to hold them back with the slight change, but it's just not enough damage. Tofu, he's in with the shards, but they just don't have the damage to kill Spirit. Spirit surviving through it all, pushing on to the barracks here in the mid lane. They'll take up the range racks. They'll give a little bit of respect here as the TPs start to come in. As Spirit, they know that they're in no rush. They're under no pressure right now.
They're going to stick around.
Tofu is going to try and get the jump on towards Rue. This time around, they will be able to kill off the Pugner. And they get more Liquid. They need it. Rolling over towards Yatoro, but the cooldown's already there, as well as the shield crash. Tofu, he's dead. Onto the side. Lal finds Boxy once again.
The cores are alive.
He's got to run. Blink back to the high ground. Nisha will have the BKB ready to press again in 5 seconds, but still has to be careful. To Spirit, they're coming straight back in, on towards the melee racks. Nisha, open up the sleight of fist. BKB's back up if he gets pressured. Just 2 versus the 3 of them. They didn't quite finish at the melee racks. Buyback comes out from Boxy. Liquid. So Ace and Boxy leading towards Yatoro. They're in on top of the gyro. They're going to be able to finally bring him down. A lot of money there for Ace as they finally put an end to that kill streak of Yatoro. Liquid, they will manage to hold and keep that melee ranks alive.
Actually, pretty clever buyback. I did not see that one coming, but it enables them to be able to bring down Yatoro at the least. But again, it's expensive, and overall for Spirit, they got a lot of what they came for. The Rax is sure. They didn't finish off that melee one, but Ace.
BKB on BKB here between Lal and Ace. Lal does have Collapse by his side, though, so Ace, he's got to start backing off.
Almost. That was close. Nice attempt there. 11k lead. All the items now flurrying in. A full BKB for Yatoro. And Liquid, they're trying to hang on, but that's what it really truly does feel like, just hanging on currently.
They've got the area around the Roshan. They might need to try and take this risk just to try and finish this before Yatoro's back up.
Do they even kill it in the... I don't think they kill it in time.
I mean, Spirit's going to definitely have something to say about this. Because Collapse is coming over. He's got the Rolling Thunder at the ready. This is very difficult for Liquid to finish. They get the jump on the other side, though. They find Rue. Rue, is he able to survive? This time not. They'll cut him down. Static Storm's there, on towards the 3 of them. But Nisha's got that BKB at the ready. Looking towards Lal, but Collapse coming in from the side of the Rolling Thunder. They have the control of Nisha. Lal will fall. Nisha, he doesn't want to be a part of this anymore. Bailing out now with the TP. Does mean that Mickey's sort of left on his lonesome here. Mickey's still looking towards Collapse. The rest of Spirit heading over towards chasing Ace as he's got a homing missile heading his way. Rue did opt for the buyback here to help out with this play. They've got the initial control onto Ace. BKB's back up in 15 seconds. That's quite a lot of seconds he's going to need to live, though. He's going to try, but the glimpse is there. Takes him straight back over towards Yatoro. That's Ace gone. So Liquid, whilst they might have managed to kill at least Lal and Rue in that situation, they don't get what they were trying to go for there. They don't really get anywhere close, as you said, to getting this Roshan. It is going to be Spirit getting to just waltz over and clean up the Rosh again for themselves.
They're trying to do everything they can, though, on the side of Liquid, right? Like, they know how far behind they are. It's a really difficult game. They have to jump Rue in these fights, because otherwise he's just going to full heal everybody. So at least they're able to bring him down that one time. But yeah, again, Spirit just prepared for these fights and just a bit too ahead. Yatoro, he respawned in time. Now he's got this Aegis. They can likely just go for this push.
See again there on the replay. As you say, not a bad jump from Liquid to quickly get that Pugner kill. But from this point onwards, things started to get pretty difficult. Sure, once them popping the BKB on Nisha, they're able to focus and bring down Lal. But from that point onwards, things started to get a bit spooky, and as we saw, you know, they have to just run, have to just TP out. They can't afford to stick around and try and hold this area around the Roshan. Yeah,
I mean, Liquid, they kind of have to do some chaotic stuff. The only reason that Laurel actually dies there is because Ace from earlier forced the BKB from Laurel. Like, if Laurel had BKB there, right, he just lives. So they're trying to do what they can with the little information that they are getting from some of these cooldowns being used. But again, it's just a massively uphill battle as Yatoro chasing Tofu. Tofu will be fine for now.
Give themselves the Tormented Team Spirit. Sharp for Panto.
Decent one. Disruptor has the Aghanims also too, so Panto, he's got Blink Ags. At any moment, Liquid could just not get those BKBs off now. They have to be very careful and very quick and see this Disruptor coming. Mickey's BKB is still on cooldown for 30 seconds.
Still a game very much in a position where one wrong step from Liquid could lead to quite a quick demise.
And they need a whole lot of mistakes from Spirit to be able to attempt to recover this one. TA just does not have the farm to be able to match versus, honestly, almost all 3 cores. Usually the TA wants to be ahead of any of the cores. It's not even ahead of the lowest one at the moment. Only just. Shivas. Okay, so some more anti-heal that they do have built in here versus this Pugna. Yatoro about to have Satanic finished up too.
He's back on with the push in the mid. This time, we'll be able to finish off the job on the melee racks. Liquid, they smoke up. We'll see what sort of angle they look to try and strike from.
Gotta watch out because the Ag Disruptor, so even if they full jump the Pugna, they could just get countered.
They try and get something out of Yatoro. They get the chains onto him, but the Glimmer and the heals are coming in.
There's
And
the
Patrick with the Static Storm onto the 2 of them. He's caught Ace, and he's caught Nisha here with the Ag Static Storm. So Ace, no chance for a BKB. He's gone. Nisha will finally get the BKB off. He'll get the Sleight of Fist as well. So maybe a chance to fight back here. He'll look towards Lal. They'll get Lal, but it costs Nisha his life, and Nisha does not have the buyback available. Yatoro pushing on here, banner down as well. They're protecting the creeps. Boxy trying to look for Rue, but Rue just turns. Life drains back up. Yatoro gets the triple as he continues to push on with the flak. Mickey jumping out at the base, trying to find a kill, but the Decrepify was there, keeping Collapse safe. Mickey's gonna die for this. Ultra kill from Yatoro. As Spirit, they only lose the 2 that they can push on Yatoro. He's looking for that Rampage, and he's going to get it. Turns towards Ace, picks up the Rampage. Spirit, they're ready to close this one up, Fog.
GG.
And they will. GG's called. Liquid, they'll tap out. Team Spirit to take the game.
Really strong gameplay, really strong draft. I loved their playstyle this game. I love this Disruptor Gyrocopter duo too. They mentioned on the panel how strong it can be to enable the gyro. We see exactly that, right? Panto playing a hell of a game on this Disruptor. 3-3-20, and Yatoro ends 14-3-11 and gets a Rampage at the end of it all. Really well executed, and just, overall really solid game from Spirit. For Liquid, they did get gotcha picked at the end there with that Huskar, so Nisha is playing from behind all the time, but you know, they struggled besides just that. You know, these side lanes definitely did not have the time I think they expected to. But they
Absolutely
won.
not yet. Another tough one and a rough result for Liquid as their journey continues to the group stage, and obviously for Spirit, smiles all around there after that victory. Team Spirit take the game against Liquid.
Yeah, what a game it was to watch here, that Huskar last pick. We're all wondering, is it a Lal hero? Is Nisha going to be able to play this Ember Spirit against Huskar? Because, you know, there's a lot of solutions out there, bringing supports to lane, dragging waves. How would you rate it, Quinn? The Ember-Huskar matchup in favor of Nisha?
I think he did okay. I think he did near the, not the absolute best you can do in this matchup, but pretty close to the high end of how Ember can do. Really, I think the issue is still just the way they move around the map on Liquid is so uncomfortable and clearly not on the same page. There's a lot of moments where I'm watching the game where I'm just confused why certain heroes are next to each other, and they just have more groundwork to be done. There were some nice moments this gank mid, and they pulled the game back from maybe a rough early game to being even ahead 1-2K gold, but there's just some random slip ups like this.
mean, on top of that, you got Huskar, who's becoming the kind of the hero of the group stage, right? It's 5 games played now, 5 wins. Of course, I think in any tournament, you always have to respect the hero, but especially in the intensity of a best-of-1 group stage format, it's going to have an 18-pick, 24-pick kind of closer phase, and it's the same thing here. I think just Spirit in general just concocted a really beautiful lineup, countering this first pick Timbersaw, and then stopping the playmaker. Like, you need Ember or Timber to have a game. Timber was countered because it was Liquid's first overall pick, and then Ember was hard countered through the Huskar. So yeah, the chance of Liquid having life in this game, from the draft, they had to really overperform with their heroes.
It's kind of illegal to get 24 Huskar, I feel. Like, I think that's just like a slip up. Like, there's a chance they kind of knew it could happen and they baited it, but it's hard to see what they saw because it didn't happen. And I think you pick this Ember on 18 and you rely on him on having a good game. I mean, that's why you pick him there, and that's why you make so much space in the draft for the Ember pick, and then you get Huskar. So it kind of maybe just killed a little bit of their plans, and because the Timber got first picked, and it got very countered, and then the Ember's also countered, and then you last pick this TA, which, you know, Spirit must have known it's coming. You know, TA for Liquid is pretty obvious. So your whole, it's like you don't have much going for you in the draft, and then yeah, the lanes kind of went how they were supposed to. Yeah, and you go back to this Timber first pick, it's like, is it, you know, we've seen it from Spirit yesterday, they lost with it, now Liquid lost with it too. I mean, it's working for Falcons, it's working for Amar, but maybe just, you know, push your own identity and your own strength instead of just trying to copy what a team is, you know, the best in the world at doing.
Yeah, you talked about it, right? There are synonymous hero-player combinations. Maybe we're ready to just kind of put the Timber in that Amar box right now for this patch, for this current game state in the group stage. But I want to go back to a little bit of what you were saying, Quinn, about how you're feeling the map movements of Liquid are a little bit lackluster. I want to know if you're saying this as there were more plays for them to do when they're 10k down, or when they're in that slight advantage, when the game state feels even, that's where it's really lackluster.
No, I think it's this even state. I think it's, you know, this down 1k gold, up 1k gold. I think when you're first starting a team, you want to look at the early stuff first. You want to look at the lanes and make sure you have consistent lanes, and you want to look at the early mid game to make sure that your like base map movement is solid, right? You want to work chronologically, I think, generally. And I feel like their early mid game is they just don't have it. They clearly have 2 identities, maybe one from our old team and then one from Liquid, or a smattering of different things. It's not there yet.
But it's also like, on top of that, then you look at like kind of the objective choices that they make, right? At Roshan, when Boxy's on the high ground, here's the blink, he's going for the terrorize. That easily could have just been a simple, he goes for the solo play, but then they're all coming into it. So they're all trying to contest it and they all die. Like, I know we were talking about in the green room, it was like, why are they not just farming? Why not allow Boxy to make the clutch solo play? Because contesting the first Aegis against Huskar is good, but like if you're behind, you can try and snipe it. You don't need to like use all your resources. Like that's their power spike, and they just kind of ran head on into it to then amplify Spirit's lead. So there's some choices Liquid are making which feel more emotional rather than like logical for the game.
Yeah. I want to shift the note a little bit more towards Spirit here, because during the draft, when that Pengo came out, Seb, you're like, well, you know, LOL, Collabs are not really like playing it a lot. It's just not a hero that you think about when you see Team Spirit. I went and had a look at the numbers, and you're pretty much right. In the last competitive year, Collabs has actually only played it 3 times. So the fact that they're very comfortable picking it up here, how would you rate his performance and how much it did for the team fighting and elements of Spirit?
I mean, that's the thing with Collapse. Like, he's either like the best in the world on the hero, or he's like just very, very good. And, you know, like Collapse Pango, you're like, it's not a. I mean, you say that for another player. Like, you know, this guy is not a Pango player. It's gonna look bad. Collapse not being a Pango player means it's a very good Pango. It's just not maybe the best in the world. And if Mars is a hero of his, then everybody just, you know, watches and admires. So he did really well, and it's to be expected when it's Collapse. Like, his standards are just so high.
Yeah, it's hard then to really feel like you're ever going to have that one up for Spirit when it comes to the draft. But we've already talked about it. There were a lot of different plot holes for the side of Liquid. But Spirit now in a pretty good position for themselves. They're sitting in that 3rd spot when it comes to the group standings. This one's just pushing them a little bit further. Was there anything that stood out for you, Quinn, that changed between the Spirit of yesterday going up against the Falcons Tundra to a Spirit now going up against Liquid?
I think it felt like a pretty similar vein to me. I think Yatoro also had interesting item decisions this game. He didn't buy the Ags. He did a very Yatoro build. Manta Pike, his 2 favorite items. He'll buy these items every single game if he can. He'll buy them on melee heroes. If it was not full game ruin, he wants these heckin' items. And I think it's just cool to watch them play and be so skilled. I think Spirit is honestly is always such a fun team to watch, because you can just see the individual skill just like oozing out of every decision they make.
It feels like their draft formula also is kind of developing throughout the group stage. I feel like from day 1 to now, like when you watch them draft, I have so much more confidence that there's not going to be like an off pick. Like compared to at least day 1 against Execration, things looked a little bit more kind of whimsical, a little bit messy, but again, they very quickly fixed that. And now it's like when you draft against them, it's like you have to bring your A game because one wrong pick and they are going to exploit it.
Yeah. We got to see our group standings for a very brief moment there, and you would have seen two teams very close to each other. That's Aurora and Heroic, which is going to be our next matchup.
Actually find a chance to get a use out of it. Toronto took us in with the crush, the silence follow up as well as the back with Chris and the Sonic Wave push back as well. They completely control the jug as this game looks to be over.
Chase here. Really go for it. Hook shot lands on it too with a follow-up crush. That controls up Schofield. Got it. Flash. And now the hoof stop. Second roar was still in the bag for Whisper. He only had to use one of them for mid-game because of Device. Such a sick hoof stop.
These two teams sitting close on the group standings when it comes to play style, though. Would you say they're very similar at all here, Seb?
No, I think they're very different playstyle-wise. I think Heroic is a very distinct team. We've talked about them already quite a lot, and they're very aggressive. I think they're very, unexpected. Like, it's just hard to play versus them at every stage of the game. In the early game, it's mostly because they bring like a crazy pace, crazy tempo. They're like, overly aggressive. We've seen them yesterday double gate heroes minute 4.5 or minute 5, which is something you don't really see often. And then all of a sudden, there's like 4 heroes on your safe lane. They contest wisdom runes most of the time, really aggressively. They have really this like bloodthirstiness when they play Dota, and it's very hard to play against. Like, because you have very little room for mistakes because the game can just get out of control. At the speed of light, and they are also one of the few teams that is very resilient and very good at problem solving because they end up sometimes in these impossible situations, and they find a way to get back in the game and to actually win the game. So this is also something that puts pressure on the enemy when they play versus them because you know that you got to keep the focus up because at any point they can come back.
But that's what exactly I want her to do. Against Aurora, when you have Nightfall playing Abaddon, Medusa, Sven, Troll, like all these heroes, they need to play a very kind of calm entry to the game, right? They need to have a solid lane, access to the jungle, and they want to play on their own timings. Every item, you transition to the fight. If you have that chaos from Heroic, suddenly you're forcing a Medusa to fight early. You're fighting, these heroes don't want to do this, right? Maybe Abaddon to some degree with shield, but yeah, I think for Heroic, the matchup is all about pace. I want to see Yuma getting that Gyrocopter, running around that block. They need to be aggressive. Don't allow Aurora to just cruise into that 20-minute mark where they feel so confident.
Yeah, I mean, I will say on the flip side, I think Makoto has the potential to be an incredibly strong player. There are random tournaments that pop out throughout the year when he's on SEA teams where you look at him and he's like, holy crap, Makoto is owning every game. He's owning every player. I think he has this like wow factor under the surface that at random intervals, he just becomes insanely good. And I think when you look at Aurora last year, they had probably the most wild card of all wild card players in Kiyotaka who can just randomly die 100 times sometimes. And so I think you had Aurora with a lot of solid games and a lot of solid early games. And I think Nightfall is the type of player who wants to play a very, very structured, like constant game. He wants to do this, he wants to do that. And Makoto, I think, has that individual skill and that sort of like rock mentality that I think it gives the potential for Aurora to be very good if they get that cohesion going.
It could also be a detriment because Kiyotaka and that craziness, right? He often would be playing on the other side of the map, doing these weird pickoffs, and like his deaths would buy time for the Nightfall to kind of create these chances behind him, right? So if Makoto is a bit more like disciplined and structured, it's predictable. Like, you know where he's going to go. Like, I feel that maybe could be a thing that might be like a growing pain for them because Kiyotaka, even though he was memed on a lot, he did bring a lot of life to this roster. Like, the greed of this roster. It's kind of the same logic where, like, Skidder gets some flack on Falcons. I feel like Kiyotaka got a lot of flack for this team, but when you replace him, you are going to see, like, oh, he's kind of missing now in certain games.
Yeah.
I also wonder, like, where the synergy lies with Toronto, Tokyo, and Ollie being together, and now it's like Ollie rotating for Makoto mid. It's weird of like what is going to be the key. Sorry, Ollie and Nightfall and Ollie rotating mid for Makoto. It's like what is the synergy going to be of having now a support that kind of knows a mid laner that he's played with before, rather than a 5 that's used to his carry. That's such a weird way to explain it, but I hope you know what I mean.
Ollie just to listen. That's it, right?
Yeah, I think there's a learning curve there, and there's growing pains for sure. But I think when Nightfall talks, you just listen.
Okay, all right. When Nightfall talks, you listen, and when I talk, well, you better be ready for a draft. Let's see what these players are going to be saying about their draws, what they're going to be shot calling for themselves when it comes to heroes. And what they're not going to be able to get their hands on here is going to be the Natus Siren, the Marcy, the Beastmaster, and the Timbersaw so far.
I'm shocked that Marcy is still first phase ban every game. I feel like it was like hit or miss at TI. Like a lot of games it did not look that hot, but people have just decided, nah, we're not playing against it.
It's not even just that. On day number 1, there were so many games where it was just completely ignored. People weren't looking to ban it. Some people were still picking it up for themselves. It was let through, and then other people just were always first phase banning it.
Yeah, it's very strange. I feel like personally this hero has a lot of flaws and is not something that should be default banned. Like you should consider other options at least. Like you can ban it, it's okay, it's not the end of the world or anything, but like at least consider it.
But it's the same logic where Chen is now getting ignored in the first phase as well for bans. Teams are still picking up, like Aurora is happy to take it when it's available, but you know, teams have like kind of got confident with certain heroes.
This is a hero that Toronto Tokyo has had a lot of success on, and obviously Aurora like that hero for them. The question mark is, so they actually leave the Chen to Heroic, but honestly, I think Heroic, like they had one Chen game and they lost with it, and after that they just didn't look at it. So I don't know if, they just go away. They go back to the co-op.
Oh, yes.
It seems like Heroic is one of these teams that just don't value Chen pretty highly. Like they accept to play against it, and they also accept to just not play it.
This is a much more, it's a very different Queen of Pain, right? Your second pick, you happily play out on mid and carry, you're going to take it to the end. Of course, that means you're going to sacrifice your offlaner to have to show his hero a little bit earlier, but I'm happier when Heroic takes second pick Queen of Pain compared to a first pick Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's a bit better for sure. It's also like decently good against Mars. You can blink out of arena, things like that. He also has a stun and can lock you down. It's somewhat two-sided, but I think generally Queen is slightly good against Mars, so it's not like they're first picking it into Puck or something like that.
Yeah, it's much better for sure. And honestly, like they had this co-op on position 1 and they were like stomping the game. There were a little bit of issues with like item synergies and timing, so definitely something that you don't look back at that loss and you're like everything was wrong about how we approached it. There was lots of good takeaways, and it just needed a little bit of adjusting, which is probably what happened.
The Puck is also already pre-banned for the Queen, so you can use your next ban. I'm curious what they prioritize, if they ban a mid-hero or if they just say, nah, since we're flexing it, we don't really care. It could also just be intended to be safe line against Mars, highly possible.
I think now they need to ban the Chen on Heroic, or it's going to be insta-picked by Aura, because basically this is like a little bit of like, I don't know how much you guys have seen it or people have paid attention to it, but there's like a strategy against Chen that teams have been doing and have been copying, where it's actually exactly the Tusk and the Night Stalker. It's mostly related to Night Stalker, where you tri-lane, you just leave the Night Stalker to go against the Chen, and then you tri-lane on the other side of the map, and you use the nighttime advantage to make it really impossible for the enemy offlaner to get anything, and it's just really hard for Chen to stop a Night Stalker from getting XP, maybe even get CS on the lane, and you just snowball the early game. And that is a strategy that Heroic have made pretty popular, and that's one of their best ways, if not maybe the only way to punish Chen. So now Aura, I think, is aiming at his Chen pick to follow up, and we'll just have to see how much Heroic think Chen is a bad hero right now.
And when we talk about heroes in general, the Snapfire is still available, the Clockwork that we've seen Scopeful play is still available. There's a lot of options for Heroic, but instead they ban Alina. So they are keeping, they're just protecting the Queen of Pain flex.
Okay, they steal it.
And they take it themselves.
They take it themselves. I think it was a debate. It's either you ban it, or you play against it, or you steal it. They ended up stealing it, which, they didn't have the best success. I don't really think of KJ as a Chen player. Not that he can't. I mean, he's probably good on it, but Chen is a little bit more methodical, less brawly, I would say. You have to really play on your timings. You can't... I think if you are overly aggressive too early, you kind of ruin your game, and you just lose it. So hopefully this is something that they will take into account in their playstyle. They have to temper their aggression a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you look at Heroic, you think of melee fours, you think of dudes that run in, you think of fight starters, stuff like this. And you look at Heroic's lineup so far, it's two sort of papery ranged heroes that definitely need other stuff to start for them go in. And so I think you're looking at that for sure. I actually like this Jakiro pick quite a bit preemptively. It pairs well with Mars, but also it's good against these melee fours, dudes that are going to run around, which Heroic really needs for their lineup to enable the way that Queen and Chen need things.
No, yeah, I like the Jakiro a lot. It's also like with the Icebreaker facet, you just have so many more ways to control in the fight. I know Twin Terror is very good for laning, but I just have this memory of at least the Heroic series, where like you hit that spear, 2-man spear, then it's an ice path and a second ice path, and there's just so much control getting thrown around the fight that, yeah, it really can threaten a skirmishy team.
Which facet are people going more often now that we're seeing Jakiro back in favor during this meta?
At least KJ went for the ice path facet, and then again, I've not really seen Twin Terrors too often, but I think it's just, do you need to win the lane, you go Twin Terror. If you want to play out the game, you go for the ice path.
So this is a very good clock game for Heroic. I think both KJ and Schofield like this hero a lot. And if they were ready to do the the adjustment in the laning phase, have the Chen play offlane instead of just tanking the Bounty Hunter matchup, which is not the best matchup for him, it could be a good option. Yeah, and we mentioned the Bounty Hunter. It's been picked. It's Mira taking a page out of Ari's book. He's had a lot of success on the hero. Very good against Chen because you can play on other lanes. You can pull waves. You can just sit in the lane also, like you have a lot of options to just punish. Yeah, you're just too tanky for Chen to deal with you.
Yeah, no, the clockwork option is very good. I'm curious whether they pick offlane here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I'm curious whether they pick offlane here, or okay, so I guess that's a flex for them technically.
There we go. I'm really happy to see this hero for Heroic. I think they have some insane pudge players. Yuma, I think actually is also a very good pudge player. It's very good with Chen. It's amazing versus this overtime damage that Mars and Jakiro brings. And yeah, their three core players are great on the pudge. So I think it's a hero that deserved more priority for that team. I was surprised they wouldn't consider it earlier. So great pick and great fit.
Yeah, and also with the early phase ban by Aurora themselves, you can't then lean to Nightfall and go, okay, do you want to take up the Ursa? Because again, they've banned it themselves. I like it as well for Heroic. It's everyone can survive the initiation by themselves. Like Clock has a hook or Cog's way to manipulate it. Pudge with his item build of Ags, BKB, Shroud. Queen of Pain, like I already mentioned, is Blink like this. There's no threat of, oh no, someone's been jumped. Like if they are to be jumped, they can buy that extra 2-3 seconds to then take that secondary fight.
You pick Nakes here. Is Nakes even considered good against? I mean, it is good against Pudge, but you have like the magic immunity, like piercing. I wonder what Nightfall's gonna pick here. If he's just gonna, okay, he goes for the Sven instead.
That's fine. It's solid. I'd say it's generally good against pretty much all their heroes. I mean, I think this. I hope they do this Chen and the offlane thing, because I think if they put Chen safe lane, it will be very bad for the lanes. Like I think it's quite important that they get the supports right. And I think I wonder if Aurora will try to match, if they'll try to mirror these lanes. If we see some, it's been a while since we've seen like lane swapping shenanigans. It's not something that happens these days, but I could see that being an adaptation in the meta that happens, because just letting your Jakiro play against Chen and letting your Bounty Hunter play against Clock, like it's very bad for Aurora.
Yeah.
Like the inverse is also super bad for Heroic. So I think it's possible there's some lane shenanigans.
It will pretty much dictate who's going to win the laning phase, so it matters immensely in this case.
It's like whoever sets up the lane first, and the other team has to twin gate, and then you have like twin gate. Like it's kind of hard to do that just because of how easy it is to kind of follow around the map. Sure, there's a mana cost to it, but it's kind of a reason why we don't see the craziest of lane swaps nowadays.
This Ember ban makes me think it's Queen mid. Behind Puck, that's generally people's biggest go-to.
Okay.
Queen response mid.
I really like. I mean, maybe not really like, but I think at least for the laning sake, Queen safe lane is very nice this game. Maybe you're not happy with the scaling, which is understandable. I think Queen Pudge maybe it's just a little bit underwhelming.
It's definitely a lot of magic damage. A lot.
So you maybe just need another carry in that case, which would throw the Pudge to the off lane. Pretty fine, I think, especially with the help of a Chen. Like you keep this Jakiro's mana low, you heal up your Pudge, he's just gonna chill there. And you make some stacks.
Is Aurora leaning towards like Storm Spirit? I'm trying to think of Makoto heroes, and Ember's banned, Puck's banned. They're like his biggest ones. I'm looking at his previous games, and it's Queen, Puck, Ember, Storm. Like he doesn't really veer away from kind of the very traditional mid laners.
How's Lesh? Like, is he a Lesh player?
Super bad against Queen.
You don't like Lesh? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the harder counters mid for Lesh.
So what could it be?
I mean, he can opt. It's a pretty good Huskar game. I don't know if Makoto's not really a big Huskar guy though.
He has to pick blind also. He would have
to
expose it.
I mean, with Sniper ban, you can ban Viper, and then not other than like the weird hipster stuff, not much stuff else will abuse you in lane. Actually, Enigma's not banned, so you could get Enigma midded.
It is Whisper after all, so there are some angles you have to cover. To cover.
I'm genuinely not sure what he's going to play. You don't want Pangolier into Queen necessarily. Sniper was an option. Sniper is also one of the better heroes against Queen, but it's banned now, so too bad, so sad.
Can they simplify the draft and just have like a DK? You can just exist, you just chill mid, Sven Mars chill on the side lanes, everyone just farms evenly, and then when you're ready to fight, you can just overlap your tankiness.
Yeah, it's viable. Meeple.
Yeah,
That's a respect ban
Storm
right
will
there.
do
Even
the
with
two for me.
Sven? Really?
Yeah, interesting. It doesn't look like a great Meepo game, I would say, like Jakiro Sven and
It's
plus
pretty
one.
horrendous.
Maybe related to what they're gonna pick now. Okay, they go for the Pangolier. Pretty standard stuff from Aurora. They, you know, comfort, solid draft, comfort heroes, strong lanes. Heroic, they, you know, set themselves up for having a lot of options right now. Like this Pudge and this co-op could go to different lanes. So they can just decide what is the highest impact pick.
Yeah. I mean, I do think the thing about Heroic's heroes is they don't actually have very many spells. Chen is kind of no spell guy. Clockwork, Pudge are... They have some spells, but they're not the type of spells you cast on people and it does damage, if you know what I mean. Like, they cause chaos, and they have this random element to them. And Queen has some stuff. But if you look at Aurora's lineup, they have Arena, they have Jakiro follow-up, they have Bounty Hunter nukes, they have Pango nukes. Like, there's a lot more straightforwardness, whereas, all right, there it is. I would imagine that's offlane.
I think it looks offlane, which also will throw the Clockwork to position 4. So they're just tanking the Chen versus Bounty matchup, and maybe a position 1 Pudge.
Player swap, right? They just put the hero, not player swap, hero swap, right? Just put the hero in the lane, right? So it's a different player playing it, but there's still lane options for them. But for Heroic, at least, it is a lot of just tempo through win your lanes and prop your heroes up. I'm expecting Devi, if you're last picking Enigma, he's taking that safe lane tower, he's taking that mid lane tower, providing that additional economy to then push Pudge and Co-op deeper into the game. Like, they need to play a really strong early game. As always, like we're mentioning, Aurora's draft is just very clean, methodical. It does all the jobs that it needs to do in the mid game, but Heroic are leaning on that, just the chaos of the first 15 minutes.
But with that being said, I think I actually like Heroic's approach a lot to the draft, because if you look at Aurora's lineup, like they're dealing with a Chen, and all that, like the damage is gonna come from Sven, like the scalable damage. Like this Pango and Mars are not gonna deal enough damage for Chen to care. And now this is a Sven that has to deal with Black Hole and a position 1 Pudge, which eventually will get to the, you know, like refresher. Like this Sven is going to be controlled in the fights. Like they have Hookshot, Dismember, and Black Hole, and he has, I think, a lot of weight on his shoulders to actually cut through the Heroic lineup. So I would say that the scaling is on Heroic's side of things, which is something Nightfall does not enjoy.
I am just worried that the Enigma can maybe force Heroic into too many moves early on. Like when you go to an early tower, you get Arena'd or Bounty's invisible setting up for that Rolling Thunder from the Pangolier. Like there's a chance that Aurora just defend every early objective, and then Heroic is kind of lost waiting for Pudge or Co-op to get ready into the game.
I'm just watching out for this lane mid, honestly. I think there's a lot of variance on how this can go. It can be very drawish, and Pango can also get absolutely butt-slapped into another dimension. And so I think if you're Heroic, you want that to go well, and if you're Aurora, if this mid lane goes poorly, suddenly you're looking at a lot of snowball, and it's like there's a lot of weight on Makoto's shoulders to have a chill lane mid and to keep things structured and vibey.
Okay. Well, it feels like mixed messages you guys are giving me. You know, whilst there's a clean, stable draft in Aurora, there's a lot that can be disruptive towards it, and that's something that Heroic thrive on. Both of these teams coming in 4-3 scoreline. One of them is going to get their 5th win finally.
Time to get into the action here, ladies and gentlemen, with Heroic versus Aurora. Fogged, we're getting some good old Heroic Pudge action coming into the game. And yeah, what do you make of this? I think the panel's definitely on something pretty relevant here, in the sense that, yeah, it doesn't seem like smooth sailing for the Sven, right? Nightfall, he's got a lot of things that are going to want to be locking him down, even if he has a BKB.
Yeah, and there's a lot of damage too, right? There's Sonic Wave. There's literally 4 heroes that have great ways to be able to disrupt the Sven if he does have some struggle. I think for Heroic, it seems to be the case a lot of times that when we talk about him. I think less so this year than usual, but it's about causing this chaos and about having these really good lanes. Aurora, it's a more like stable, normal looking draft, I guess you could say in general about things, but I feel like Heroic definitely can do this X factor and could snowball pretty hard. I'm going to be looking a lot at Whisper. I think he's shown that he's a super dominant, super aggressive mid laner. And as Quinn was saying, this is definitely one of those lanes that he could snowball pretty hard. If he shuts down the Pango, with like, honestly, like, I'm going to mention a couple of these things, but like a Chen creep coming in and burning some of the mana too, that can make the matchup almost impossible for the Pango. So I've seen these Chens do a lot with these creeps in terms of shutting down the mid besides just these side lanes. So looking forward to see what we're going to get.
And then, because on the other side of things for Aurora, what are the strengths that they are going to be able to play towards with their lineup?
Just stability, right? It's a very strong team fight draft if they're able to actually get the spells off and not get kind of like worked around from this Quap who's blinking in and forcing abilities to miss. If they can actually just approach the team fights normal, it's a strong draft, right? Spear, Pango roll, Ice Path follows up. They've got good disables for the Sven to get the bonus damage too from Vanquisher. But we'll see if they can execute it, because I think Heroic, they've got a lot of comfort heroes and a lot of ways to just trip up what Aurora wants to probably do in this draft. And oh my goodness, this hook from Yuma.
That's a lot of damage that Toronto Tokyo is going to have to take because of that hook.
That like owns him in the lane. There's another hook in 4 seconds. He might just do it again. Okay, he'll be able to get hooked again.
Got him again! Was not going to kill him, but he stuck around and he went for the second hook and he got it.
This is a brutal start, I would say, for Toronto Tokyo. He could just die the second that he goes for the lane with the clockwork.
Try and hook him again.
He can go another.
It's up in a couple of... Dude, if he gets him again...
Do it.
Nah, he's not going to try.
Do it.
Oh, he is!
He got him!
He got him again!
He got him!
He got him again! He won't kill him, but my goodness, he just hit pretty much 3 hooks off cooldown. I tell you what, if a Pudge is doing that in your pub, the game's over. This guy's a god.
The mental game is real. Toronto Tokyo starting the lane with 100 HP.
That's crazy. Yeah, you got to...
That's unreal.
This guy, Yuma, on the Pudge, you got to watch out for him. He just hit 3 back-to-back hooks before the game even started on the same poor fellow.
That is absolutely insane. It's definitely going to have some... It's going to cause some issues for Toronto Tokyo to secure any CS in the start here. Look at this positioning from him, too.
And they were all blind hooks, right? None of them actually have vision. Yep. Second one, didn't have vision. Bam. We got to check his PC. These hooks. My goodness. What a start there from Yuma. A flash one. Didn't get them the kill, but it's a flashy one. And my goodness, the mental damage that does. And now...
It'll get them the kill here, maybe.
And he's running that mirror with the rock.
One more hit.
And they'll get it. Flare comes in from Schofield. That's first blood here for the safe lane of Heroic.
My goodness. Okay, we've been distracted by this lane now for 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what's going on with the other lanes. Whisper versus Mikoto, as you said, a very skill-based matchup. Mikoto, he's handling these first few levels very well here. So it should prove to continue to be a good time for him in this matchup versus the Quap top. I believe they did clear off the first Eidolons. I was trying to keep glance up there, but I was super distracted by the punch hooks. So it's important, especially if they're able to clear those out early on. Just a Sven stun plus the liquid fire and just kill the early ones. But this is definitely one of those lanes that, we've seen Enigmas, even versus something like Sven, can look to start to take over things once he's got a lot of these Eidolons split and built up. Yeah, hard for Sven when he's playing versus the Chen. We see there, he may have used the stun, but he's just going to get mana burned. So for Devi, he should be able, on paper, he should be able to protect his Eidolons with the Chen coming up here and burning.
And so in this mid lane, when do you start to expect to see that difference between these two, right? Because we have, it is going to be a tough lane, or should be a tough lane on paper for the Pango. Has he already got through the rough bit, or is the first few waves there whatever, then it starts to get tough in this matchup?
I mean, his positioning is really good, for sure, like the way that he did the first few waves. It should set him up for the later ones, but yeah, level 3 dagger usually is the big one. Level 2 hurts a little, but because he did so good in the first few, I think it's going to make a difference into the next few moments, because now he set himself up to get the water rune, and I don't think the Chen creep is going to be there in time to kill it. Because I think that's something I wanted to also mention is they have ways to deny the runes. So that's why I thought that Whisper was going to very likely get an edge in this one. So we'll see in the next couple minutes, depending on how Mikoto is able to use his resources in particular, not get forced too hard. He actually doesn't look like he's going to get the water rune. It is going to get killed. So, okay, now it might start to get hard for Mikoto here. We shall see.
Bottom lane. What are we doing on the CS so far? Yuma 10 and 4 against the 4 and 2. So
Yeah.
Hot start here in the safe lane of Heroic.
Yeah, Makoto's probably going to need at least someone maybe to check one of the runes for him, just because they're both just going to get taken away every single time if he does want to get that resource management. He's still, as you said, still doing very good in terms of last hits. But the next few moments in terms of resources could get difficult if he gets harassed too much from Whisper.
Get a little courier snipe there as well, King Jungles.
What did it have on it, actually?
Okay. Of haste of Sven.
Every small little courier kill definitely matters up here. Enigma is a very pressuring hero in the laning phase.
Oh, Yuma and Schofield, they're not going to win this trade. As Schofield's going to get chased down. He might survive. No, sure, it comes up in a second. Nah, doesn't want to go for it. Wouldn't have been enough here, just level 1. Yuma, though, in a little bit of a rough spot. He'll get the courier, but he's dead. I guess he had nowhere to run. Maybe he was looking to just dodge the tower. Either way, it does mean that they'll be able to get the kill against him, Aurora. So well needed there for Toronto Tokyo after a little bit of a slow start in this bottom lane.
Yeah, it did look like he was trying to suicide, right? I think he was like completely out of resources. He was trying to die to something different there, but yep, gets caught. Toronto Tokyo started to restabilize, at least in terms of these last hits. Another try for the blind hook there from Yuma. Won't connect. This is a strong lane. So even though the start was kind of weird, right, because of the triple hooks, this is still a very strong lane that Aurora has. I think Bounty Hunters, I think the stonks on Bounty are going to rise a lot because of this tournament.
Yeah, it's super popular right now.
Seems very good in most lanes. Good versus a lot of these. Like Chen, of course, the popular one. But yeah, I don't know. This track damage amp and all these little buffs that the hero's gotten in these last like couple iterations definitely feel pretty relevant. Bottom, Tokyo. It's in the cogs.
Well, Yuma, he's got the hook, drags him back into the cogs for another bit of a bounce. But yeah, they'll get him. Rocket players at the ready. Schofield having just enough to finish the job. Same time top, Divide will end up falling as Nightfall and Ollie also find the opportunity to strike.
That's a pretty big deal, I would say, up there, because the Chen is trying to prevent them from having mana at all times and get the spam, but they're able to get the connection. And Makoto, honestly, he's actually just handling this on his own. He's doing excellent. He got the water rune, which is really important, right? So, but still, 29-6.
Yeah, against
that's
the matchup
awesome.
Where we've seen Pango's falter. But he's just excelled in this one. 29-6 against that 23-2 on the Quap. Yeah, potentially Heroic might have expected to get a bit more of an edge in this mid matchup that they haven't got. As Makoto's been able to stand strong.
Yeah, KJ wasn't able to check that 4-minute water rune, so Makoto was able to get the fill up for the resources to be able to stand toe-to-toe versus Whisper, who, I mean, Whisper blood grenade too, so Whisper was probably thinking that he could go for the kill too, but not able to. Top, Nightfall.
Trying with the body blocks onto Nightfall. Schofield's coming with the rotation. King Jungles has the setup. Nice little move there from Heroic to bring the +1 top and catch Nightfall out.
Chaos. Schofield loves to make this happen. Level 4. That means they might make a move on Yuma bottom since they know that the clockwork's not there.
Spears off the mark though. So Yuma, he's going to be perfectly fine. Can get back under the tower to safety.
Even looking for a potential hook angle here. He doesn't have a buddy, so might just hook the catapult. Power rune. Heroic set up for it here. Schofield wants to enable Whisper, but Mira's also on the bottom one. And Mira will be able to take that away. A big deal, yeah, Makoto, level 6, near level 7 even, so he could look to go to these side lanes, and he's very disruptive. Enigma does not like to play early game versus Pango. Yes, you can black hole him if you've got the level 6 early, but he's only level 4.
Schofield's coming in with the wraparound. Nightfall's trying to get over towards Divide, but Schofield's here ready to trip him up. Makoto comes in though as well with the rotation from the mid lane. In onto Divide, jumps in with a shield crash. Makoto finishes off the job and has the Rolling Thunder ready to potentially go for more. He'll get the bounce back and focus King Jungles first.
Nightfall
Yuma is here, so Aurora have to be careful about how much more they try for this. And indeed, Nightfall's ended up in a bit of a rough spot here behind the tier 1, as Yuma and Miss will be able to slowly chase him down. And they'll be getting this kill. Not a chance here for Nightfall to survive.
Give it to Yuma. He traversed the world for it, so it does at least get that last hit. Good reaction. Heroic, they're responding to any of the moves. We see Aurora bring the numbers. They'll be able to do the same on the side of Heroic. 4-3. Relatively close early game here, but the big difference really is just the Pango versus the Quap. 600 difference between the two. Makoto. Really well done.
Top trying to keep this pressure on to the tier 1. Managed to do half of its health so far here, but this pressure from Heroic.
Mira will be able to back up, get himself his shrine. Level 4 and change, almost level 5.
I mean, they want to go again top. Yuma, he's back up on the top lane.
This is how they want to play, right? They don't want to slow down, I don't feel, on the side of Heroic. They can be very aggressive with this Pudge, with this Queen of Pain early on. And speaking of the Quap, Whisper.
TP's coming in. Ollie, ready to hold off Heroic. Schofield in the river's going to be found by Mira. Mira also to pick up the amplified damage runes, so they'll take down Schofield very easily.
I like how these supports are playing on Aurora. Just double checking the runes. Prevent this Quap from getting any of these power runes, so she can't make good early rotations. So shield rune denied, amp damage denied as well. Mira able to grab that one, and he's going to have an urn now picked up, so pretty good timing for him. And he can give so much scouting information. The power of the bounty. Sap some experience. Even going to look for Yuma with the damage.
It's decent damage. I mean, with Toronto Tokyo turning up as well, it'll be an easy kill.
What a play. The two supports honestly crushing it right now in this early game. All these level 6 now. That's a really big deal. Level 3 Liquid Fire. They can take this tower with level 3 Liquid Fire.
6 on the Jakiro, 6 on the MOUZ. You got to be careful about turning up for the defense here if you're Heroic.
So far, the game plan from Aurora is looking really, really good. They're level 6, as you said. Their lineup, if they get early 6s as well, it's very strong team fight. Arena plus that Macro Pyre.
Yuma's going to TP back down it, but he definitely has to be careful.
Looks like they're a bit hesitant to full commit for the tower here.
I mean, if they get the wrap around on Yuma's just going to be dead. They're starting to get some information. Yuma will go for the hook, but backup's going to come in. The arena's down. They have the spear into the dual breath. Not quite enough to drop the Macropie as well. A little short on the mana, so Yuma will survive through that.
Okay, they're respecting the the potential TP that can come in from the Quap. He does have full mana on Whisper. And they're not going to be able to go for this. All right, tower actually only takes a little bit of damage. I thought with level 3 Liquid Fire, they might commit a little more, but not wanting to rotate over Mikoto either. Diffusal soon done, and uh-oh, KJ.
Mikoto's going to find him. He's going to go for the TP out, but the Rolling Thunder is at the ready. As King Jungle's not going to have anyone else over here to help him, so should be a nice little solo kill for Mikoto.
So far forward there on the Chen. Easy little grab there for Mikoto. And that is the Diffu done. I have super good timing for him. Good game for it too. Some heroes that can definitely struggle with some limited mana, in particular that Pudge early on.
Whisper was considering trying to make a move up there, but again, Mira in these positions, spots it out. Whisper kind of knows he heads back to the mid. Knows that he won't be able to find something quite yet with the Sonic Wave and the Haste Rune. So we'll try and reapply the pressure here on the tier 1 mid.
You're gonna go for this.
Trying for Mira, and he'll drop the Sonic Wave. It'll be enough, so happy to drop the ult there to take down the support.
Stops him from dragging the wave away too, so he gets a little bit extra damage onto the tower there too. Good kill for Whisper. Mikoto will stop the push though. I think we're in for a pretty good treat of a mid game, especially too in this game, because I think Aurora, they have a lot of damage in their draft. Yes, Pudge can absorb a lot of it, but he only has level 1 meat shield for now, so it's going to take some time till that levels up to block all small instances. And they have Sven, so overall Sven, the hard hitter versus the Pudge. Even though there is a lot of things that can trip up the Sven, I can see why they wanted it. They wanted to have just this hero that's just going to break through that tankiness of the Pudge. And Nightfall is off to a pretty hot start here. A good difference between him and the Pudge right now. 800 gold difference. Smoke up.
The smoke.
Aurora.
Mikoto, Ollie, they've got the ults. See what they're able to find. Oh, so obviously, Yuma would be the big catch.
Feels hard for Heroic to fight right now. They don't have Sonic Wave up.
A nice cogs here from Schofield. Just going to put a stop from them entering into the jungle. And should give them time to keep a safe distance. Just going to see Whisper. Blink off. Makoto's going to try and chase a bit. Hand of God will come out, so Whisper. Too much health for Mikoto to try and stick around and kill. And now, in fact, Schofield getting the hook shot towards the end of it, but the swashbuckle still there to break him out of the cogs. Will allow Mikoto to live.
A bit surprised that he even goes for the hook shot. That seems like a pretty hard one to get. Sonic Wave is back at the ready, though. Looking to group up around the Chen. Go for this push here.
Pop the fortification, but unlikely to be able to push him off the tower, Aurora, with the amount that Heroic have turned up with. Off to the side, leading in onto Schofield, but he got the cogs down, and Whisper's ready to jump over to help out. Heroic can get the space to take the tower. Now Mira in trouble. Schofield on top of him, the battery assault. They'll turn towards Schofield. Sonic Wave comes in. They'll get the trade 1-for-1, but now with the micro, who's stomp on towards Ollie.
Whisper, he blinked in.
For more. He's able to get another one, but indeed now with the arena dropped down by Toronto Tokyo, Whisper will get punished for that aggressive move that he went for just to secure that second support kill. It ends up costing him his life.
Not worth it there for Whisper at the end. I think they get the kill streak right, but yeah, losing his life there, jumping in, giving it up to Toronto Tokyo and Nightfall to absorb it there. Aurora, they'll take that. Yeah, the Sven is at the... He's gonna progress really well in this game, it feels like. Even though, as we said, there's some things that can trip him with BKB piercing disables and damage and all that. His farm right now, in comparison to the Pudge, it's a lot bigger, and it's gonna continue to grow that much faster in comparison.
Crucial timing really for Divide to get this BKB online as soon as he can, because... Well, one stat said, what's stopping it this game? Just what?
Basher.
Mango down the line, right? That's the only thing. So,
or just overwhelming damage if they can catch like an Axe, Jakiro, or the Sven's not in it. But the job of the Enigma is to black hole the Sven. So
like it's pretty good. It's pretty good this game with Divide. If we can get that BKB
this is big.
online.
If Yuma's able to get this and slow down Nightfall, he kind of needs this on this Pudge right now.
See if they can get it. The Malefice is there, will allow them to close in. They're getting a little bit of help from the neutrals as well coming in. With the tendrils, they'll try and turn and run, but Schofield's on top of him with the battery assault. Spear will push back Schofield, and that will actually give the space for Nightfall to continue to retreat. The Magrippire down onto Yuma. The backup arrives, Nightfall is saved, and Heroic, they're the ones to lose their carry.
That's a bit brutal. Did they get the track on him as well, too? I didn't see if he actually was tracked up at the end. But anyway, they go for this kill, and Yuma was saying, like, he kind of needs this kill. He wants to start getting involved a little more, and it's not going to be the case. Nightfall, a bit too tanky.
Was there anything else they could have done to increase their chances of this? Like, are you dropping a black hole, or...?
I mean, Schofield has hooked
even that wouldn't have done it.
Maybe a little earlier if he tried for it, but maybe. I mean, maybe you wanted full commit for it there because you are right next to tier 2. You know they're going to respond. So, I mean, either way, Aurora, they'll take that. They keep Nightfall alive. They get some big kills and slow down Yuma again. Whisper?
He's got Blink up in a second. Oh, it's a lot of damage. He's going to die.
Oh, God.
He's stuck around to try and stand his ground for the Sonic Wave. He had kind of the option, right, to either go for the cast animation of the Blink or the cast animation of the Sonic Wave. He opted for the aggressive option. He loses his life and he doesn't even get the kill fogged.
These are big slip-ups here from Whisper back-to-back. Dies earlier, gives up the kill streak. Well, gives up pretty big kills to the Mars and the Sven, and now this one almost just gets solo killed into the Sven there. Follow-up there from Toronto, of course, coming in, but as we said, Heroic definitely don't want to fall too far behind in this early game with their draft. Hemorrhaging quite a few kills here. Ults are back up here now for Aurora too, so they can look for another play.
I mean, it's going to have to be Divide carrying hub with the BKB Black Hole. You know, with sort of the way
it's starting to feel like it.
Whisper is starting to fall behind, right? That is that key timing, but that timing is going to get slowed down because Divide's been found. Toronto Tokyo catching him with the arena. BKB. It's going to be quite a while, I feel, until we see that one come out.
Oh, and these kills all matter. There's a track that comes in. Sure, it's not the most bonus gold, but either way, it starts to really trickle up, especially if Mira's getting these levels as well. It truly does. You see he's going to have the Vessel finished up. Every time they do get a kill, it feels like it's like 2 kills almost because of it. See, for Heroic, when they feel that, like you said, probably waiting for this BKB, but it's still a long ways away. When they feel that they can actually cluster up and look for an overall invasive play, because Nightfall, he's getting away with a bit too much. Even though he's 0-2 this game, he's still top net worth, and it just continues to grow between him and the Pudge. 2,000 now.
It's just pretty much impossible to keep up with the farm. I mean, the Axes can obviously help out a little bit for Yuma, but competing with how quickly Sven can clean up the map, it's not going to be easy. So that gap only going to grow and grow.
Feels like it might be fight time, though, for the side of Heroic anyway. They've got the Ags timing. They've got Sonic Wave. I feel like if you just sit back too much, Nightfall is going to be pretty happy with it, even though, as you said, yeah, there's ways to deal with the Sven. They're going to get a push going here.
Yeah. Should be able to get this tier 1. I don't think Aurora's going to try and turn up and defend this tier 1 tower for now. Time top, Mirror's got his eyes on Schofield. So look at the tower. Looking to try and make this play through the twin gate as well, Heroic. Mirror.
Schofield.
Might pay for this one. Toronto Tokyo looks towards Whisper. Sonic Wave comes out. Toronto Tokyo's going to opt for the TP out, but Devi is there with the Malefice, able to put a stop to it.
What a play.
This is the kind of move that Heroic needed, making that play through the twin gate whilst they kind of let just the summons of King Jungles finish that tier 1 tower. Aurora, they were not expecting that play to come in from that angle that quickly.
Oh, and never fall for Schofield. They went for a play on Schofield, and it literally gets all 3 of them killed, and he's completely fine because of the positioning. So just trying to go for this kill on the Clockwork that doesn't really get them too much, and Heroic, very heads-up movement. That's huge. I mean, Aurora, Mikoto was just, he's trying to just finish up this Aghanims, but his mana is limited. He can't actually join to get these fights. Heroic making some really nice moves now.
And with the Ags in mind, do you imagine with this build, Mikoto, straight after the Ags, will go for that Basher to try and have that chance of putting a stop to the black holes? Or is that not as big of an issue as we're sort of seeing it to be?
Probably Blink or Basher, I think, depending on what happens in the next upcoming fights or so. You just get a read afterwards.
Pushing on the mid, ready to go here. Aurora.
Don't fall for Schofield. Stacks being made.
Devi about 1,400 gold off the BKB. We'll start seeing Nightfall look towards his BKB as well as the Sven.
That was pretty huge that Heroic was able to find this triple kill up there to stop Aurora from getting that slowdown to just get the farm. And they have ultis at the ready still. Sonic Wave, it's back up again. Aurora's now looking to join together. Mikoto, he has the Ags finished.
With the blink on Yuma as well, he can also get involved a little easier. They've got pretty good jump, Heroic.
Tormentor time.
Yeah, they're set up as 5, so ready for anything that heads their way up here.
BKB done for Toronto Tokyo. His farm is actually very good this game. Sometimes we do see Tokyo fall behind, especially if his lane can be a bit rough. It's very good this game. As you said, there's obviously abilities that can go through these BKBs, but they're going to block at least some of the damage, especially from that rod, if they do get on top of him. And Aurora, perhaps smoking it for a potential fight into look for a Roche play if they can. This would be big too, because it might be before the BKBs come out for Heroic's cores. They're getting very close to it.
I think they are kind of aware here, Heroic, that this is coming through. They did have, King Jungles was drawing around the twin gate.
Oh!
He'll turn with the Sonic Wave, but the Rolling Thunder's already there. They're in on top of him. The hook will come out. Yuma able to get Whisper back to safety. TP's coming in now from Heroic, but that could have gone horribly wrong there for Whisper.
Just, yeah, completely off the mark there with some of the stuns. Whisper able to get bailed out and get time to finish that BKB. That's actually pretty huge that he's able to survive. Sure, he uses Sonic Wave, doesn't connect, but the Pango used roll. And that's going to give time to... They might be able to get these triple BKBs on the side of Heroic before the next fight.
They're going to hit that timing. Absolutely. So, turning up with the triple BKBs, I mean, already they did have a chance to make these aggressive plays. We're actually going to see in the mid Schofield. With the hook shot onto Toronto Tokyo. Of course, does have the BKB himself ready to press if threatened. They're going to go for the jump here. Devi, he's in. He'll drop the black hole for this. Locks down Toronto Tokyo. See Ollie go for the TP out, but they've got a yours ready to stop it. Heroic able to make that move very quickly, and honestly, that's quite a bold call to make right at this stage where they were kind of like 100 gold away on some of these BKBs, but they knew that in that position of the map, they could still just go for that and not get
another
punished.
one.
TP out. Oh, that Cogs nearly came in time, but not quite. So Mira will survive. But yeah, to sort of make that call to say, hey, you know what, we can just go for this play straight up because, I mean, it is that very dangerous part of the map, right, for Aurora to be in.
They have the triple BKBs now. That's going to answer a lot of the team fight, as we mentioned. Aurora, ton of team fight in their draft, but once you get BKBs, it kind of breaks team fights. If the Mars Arena comes out, the Macro Pyre comes in, the Rolling Thunder, you have ways to at least not get disabled from all of it and potentially get these spells off. And yeah, about 2 minutes, as you said, right? That black hole is going to be back up. Heroic reclaiming a lot of control in the map.
Let's see if Aurora want to try and do something whilst that black hole is unavailable.
I imagine they want
strong.
to.
He's just about to hit 18. He has the BKB. He's going to want to fight.
I would imagine so. I mean, Mira, it's going to be up to him to scout, to look for that potential fight. Heroic. All together, though.
I mean, they're smoked up, so as soon as it dispels, they'll know something's up. Schofield, he's going to put the dust. Finds Mira immediately ready for that. Makes the jump, but there's the counter jump. Trying to Tokyo in with the arena, only catching Schofield in the midst of it. And Whisper's already been able to finish off the kill on Mira, turning towards Ollie. Nightfall pops the BKB God Streak, looking at Schofield, trying to kill this clockwork. Will finish him off. BKB on Toronto Tokyo soon to become to an end, so he has to start backing away. Whisper jumps in aggressively. The dagger's down on Toronto Tokyo. Heroic, they're going to be able to slowly chase down the Mars, pick up a third kill, and Whisper, he's not done yet. Oh, Roche!
The Roche!
Ooh, my goodness, bashes Whisper, and not a Nightfall there. That could have gone horribly wrong for Nightfall on the escape. He is able to TP out. Of course, for the rest of the team, not as fortunate. 3 dead on Aurora. That would give easily the space for Heroic to move in and claim this Roshan.
Good spellcasting from Heroic, good preparation, and even though Aurora is trying to take advantage of Black Hole being on cooldown, some really kind of weird spellcasting there. They use a lot onto just Schofield. I think that anytime that happens, Schofield is super happy, right? He's tanking Macro Pyre, he's tanking Arena. His team just gets to free cast their spells around it because of it.
Yeah, that, dude, and also the God Strength BKB's fed.
They used everything on Schofield.
Hey, you're absolutely right. Arena, Macro Pyre, and like a good, half of the duration of the BKB on Nightfall trying to kill Schofield. Schofield absolutely doing his job that we see him do, feels like so many times, especially when he's on his clockwork form.
Yeah, I feel like I do say this sometimes. You might want to just ban this hero because he's just so annoying on it. He literally is. He hasn't gotten them in the game, but him tanking it, like the top play that got them back in the game because they went for him, and now this bottom, he tanks all the spells. Like, it allows his cores to do so much. I actually saw Yuma didn't even use BKB in the fight. Neither did Divine Llama. They just got the BKBs. They took a 5v5 fight, and they didn't even have to use the BKBs, and they won it pretty handedly. So, yeah, really well played there from Heroic.
And now they've got the Black Hole back up, so Heroic very ready to go for another one of these. Aurora are going to have to change the way that they approach these fights.
They're going to have to get a stun on a core. Like, they can't do that again on Schofield. There's no way. They have to go for these arena spear plays, or they have to get an initial stun and try to chain stun one of these cores in particular before they get a BKB off. I mean, if they do that again on Schofield, Yuma is just going to run rampant in the fight. Getting some information, but sentries are down around here. Does have to be careful. It feels like it was a long time ago that I was talking about Mira being like level 8, level 9 to be able to get that level 2 track that Aurora wanted to kind of get some extra kills with. He's still just level 10 because of this whole situation that happened top and now bottom and mid. Schofield's level 12 in comparison.
Soon gonna have that blink as well, which would be rather annoying.
And Nightfall needs, I feel like he needs his data list. Like, he's so farmed, right? But we saw there, his damage is, it's not quite there just yet to be able to just blow up these targets. That's interesting. Toronto Tokyo, I guess he's trying to have more damage. Maybe they are concerned about that. He's going Deso.
Oh, Schofield. He gets the setup there. Was able to sort of get that bonus, kind of snipe the last CS on the creeps with the rocket flare to set up for the clean shot with the hook shot.
Schofield doing a whole lot this game. But yeah, it's gonna be the Deso Marzo.
All right.
The synergy, right? He has Pango for minus armor. He's trying to apply more because of the Sven also too, but that does mean they're not going to have the double arena, the Hex that we do see most of the Mars go for. He's going for a different style of build. See if it ends up working.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Heroic on the hunt.
Yuma, new neutral item has been picked up. A very, very good one versus the Sven too. He's got Gale Guard with Tough. He had a pretty bad one before in comparison, so that's going to make a big difference. All this armor bonus that they're starting to get too. Courier. Ooh, it's a Demon Edge.
Oh, and he's going to get it. So that's going to be no Daedalus for the next 3 minutes, Falcon. You just talked about how important that was for Nightfall to have.
It feels like he does need that extra big burst. And that's a pretty big courier kill. Net worth still very, very close in this game. It's just the lack of BKB piercing disables on the side of Aurora has some concerns. How's that Basher looking for Mikoto? He did go that blink, by the way, that we were saying he probably would. So yeah, it's still a ways away for the Basher.
He needs it because the threat of the black hole is pretty huge this game.
And it's not ever going to be guaranteed, of course. You know, these swashes bash the video, so...
He's going to get jumped. He'll get the BKB off, but I don't know if he can run from this. He cannot. They'll kill him off through that, no problem. A rough position of the map to get caught in. Dead for 80 seconds.
Heroic's done this so much this tournament right now, just breaking teams, right? With their unorthodox kind of style of drafting in a way. And I mean, this game, it was looking so good for Aurora, and in the last... I think in the last 13 minutes, they've gotten a kill on Schofield, and that's it.
At least we'll find a solid courier snipe in their favor there. Mira was able to take out Whisper's courier, which would have had the completed Shiva's guard on, so at least able to take a large item away from Heroic in turn.
But a full Ags now. Also for the side on Divide. I mean, versus 3 tanky cores too, versus Mars and Sven. This Ags is... This Black Hole's gonna kill everybody. Ton of damage as well. Pulling them in as well can be very annoying. I don't know, as farmed as Nightfall is, definitely feeling Heroic. They've got so many different ways to play around it right now, and all this little armor that they're getting, all these extra small items are definitely going to make him that much tankier to prevent the Sven from popping targets. And yeah, just multiple BKB disables.
Yeah, they have to execute sort of the initiation into team fights perfectly, Aurora. And we'll just have to have so many things in mind. And as you say, they cannot afford to ever go on a support first. It has to be one of these cores. And honestly, ideally Divide. They have to have eyes on the Enigma at all times.
I'm really getting, even though, like, I can't believe I'm saying this because when there's a Sven and a Pango in the game who's going to be, on paper, do explosive damage, I think they're going to have some big damage issues. There's Greaves, Solar Crest on the Chen, right? He's going to have these buffs for his teammates. They're buying plate mails. They're starting to get all this pretty ridiculous effective HP versus a Sven. Mira will just snipe some couriers, though. Giving information for the team. And Mikoto's Basher, it is about to be done.
Okay, well, let's see if he rolls lucky with the swashbuckles, and if these black holes do come in, he's going to be able to get the angle to potentially put a stop to them through the BKB.
Will still be a refresher next for Toronto, Tokyo, but yeah, we'll see if he has mana pool, but he's going to have some mana issues, perhaps with just Soul Ring to be able to throw out the full combo.
Yeah, because he was considering to get the Hex or the refresher after the death.
Yeah.
Would you indeed prefer the refresher? I mean, yeah, it looks like he's committing for it, but
they're both amazing. Like,
yeah,
I'm never really too upset about either in most situations. All right, Basher's done. Aurora, they've got their Demon Edge. I think they respawned up the Courier. He's got the Daedalus. They're looking for a fight. Let's see if they can break Heroic.
All right. So they've got to find one of the big targets first. They cannot afford the threat.
Oh, come in! Nightfall!
Well, see, at the same time, they get to jump onto Divide. They found the Enigma, but the Sonic Wave's going to push them back, give Divide a bit of a chance. No, it doesn't matter. If they come in, finish him off with the big punches from Toronto, Tokyo with that Deso. Now they look to Whisper. The BKB standing his ground against Mira. Mira will fall, so they'll get the 1-for-1. Ollie also to go down, though. Heroic. Get the
what
two
a play
of them.
from Yuma. I mean, Aurora is smoking to look for a 5v5 fight, and their carry gets hooked into mid lane and forced to BKB TP out when they're looking for the fight themselves. They get the Vi, which is great and all, and I think it's a track kill as well, but that's a BKB Sven that can't actually look for the fight that they've really wanted to try to get.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, because I used myself. Yeah, I was watching them get this jump onto Enigma, and it's like that's exactly what they need to be doing. But as you say, not able to sort of account for the fact that their carry Nightfall was suffering at the same time. They just jump onto Vi.
It was super heads up because like the fight is approaching them and Yuma's TPing out. So I'm like, oh my god, if they actually get gone on when Yuma's not there, this could be disastrous. But it's actually Yuma catching Nightfall at the same time. So it was like perfect timing from Heroic to get that catch onto the Sven, even though they don't kill him.
Aurora trying to make the steps they need to take those fights.
Schofield.
Doesn't work out, and Toronto has to put the BKB, go for the TP on this one, but there's a hook shot to put a stop to that. As now Toronto Tokyo probably just going to have to accept his fate down here. No further play to be made to live. As Toronto Tokyo gone for 70 seconds, a decent amount of time for Heroic to push on forward.
Schofield the menace. 4-3-13. He's 17 of the 20 kills for his team. It's nuts. Like in this play too, it's so cool what he does with his build. Yeah, and look, this build that he has, right? He goes Ags, but this one, the Blink Yules, you see that play there? Like, Toronto Tokyo is just stuck in cogs and can't get out. Very cool stuff from Schofield.
They're going straight towards the top. Mira not going to expect that. Quick jump onto the bounty. Heroic starting to clean up the kills and get
another
that
one.
Schofield. He'll get the angle, hook shot in onto Ollie. You can't chase him, you can't escape him. Schofield, he's just everywhere.
Man, honestly, I love watching Heroic. It might just be this tournament or something, but like, they are really bloodthirsty, and it's really a pleasure to watch. You know, people not really just sitting back and hitting creeps, just looking for these constant plays over and over again. Super fun. Watching Whisper in the mid lane is definitely a treat. Speaking of Whisper, Refresher done. Double Sonic Waves are going to be at the ready every single one of these fights. Absurd amount of damage. Yeah, I don't know, and this is looking pretty impossible for Aurora, unless they can get some insane, I don't know.
Yeah. Just the fact that the last few engagements have gone the way that they have, and Devi's not even needed to use the Black Hole. Like, one of the biggest things that's going to be a problem for Aurora, it hasn't even been necessary to take the team fights against them.
They haven't even used their BKBs once. Like, Devi is a 9-second BKB, Yuma is a 9-second BKB. They haven't had to use it.
Can they make this jump, Aurora? Roshan falling low. It's already been taken. Aegis to be picked up by Yuma. Makoto tries to roll in, but Yuma's able to hold him in position here with a BKB bite. Toronto Tokyo make the jump on a King Jungles. Devi, he'll drop the Black Hole and controlling Nightfall. Catches the Sven solo at the side of the fight. It's just all over the place for Aurora. Toronto Tokyo's going to put the Refresher, but he has no mana to work with. He'll get a second BKB off, go for the TP out, but the hook shot's there from Schofield. Puts a stop to the BKB TP. It's just an absolute mess from Aurora Fog. They cannot pull together a team fight. Heroic have broken them.
They are not letting Nightfall play Dota. He may have farmed a lot. He may be top net worth. Another catch from Schofield, but he is not doing anything in the fights. Again, this one, Black Hold, double Sonic Wave deleted. A great execution. Heroic. That's super exciting to watch.
See again on the replay. Towards the end there. Just the angle. Devi ready for him. I mean, and that's all he has to do with his Black Hole, right? Just solo Black Hole onto the Sven. It's going to be a team fight win.
Yeah, they never were really able... they weren't able to make any plays happen once Heroic got the triple BKBs, but I don't know. The two biggest plays, actually, that worked so well for Heroic is baiting Schofield top and baiting Schofield bottom, and Aurora fell for it.
Yeah, really just sort of the BKB piercing abilities this game have been absolutely clutch. The hook shots, the dismembers, the black holes, it just seems to be all too much for what Aurora want to try and do. So many times we're seeing just these BKBs being completely kind of wasted in the sense that Heroic are able to play straight through them.
After a pretty solid start.
He's able to blink out, get a cheeky little hook back on the Mira. Okay, Mira He's got the BKB ready to press. He might have to press it to survive. We'll see Mikoto try and lean on to Divide, but Divide is able to pot the BKB. Back away from the Mango. Nightfall's got to keep running his BKB soon to be coming to an end. Yuma jumps in aggressively. Heroic ready to chase them now. Scofoot him with a hook shot. Caught the two of them in the cogs. They'll tap out of this one. GG is called as Heroic take the win in a very, very flashy style, Falcons.
Just a great approach to the game, great spellcasting, and for Aurora, after having, I think it was what, like the first 15, 17, 20 minutes or so looked pretty good. They're getting these track kills. Heroic is keeping up in terms of that net worth. Spanish share is huge, but the execution in fights it's a bit of a mess, and Heroic's is perfect, right? The bottom fight in particular, they blow through all of their ultimates to kill a Clockwork and just get completely slammed in the team fight. So Heroic, great draft, great plays.
Absolutely, yeah. Aurora just not able to perform on the same level when it comes to the team fight here against Heroic. Heroic, very impressive with this victory. They'll take the win against Aurora.
Yeah, it really was a great draft from Heroic. We said there had to be some clean execution, though, for it to work out, but this is just a Heroic draft, bread and butter. It feels like this is something that fits the playstyle of this team so much, and therefore the execution just comes cleanly after that, Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic is doing things. They're playing the game. You can see the fire in their eyes, the passion. They're looking for the kills. They're looking for the tempo. And Aurora is looking at their gold, their bank accounts, just like the number go up. Every day they wake up, check the bank account. They go to bed, check the bank account. And they're just checking the bank account all day and not playing the game. And Heroic slapped them because of it.
I mean, I'm looking at this game, and I'm looking through the stats, right? I'm like, wow, cool, you got like 11-2 Queen of Pain, right? Mikoto, you know, trying to be active. I look at Nightfall and the Sven. Okay, let's read some stats. 0 kills, 5 deaths, 5 assists. He got 22,000 net worth, 6.8k hero damage. 6.8k, he did 600 more damage than a Chen. The Chen did...
That's pretty good.
No, it's 6.2. No, it wasn't bait.
Beating the
it's
Chen.
A 30
he was being extra sarcastic.
Sorry, what does more damage, by the way? BKB, Daedalus, Echo Saber, Satanic, Blink Dagger, or a Greaves and a Solar Crest and a 4-star? Like, come on, Nightfall, where are you, brother? Join the game at some point, but that's where Heroic did such a good job shutting him down with the Pudge Dismember or a Black Hole or just map play. They just completely picked apart Aurora, and Nightfall just had no entry.
Yeah, it feels like there's two ways to deal with a hero of the archetype of Sven, and it's either to be able to kite, so you have a lot of mobility on your team, or just control, and that's the route Heroic went. And my goodness, this Sven, you're seeing him use ult, Seb, and then it's just like, okay, now hit 2 cogs and some creeps. That's all you're going to get your hands on.
It's hard. I think he did not really push the limits of what he could have done. That's like to say the least. But I think the draft also, you know, I was trying to say it before we went into the game, but I think Heroic did a really good job at identifying that the condition for Aurora to actually have a game was through the Sven, and you're playing Sven versus Pudge versus Hookshot versus Black Hole. It's just incredibly hard. I think he should have just like YOLO'd a little bit more. I think he also just played a little bit maybe too cautious, and maybe he was like too aware of the fact that it was a hard game, but at some point you have to force these spells onto you anyway or something, make it, you know, create openings or something. I think it was a little bit too conservative, but on Heroic side, honestly, this team is really growing on me. I think like they're just, first of all, their playstyle is very fun. I think they're very creative, they're very smart, they're highly skilled. Like, this is a team that is like super fun to watch, and not just because of the sake of fun. Like, they're just incredibly good at the game, and it's refreshing. I think Dota is in a state where it's a little bit stale at times, and everybody kind of agrees on what is the best way to play. These guys are bringing, you know, just like
it's method to the madness.
Yes, and I think it's what you love in Dota at the end of the day. You want to see something different, you want to see something new, you want to get excited. They are so exciting to watch.
Yeah, I feel like one of the most exciting things that came out of this game was, yes, that chaos, but the chaos that was brought by this Pudge. It gets picked up in the draft, and you kind of wonder where exactly is it going to be played on in Heroic, and it almost slips your mind just how good of a Pudge player Yuma is.
Yeah, some of those hooks were off the chain. The triple, I don't think I've ever seen the same hero get hooked 3 times before the creeps meet like that. That was straight up ridiculous. I think we have it here. Right? He also knows these tricky spots. I've only seen level 30, like Giga Pudge nerds know about this heckin' tier 2 spot. But somehow he's like, when you think of Yuma, you don't necessarily think of Pudge, but he knows the ultra, like, what is that?
Yeah, no, it's
He
crazy.
saves his queen here. He's like legit all heckin' over the place. Forcing the classic Nightfall BKB. I was genuinely genuinely impressed. I think also there was like there were some cool moments where he's not super rich. He's not having an amazing game, but he's making moves. He tries to smoke gank this Sven up at the top side of the map, and it doesn't work out, and he dies. And it ends up looking kind of bad. But I think the thought behind it is incredibly good and very like is a very bright sign for him as a player, because he's not afraid like, oh, my game's bad, I'm gonna go AFK farm and hide and stuff and wait till I'm fat. No, he's like, nah, screw it. My other heroes are farming, I'm gonna go make plays, I'm gonna do stuff. And like that's the mentality of someone who can be very good.
You want a stat that is going to expose carry players, and I'm sorry for all the +1s out there, but this is, you know, this is going to be the first day of your second life. It's like the creep like last hits, you know, versus damage done. And you know, you're gonna have a lot of last hits and no damage, no impact, and very little net worth or last hit and high impact. Like this was literally like the two ends of the spectrum. Like this Yuma impact versus Nightfall in this game. Obviously, it's more complicated than that. It's related to the draft, the game state. But you know, like
no, it's purely that.
I mean, being able to impact the game so highly on this Pudge with that little net worth, it is very impressive.
That's where the supports come into play, all right? It's the vision game. It's like setting up the map in the correct way. I think that's where Heroic just did such a great job at forcing Aurora to feel like they're just lost on the map. We have, I don't know, a screenshot or a picture or something about it. They've been constantly telling me this stuff in my ear. There we go. Look at the bottom left corner. Really focus, right?
The mini-map?
Yeah, the mini-map. Yeah, that's the bottom left, yeah. We're not playing League. Anyway, so the wards from Aurora, they're stuck to the extremes, right? They've got the Twin Gate ward on the bottom side. They've got some random ward top, but all of Heroic's vision, it's a ward, it's a sentry. They control the middle portion of the map. And I think for Aurora, especially when Nightfall's on the team, like he's playing more sacrificial. We can move away from the screenshot now, it's fine. But the logic is they want that perfect fight. They want that perfect move. And oh, here we go. Here's a perfect breakdown. But critically, Aurora, they felt in the mid game that they couldn't fight at all. So their vision was, putting it bluntly, was really shit. Like, they just have no vision to play on. They're playing farming wards. All their wards are, let me go to a Twin Gate, let me farm, let me BKB TP out, let me just dodge. At no point did I see a ward or anything which had, like, forward-thinking purpose. They weren't trying to scout, where's the Pudge going, where's he walking? It was just, let's just enable my side lane cores to keep farming. So I think the vision from Aurora really punished them.
I want to, before you say something here, just that graphic was so good. Vision, yes. Useful, very. All the information you needed to know about a ward was in that graphic.
Show it again.
Right there. That's a good one.
Yeah,
the person behind that graphic is a support player, and he's just like, he's just venting right now.
All right, sorry. What actual important information did you have, Quinn?
I was going to say, the one silver lining I felt for Aurora was Mikoto played very, very solid. This lane should not go that well. He's got like a Chen sending creeps and meddling, and there's like, I don't know, there's some random madness around, and he's still up like 500-600 net worth. Like, he's not just like drawing them. He's like straight up winning far and away. And I think if I'm Aurora, you should be looking at the fact that, hey, your lanes are doing better than expected. You've got a great start. Like, they were also beating the Enigma who counterpicked the Sven in lane. Like, their lanes are going very well all over the place. With the dude getting hooked 3 times at the start of the game, they're still doing totally fine bottom, and yet they make no moves. And so to me, if I'm Aurora, I'm like, yo, we've got good laners. We have good individual skill. Can we like do something and play? Because I think if they do that, they can be a very fearsome team, because they have skilled players and they have good laners, but they're just AFK.
Well, something needs to change for Aurora. Someone needs to breathe a little bit of life into their mid game there. And we're going to breathe a bit of life into the Blast studio here by bringing you another series. It's going to be Tundra up against Execration.
Kiss is coming in from the side. Pure getting low mid one. He's in with the BKB jumper. 33's in with the call. They've got the damage to come in as well. 33 immediately ready to put a stop to that attempt of a play from mid one. And now with that in mind, Tundra, they can clean up the fight. They take out Yamich and Chrysalis. Boom. Dunked down by 33. This one. Get the hook up to Tino, but Tino's quick with the ores, and he's also able to get the arena down. Trying with the dismember to finish Tino off, but the save comes in. The shallow graves there. Tino's fine and turns, gets the speed connection onto the two of them, both Baboka and Fly gone. Palos TP's over, ready to shut off the escape from Polison.
Execration, we're finally going to get to see a game from them here on the mainstream. We haven't actually been able to see exactly what they've been bringing to the game. Whilst their standings maybe aren't so great, it is always a difference between the results and how the game plays out. There are still elements of Execration that just aren't shining through and showing those results.
And this is a team that is fun to watch too. Like, we did not get to watch them yet on the A stream, but they are incredibly fun to watch. Like, they have, I mean, I'm thinking of Bob. I think he's a crazy mid laner. He's very explosive. I think he's very fearless in the way he plays, and it always brings, you know, I mean, obviously sometimes it pays off and you're like, wow, this is crazy, and sometimes a little bit less of that. But watching him is always fun, that is for sure. I've seen an Axe position 5 being played too on Execration, so they're also the kind of team that is like completely okay, like being a little, like having a little bit more freedom with the drafting, which also is pretty hype.
Yeah, they know that our Treant protector
They are
team
the Treant team.
as well. The one team that is willing to pull out that hero.
Yeah.
Finally.
It's not that bad of a hero.
No, it's not that bad. Yeah, the living armor is kind of. I mean, and as long as you think about it as armor, not heal, great spell. If it's a heal, terrible.
Okay.
But I think I like the fact that when you do look at their lineups, they are just so chaotic and different, and it's kind of refreshing. Like they're still going for Undying, they're picking tree, they're doing axe support. You've got silences that no other team picking. The issue is they're just not winning games. But you got to take your battles, right? And I think again, I've not really seen much of their games. They've been on the B stream, so I'm just kind of. Fresh perspective. I'm hoping to see some really good kind of macro gameplay because like against BB, 52-minute game, Liquid, 53-minute game. Like it wasn't as if they've been losing in 20, 30 minutes and the drafts have been quirky. So I'm just really just sitting back waiting to see what type of Dota are they going to be in.
This is what I mean. There's a massive difference between a team that is still playing good and unfortunately not getting the results and a team that just isn't up to par. This team is up to par, but are they up to par against Tundra, Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, Tundra is top of the group for a reason. They have incredibly strong players across the board. They have great synergy, and I think they've also gotten that synergy very quickly. They switched out 2 players, and yet it feels like they've been playing together for months. I think you look at their players and their ideas, they honestly just look super good. I mean, obviously it's a 33 team. They will always be good. It's just a matter of how good they will be. And right now they look like tier 1, like ultra tier 1, like has the potential to win every tournament type team.
It's normally in the draft as well. Like when you shut down the 33 hero pool, it's like you banned Beast, let's say Lycan +1. Now suddenly you're giving a Naga Siren away or another hero. And I think with Pure's depth from the carry role, you ban a lot of offlaners. There's zero respect now going towards the carry bans, and you're getting like a Lifestealer or a Drow or some really kind of like niche pick you don't see. So that there's the fact that they have so much responsibility on 33 whilst also having deep hero pools. That is the recipe for this team just having great success.
You're gonna be quiet on Tundra, Seb. This is your team. You've been hyping us since day one on them.
I'm just like enjoying, the moment, like enjoying the fact that Tundra is about to play. Like this is my own moment. Just let me be.
All right.
Just happy for
I'll let you breathe it in. We'll see just how Tundra are going because our draft for this series is ready. It's going to be a tough battle for Execration, sitting there on the lower half of the group standings, coming up against Tundra sitting on the top half. In fact, they're the second right now in the group standings only because they've played one less game than Falcons, who are sitting at the top. So let's see exactly what they're going to pick up for themselves. And Seb, as our resident Tundra expert, they got first pick. How do they utilize that in a draft?
They don't. No, they do. They do. Of course they do. It's a 33 team. They always do. It could be Lycan, it could be Beast, it kind of depends on 33 kind of, values these days. I mean, he's been showing that Lycan is a hero you have to respect when you play versus Tundra. So it's just a matter of like, will Execration leave it through the pool or will they try to beat it?
But on top of that, we've seen Marcy be banned out by so many other teams throughout the tournament, and Ari is one of the best Marcy position 4 players. So far, they are yet to show if they're banning it or not, but yeah, plenty of first pick heroes in play for Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, Pure also plays a super hyper-aggressive carry Marcy, so it's definitely something I think Tundra would pick if it was there. We'll have to wait and see what Execration wants to give.
On top of that, I think Amar has opened the Pandora box when it comes to the Doom also. The Doom. Like, Falcons have played Doom and it looks very good. 33 Doom is something that, everybody knows by now. It's a hero he could decide to pull out at, one point. That's the thing with 33 is like he keeps teams guessing. He has so many cards ready, and that you kind of have to respect. You just don't know which one he's gonna, decide to play.
What's the motivation behind a gyro first ban? Because that's what you guys were talking about when you come into this. There are some respect bans, but then you end up leaving in those bigger problems for the draft.
Teams are using Gyrocopter as the response to the Axe, the Timbersaw, like the big kind of beefy boys that want to just exist in the side lane. When you have a gyro carry paired with a Tusk, a Clock, an Ench, any kind of aggressive 5, you can chase down that hero and threaten them. So I think it's just ensuring that 33 can play it. And also, Beastmaster's not banned, Lycan's not banned.
Yeah.
All of Execration's heroes, other than the Beast of the final phase, they were respecting kind of other concepts in the lineup. So yeah.
No, it's just a matter of like which Execration hero is going to deal with Lycan the best. You ban it and you pick the Lycan. I think it's pretty straightforward for Tundra. Like they're, you know, given their comfort zone, and we've seen kind of, again, we talk a lot about the 33 system. They ban it themselves. Or
Pick the Marcy, lock it in.
Okay, they go for the Marcy. So this could be, I mean, Pure is a big Marcy player also. It could be Ari, it could be Marcy, it could be Pure, it could also be 30. I don't think I've seen 33
I do not
Marcy
think that. I mean, okay, he can buy Dom, but I don't think he wants to play Marcy.
Okay, yeah.
He's not much of a right clicker. You think about meta heroes, he's not.
Trivia,
not
how many games do you think he's played competitively on Marcy?
0.
0?
It's 0?
No, I'm asking.
No,
I'm going to check.
I don't know, but very little. Very little. It is true it's a hero he hasn't really looked at as much as others. I mean, he obviously can't play it. I don't think it's a very difficult hero to play.
You weren't asking me, but...
No, I wanted your opinion too. It was 0.
Yeah.
33 has never played
there's no
a competitive Marcy.
Okay.
Congratulations, Nat and Quinn.
Which doesn't mean it can't happen.
Oh, you said 2?
Which doesn't mean it can't happen.
Participation medals are important too.
Close.
Thanks, Steve.
But no cigar. I think this, like, Puck is reasonably good against Marcy. You can't gank the Puck if you're for Marcy. And if you're mid Puck, then, or as carry Marcy, you will scale against him quite well and eventually will be quite good. The only thing is you pick this Puck on 9 and this Puck it can be exposed and it doesn't like one-to-one directly count. It doesn't necessarily counter Marcy, it's just good against Marcy, if you know what I mean. It's not impeding what Marcy's gonna do. She's still gonna be unreal broken in lane. She's gonna have a ton of kill threat and a ton of tempo. And Puck is a hero that is sometimes good at counteracting that, but it's so variant on how the lane goes, and you're playing blind, so you can play against a Monkey King, against an Ember Spirit, against a Huskar, against a Sniper. Like there are plenty of heroes that can be picked against Puck. So it's like, yeah, sure, Puck's fine against Marcy, but it's not some giga end-all be-all.
For Execration, they only have 1 ban. Like, what is that ban really going to be? Because, like you mentioned, there's so many heroes, so they value the support more. Because, like, for Tundra, I can easily see them going, like, a Dragon Knight plus a position 5. You keep the DK and the Marcy continually flex between multiple roles. Your draft doesn't kind of give too much information away. So for Execration, it's like, they need to find, like, the best ban here.
Yeah, I think I would like to see a Chen ban. I think you can't really afford. Okay, they ban Chen. That's good. Good. And they go for the Hoodwink.
Very reasonable.
Yeah, I mean DK is a good bet for sure. Like it's a good pick for Tundra. What else could they be going for here? Like they definitely want to start addressing this Puck because it is a hero that is very, I mean, I don't want to say easy to deal with. You can deal with it, but you do have to address it. You can't just pretend it's not in the draft.
I would just love DK Jakiro, just because I just want a 5 that can lane secure and play in any possible matchup. The DK to set up the flexibility, the lockdown, and then the first 3 heroes feel like they can play into pretty much any matchup.
I think the only thing about the DK is that it removes their opportunity to, I mean, because they can still flex the DK to carry actually, so it's
exactly,
so, yeah. Because I think they potentially want to keep the Huskar 18 open. That is the absolute worst lane for Puck. It is a complete and absolute nightmare. You cannot do anything.
And I don't think I love the DK with Bane and Marcy personally. I think it doesn't.
Yeah, the Bane
really good, but it doesn't really fit. Like you it's too much single targets in my opinion. Not enough damage. Probably need to be looking at other options now. I like keeping the Huskar possibility. They go for it anyway. Okay. I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It might not have to be a Marcy core, which leaves a little bit more room to, you know, versatility with other picks.
I mean, it's interesting that they take the Bane with the Dragon. Like, if they know they're taking Dragon, it's interesting they combo those heroes because you would generally take one or the other and then more follow-up damage elsewhere, especially with Marcy, who's like kind of a starter too. Maybe they think it's, I mean, in some ways, it is very good against Puck. You have the sleep and the grip. And you've also got Enfeeble, which can giga own Puck in random fights.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure about how the support matchup goes, but I can see a world where Bane trades well against Hoodwink on the side. The lane can be good. So maybe it's just a laning thing, and they feel like they have options for team fight, or maybe they don't even need the team fight, and they're so confident in their lanes and so confident in their tempo that they feel it's fine.
What is this Undying? Because like usually Undying versus Marcy is not the best. Like Marcy is like a typical counter to Undying. Like you just get rid of the Tombstone really quickly. I think if it's a +3 Undying, I quite like it.
It's CMO on 5 at the moment. The current standard for it.
Okay, so it will be a +5 Undying, which I think suffers a lot against Marcy, both on lane and in game.
I would like the offlane Undying. I think offlane Undying can be insanely good against Dragon. And once you have the 6, any fight you enter, you can like TP mid off this coil and kill him. You can have people rotate to your lane and kill him there. There's a lot of cute stuff.
Outside of lane, we mentioned the single target of Bane DK.
It is.
Okay. The shard is critical though for Undying. We haven't mentioned that, but the save, you can never grip a hero. You can never really DK jump a hero. Because if Undying has that good positioning, you just combo break it by putting them beside the tombstone.
It's a good draft, like by Execration. It's very all-in, like it's very early tempo, but I also quite like the CM versus Marcy. I think it's a big, it gives you a lot of tools in the laning phase. And right now this Marcy, I mean, it could be +1 still, but I think it could also, you know, go to the offlane. I think they're kind of leaning towards that a little bit more.
That I feel like that is a rough matchup. This CM needs to be so unreal heckin' careful. Like you, I don't know, you cannot enter the lane.
I'm gonna say this is even a good matchup for CM these days. See, the fact that you all paused for so long is the answer I needed.
Zoo-based heroes with a gyrocopter. You need, like, the carry has to be, like, super chill in the lane.
Yeah, they need to fix it.
But,
But at the same time, it's a pretty bad Axe game, isn't it? Like, Axe against Undying, I think is very scary. Axe against Buck can also be quite annoying. It's a good Axe pipe game, I guess, which is a build. I mean, to be fair, Neta has like such unconventional Axe builds that it might not even mean anything, an Axe game. Because if he goes Phylactery pipe, then it's not really an Axe anyway. Like,
I mean, if he does that, I think it's going to be pretty good this game.
Yeah. Probably the build he's going to go for, actually. Yeah, because the Blink Axe call doesn't really do much this game. It's not very reliable.
You're not playing against a dying puck.
Yeah, they're not dying. Like, you're just forcing your team to fight into a tombstone. It's actually, you're kind of baiting your team into something bad.
And I think Marcy in the 4 role is just going to be perfectly fine, right? You just have the Axe off lane, Marcy can pull waves. If there is going to be some hyper-aggressive carry to try and punish the Axe, then the Marcy's already kind of protecting it in that regard.
What are they going to ban for position 1? Like, what is Tundra banning? They banned Abaddon. I guess you maybe ban Ursa.
Yeah.
They do. Honestly, I don't dislike what Execration have right now. I think it's pretty solid, and I'm not super convinced by Tundra's draft overall. I think it's it lacks a few things. I wonder what the last pick is going to be. It can probably, I mean, they zero respect for Huskar, by the way, on Execration side. Like they're like they're just accepting to tank the matchup. So I don't know if that's a mistake or not.
I mean, Tundra definitely has the ability to pick it. I don't think you're playing puck carry, so it will just be puck against Huskar mid, which is quite rough.
The only thing is, game. What do you think of the other heroes? Do you think you mind Undying, CM, and Hoodwink?
I mean, Hoodwink is a little bit annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. It's quite good against it's quite good against CM. Dirge is like a little two-sided. It's kind of whatever.
Okay.
I mean, the real thing about Huskar, I think this game is they go with Bat Rider. Huskar is a bit redundant with Marcy, DK. It's like a lot of heroes with no spells, which I think can be a bit icky.
So that's like an RE Batrider, most likely, I would assume, and a position 1 Marcy, and a DK mid versus a puck. So it's pretty standard. It's heavy single target, so it's very good that they banned the Abaddon, because that would have caused a lot of issues. Obviously, Axe Bat is a very strong lane, so but CM is not a bad hero against that lane if the position 1 is also a strong laner.
A strong laner, either through damage or survivability. Because survivability.
No, I think you kind of need damage because like
so no void for the game.
CM needs to act as a threat on this lane because if CM is just like trying to typically if you pick a face's void, the CM is just gonna feed because she has nothing to play for, and eventually she'll just get attacked and just die.
The thought I had was like for a void, it's like CM can just go play with the Hoodwink Undying. You put so much pressure elsewhere, and then you get to utilize dilation to try and threaten BZO.
It's a great void game. Yeah, for sure. I just worry a lot about the lane. I think you pick the CM, you have to kind of enable it. I think if you don't, like CM really needs to win her lane. I think if she doesn't, she's just a really bad hero.
Okay.
That does it.
Yeah. We don't really see Luna, but where we see Gyrocopter, at least in Blast Slam, Luna is like the old version of it. Like the generic carry that can bully the tankier heroes, can farm quite well, get yourself to, kind of that mid game with confidence. I'm intrigued to know, is Palos still going to go for like the Helm of Dom, Manta Ags build that we've been seeing with the kind of the rise of Helm of Dom, or is he going to pivot again and show us like another build on the Luna?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just worried about the lanes for Execration because I think there's potential that they get just taken out back and rolled and smoked. And so I think if you are them, like, and you get through lanes, or you do well in lanes, then I think, okay, then maybe you've got chances because I think there are some redundancies on Tundra's draft, and it's not like the best draft ever, but their lanes are very good, and they are very good laners and very skilled players. So if I'm Extreme's coach, I may be sweating a little bit when I walk out the room.
And like this is typically the kind of side lanes where it can go both ways for like in both side lanes, so it's very exciting. It's gonna come down to skill and execution, because you know the CM Luna can do really well, but they can also just feed, and the same goes, you know, for Tundra and on the other lane, on the other side. And so it's gonna come down to, it's one of these rare cases where there's like no, it's like a 50-50, like pure 50-50 on both sides.
But Tundra can make mistakes, right? With the heroes that they have, if you do like a bad initiation on a Bat or a DK, you can reset. For Execration, a bad coil, a bad eclipse, a bad tombstone, you're gonna see that. That's gonna be punished in the, you know, the minutes after. So for Execration, they cannot let the pressure of going against Tundra get to them. Spellcasting has to be on point.
And I guess the biggest issue I have with the Execration draft is that it is a first pick Marcy that, in my opinion, has not really been addressed. Like, it's a very good BKB Marcy game, and he can take over the game.
Well, you guys were praising Execration and their unique hero picks coming into this series. You're praising their draft. Are we going to be praising their execution of this after their game against Tundra?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Action time here between Tundra and Execration. And Fog, there's a Luna. We never see this hero. Nobody's playing this. I feel like we don't even see this in your pubs. Nobody wants to pick the Luna right now, but Execration, they've said this is the game to bring it out. I mean, we could see Grandmaster or Master Tier, whatever it's called. This guy plays a lot of it, Palos, but is this the time to bring it out?
I guess we'll see. They're going all for comfort, right? Look at their draft. Bob is playing his signature puck. Tino's playing signature Undying. Shanks, they're literally going for pretty much the most comfortable draft that they can, trying to get some wins, because they're just not winning, Owen. Even though they're having some games that might be close, they truly are not winning. And let's see what build he goes for. I'm glad they brought that up at the end there. Is it going to be the build that we see in these high-level pubs where we've seen some of these Dominators into Mantas into the Ags, or is it going to be more of a traditional carry route? Which one does he want to do versus the Marcy? And that's the other one we have to talk about, right? The first pick Marcy, it's been banned. I think we've seen one Marcy game, me and you, because it's been banned every single game. So let's see if they drafted enough to deal with it, because there's no BKB piercing disable. So a BKB Marcy looks very scary.
We might. Oh, a nice 4-man bushwhack. That was very pretty. But it's not going to save Palos. Palos is going to get chased down, and that's... Well, they're trying to give it a Pure. And they'll succeed in doing so. Pure gets the first blood. He's going to take
another hunger.
Here. It's another 3-man bushwhack. You know, he's hitting these big bushwhacks. Will be enough to save himself there. But yeah, it wasn't enough to stop Tundra from getting that first blood.
That first bushwhack was a branch, right? Yeah, I think so. So he put the branch down and got a quad bushwhack to try to save Palos, but not the case. Okay, yeah, let's see how these lanes do go down, because as they said on the panel, these lanes, it does seem like Tundra put themselves in a pretty good spot with them, a very aggressive style, so we have to see how much CML can do to protect Palos. And let's see how Bob does in mid, because BZM is starting the lane with like 20% HP.
Now let's have a look. I mean, as you say, you know, Execration and Bob are very confident with the puck, happy to bring it out at that first pick. We'll see how well he does against a hero that can, quite a fair bit of the time, out-CS the puck.
This is Bob's best hero. So, I mean, Bob, love watching him play the puck, love watching him play as Lesh. Let's see what he can do this game, because there is quite a few things to trip him up, of course. Some instant disables coming in from multiple different sides.
Bottom lane. I mean, how is this lane then? Because this is really a lane that I feel like I haven't seen in ages. You know, it's an old school classic, but just one that's not really been, you know, sort of top pick in the meta for quite some time. The Luna CM.
It's like one of those lanes that teeter-totters on. You could potentially just chain die, right? You have to play it super careful on Execration to not get out of position, because any mispositioning can just lead to an instant kill. So CML will survive likely this time, but can't get caught on the side like that.
And then on the other side of things, on the top lane with the Tino Undying and the Shanks hoping, can these two get kills up here? Like, what sort of pressure can they put onto Pure?
I mean, it's a very strong, aggressive lane. It's just there's a Bane behind it, so it's hard for you to ever really get aggressive. And the power of Bodyguard is pretty terrifying. I guess it all depends on how many decay stacks come in, right? But I don't think that Pure would give them an opportunity to go for the kill on him. Should have a way to reset also if he does want to get an early point and rebound at 3. Can disengage after the initial stun. So I think Pure should be pretty okay up here.
What am I?
Oops, sorry.
Got to remove the Battle Hunger just in time. And in the mid, what are we seeing? Well, the BZM get that kind of edge that you'd expect, right?
Yeah, even if he's at, I just wanted to mention because it's like he was at 200 HP to start the lane. It really doesn't matter, even if Bob's trying to put that pressure onto him. The denies are just adding up. Bob's actually been hit by, I think that's the 3rd Breathe Fire I saw him tank. So if you do get hit from Breathe Fire, we always mention it's a 30 damage advantage.
Trying to turn it to take down Ari in 33, and they'll get the kill. They take Ari down.
Nicely done. If you can even get 1 or 2 kills in this lane, that's where you can start to be much more comfortable on the Luna top.
I mean, they tried to go on Tino, but he was ready to drop the tombstone and potentially turn. Whitemon's going to take a lot of damage from this. We'll get the brain sap off, though. Pure jumps back over to Tino. Hasn't quite got enough. Tino's got another decay. Throws it out onto the 2 of them. Tino's going to be fine, and Tundra are going to be kept very, very low. Shanks, can he find anything here? Now, Pure's got plenty of 1 charges ready.
33.
Fine.
Ooh. They continue to get dropped super. I mean, this lane is the one to watch for sure. We see 33. He is struggling in the last hit department. Palos is getting secured pretty well from the Crystal Maiden tanking it. So they are playing this lane very nicely right now on the side of Execration to not get bonked back from Ari.
$17 and 9 on Palos at the moment. Getting a good amount from this lane.
Yeah, it's constant spam. I see him out. He's playing with literal fire versus the Batrider.
Yeah, one sort of rough flame break out of position, and his life will come to an end. But until now, they've yet to be able to kill him.
He's doing, honestly, he's doing a almost perfect job so far. Like just waiting for resources. He's now at 400 HP. Palos is getting some sticky stacks on him, but they're patient. They're playing this really nicely right now. Up. Cuts the tree.
Now they're going to jump in onto Tino this time round. Have they got enough to finish him off? They do. Tundra able to get the kill before Tino's able to turn and survive with tombstones and decays.
Ooh, Shanks now too. There's another dispose.
He's got the bushwhack to hold back Pure. And they won't look to die.
Okay.
So Shanks will live. Pure able to continue to free farm though here in the safe lane.
Something I always try to point out, right? You're playing versus the Hoodwink. A lot of these players, a lot of these melee players that are getting the early Calling Blade, they're gonna cut those trees, so the stun has to be perfect.
Palos stepped up pretty far here. CML's trying to bail him out, but the stacks are building up from the sticky. Do it the Frostbite to hold back 33. Palos, he will survive. Backups in from Shanks, and now they're ready to turn. They look to 33. They'll get another Battle Hunger off. It doesn't matter. 33's gone. Frostbite's back up. CML's got the catch onto Ari. A lot of stacks though onto Shanks and CML. CML will go down. Ari can't quite get Shanks as well. Shanks will survive. So they get the trade, but again, one that Execration they're going to be happy with. Palos continues to be able to farm. They get the jump. And they have the burst here between the Dragon Tail and the Brain Sap to take Bob down. So Tundra will find a favorable trade here over in the mid at the same time as losing their offlane bottom.
Oh, BZM, he's trying to keep he's body blocking his catapult in mid to try to keep it alive for push. Palos.
This time round, he won't get any backup in time. CML was TPing in, but not able to make it back in soon enough to help the Luna. So this time round, Tundra succeeding in pushing Palos out of the lane.
I do have to give them some good credit though in this bottom lane. CML has played like kind of Giga Chad CM to step up and prevent some of the aggression, but yeah, this time Palos steps up too far to the power of Batrider. Whitemon?
Mid. Got the bushwhack. They're onto Whitemon. They'll drop the Dream Coil as well for him. He'll have Brain Sap in a second. Shanks trying to chase the orb. It's going to be dodged. Whitemon able to turn, get the Brain Sap off onto Shanks, and BZM's in with the Dragon Tail to kill Shanks off. Whitemon's still alive here. He'll juke through the tree line. Bob will find and finish him with the orb. So Bob's still able to get the kill at the end of it all, as they'll get the support for support trade.
Tino.
No, not going to be able to push Pure off it. Pure's able to get the steal on it. They'll drop the tombstone down, Tino, but Pure pushing on with the ultimate. One more flurry of punches. Will do
and
it.
The tombstone
will not save Tino, and indeed Pure able to farm that as well. TP coming back in here.
The tree.
Tino back in the game with Ceaseless Dirge. Not going to have any further control, so yeah, Pure getting everything there, really. getting the wisdom, getting the kill, getting the tombstone. He's getting a lot.
And we had concerns. It's a first pick Marcio. I really don't think that is addressed enough. And he's going to go again.
They'll get the jump onto Tino. Tino this time round. Few ways to try and save himself, so as quickly as he's back in the game with the ceaseless dirge, they'll be able to take him back out. Another kill for Pure.
Concerns for sure. I mean, this Marcy's getting way too much. That was literally 1,000+ gold and 1,000+ experience he got in like a minute or so. And Bob again.
He's killed him off. He gets the dragon tail before Bob's able to jump out to the orb.
Uh-oh. Tundra, they're picking pace. It's only 8 minutes in, but now they're starting to get quite a bit of kills.
CMO's going to be fine, but yeah, this top lane, nobody wants to head up here. Pure's going to be able to get good pressure onto the tower now with the Helm of the Dom. Shoving in the wave.
That's the thing, too, is Tino, he went back up there because it was like a double wave, right, from earlier, maybe even a triple because the way Pure dove. And then he misses the XP again. Look at the experience on this Undying now. It's level 5 to almost level 8 Marcy because of how aggressive Pure was able to play from all the moves that happened on all the rest of these lanes. This is crazy levels of farm on a Marcy.
They're bringing back up there. 4 heroes of Execration looking to try and punish Pure. The Bushwhack's going to miss, but they do still have the Dream Coil. Pure surely will be going down here. 4 heroes surround him, Frostbite into the orb. They will finally put an end to Pure's reign here on the top lane.
And thank goodness that Bob gets the last hit. I was like, please, one of the cores needs to get this last hit, and it will be Bob. Needs it a whole lot here. In the meantime, though, BZM, just off that quick little time, we'll be able to pretty much finish off the mid tower. Whitemon. Ooh. That was close. And bottom Palos, it's just aggression everywhere. Execration.
Palos, he'll get the ult off. Doing a fair bit of damage in return. We'll at least be able to bring down Ari with him, but overall 33 getting the last laugh there with the dunk.
Just moved everywhere.
Thinking about trying to go for the dive on Pure. TPs are coming in to back Pure up. Pure is going to be able to pop the ult, potentially stand his ground with the backup coming in. Pure might just be fine. They have the Nightmare in on towards CML.
Oh god, 33.
Side gets the call onto the two of them into the follow-up jump forward from Pure, gripping onto Shanks. It's all 3 of them dead as Pure survives as the backup arrives.
Holy crap, Tundra is... This is the most explosive and most aggressive I think I've seen them throughout this tournament in the first 10 minutes. It's 13 kills in 10 minutes. Looking for moves everywhere. BZM, Blink is done. He's decimated the mid lane with the small rotations from Whitemon. Now, it looks like they kind of owned in all 3 lanes because of these last few moves.
Oh yeah, they're crushing it. Execration again, they're bringing the numbers towards the top. They really want to find Pure. They do have the Dream Core, but Pure's already back under the Tier 1 tower. They can't afford to try and go for that play. They'll still lose that Tier 1 tower themselves on the top lane. They know that they have to try and do something about this Marcy, but it's not easy.
And now it's pretty big concerns, I would say, for Execration leading forward because their Undying is super underfarmed. He's their frontliner. The Puck, there's so many different forms of catch. And Luna, there's a reason we don't really see this hero too much right now. It can be very risky and very fragile. Like, shows up to a fight and is just pretty much dead at every single time. And Palos has gotten slowed down a lot in this game. Luna wants to play from ahead by a decent margin, and by no means is he even close to ahead.
And it's just go here from Tundra. As soon as they get the Blink Dagger pick up on BZM, they're coming out with the smoke. See what BZM can find here. You know, Whitemon doesn't quite have the Fiend's Grip back up, still 30 seconds or so. And Execration, they're playing very careful here, grouped up as the 4 on this high ground.
This says a lot, though, right? They're farming Ancients and Triangles as 4. They're hitting neutrals together. That's the pressure that they're feeling at the moment. Yeah, explosive from Tundra. It is going to be a normal build this time on 33. You know, the panel was saying it might be one of those games where he goes for the pipe, goes for like this phylactery build, but I think because of the game that he's gotten, he can go for this blade mail first, and then, yeah, I guess he can switch up toward the pipe afterwards rather than go for the blink. Very good this game, this blade mail versus Luna.
Oh yeah, I mean, pretty much gets all 5 heroes right. All 5 of them are throwing out AoE damage, so something's going to get returned when you turn up a blade mail as an axe.
Palos,
he will get the ult off, but they're there ready to split the damage. Ari will still die to the tower here, but it doesn't matter. They get what they came for. Can they punish Tundra anything more here? They will find BZM with the shot coming in from Shank. So all things said and done, Execration will make sure that they find something out of this. Maybe even Whitemon as well. The Bushwhack is going to latch perfectly there on the edge of the tree. 33 is coming. Wrap around, and Pure, he'll turn up, get the jump in, the call follow-up. They're locking down Bob. Bob to fall. And now Tino and Shanks, they've got to try and run. Battle Hunger in onto Tino. Tino's going to pop down the tombstone, maybe consider trying to fight back against Pure, but with Pure having the ult going, it's dangerous. Another jump in. Tundra, they're cleaning up. They get the three of them. They'll turn to CML. I mean, there was a moment.
It's a disaster.
Of that sort of play around the tier 2, it was kind of okay, right? They managed to get the core kill, but then they chased a little too much, Fogged.
I think they should have been satisfied with the 2 kills that they got, but just really wanting to go for the bait. I think they have to, especially when they're behind like this, I think they have to be satisfied when they do get some of these kills that are in just that deep of a position and just don't overchase. Because Pure, he's going to turn up to every fight. He knows his strength. So yeah, that was a really painful chase for Execration as they got at least some return kills. Now it's back to as maybe even worse than it was before after that chase forward.
Execration, what's the next big sort of timing that they're closing in on?
I honestly, I don't really know because Tino's game is so bad. He's 0-5 on the Undying, and he's the one that they have to like rally around to be able to fight around and get all the spell connection. Everyone at Tundra's massive. Pure is going to have a BKB probably just for that next fight versus Execration's entire magic damage lineup. There's no physical early. It's going to take a very long time for them to ever have that physical. As we said, just, yeah, the first pick, Marcy, I really don't feel like it was addressed enough in the draft.
Go for the smoke here now that they've got the ults back up. See if they can make a play with the Eclipse and the freezing field.
They gotta get this connection. The BZM almost has BKB too. Like they need to get these kills and fast.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So they're not finding anything.
No. I think the next fight's gonna have 2 BKBs on Tundra.
Radiant's middle tower.
If there's a 5v5 clash, and that would be total disaster for Execration as Tundra set up for the next move. They're actually smoking for a catch with BZM.
Maybe Pure. Pure.
It's got BKB.
He's got his BKB. Ready to pop it immediately and just starts running Palos down. He's got the opening here with the Dispose, and now the backup arrives. Fiend's Grip in on towards, and they immediately put a stop to the freezing field as both Palos and CML fall. Shanks, he'll get the bushwhack onto the 3 of them. Let's see if he's able to escape. It doesn't look like it. Ari able to get on top with the lasso. They just can't make the plays right now, Execration. It's far too difficult. And as you mentioned, these BKB timings pretty much make everything that Execration are trying to throw into a team fight redundant. They just can't get the kills.
That was the special delivery, I think, too, right? If it was a normal courier walking out to him, it wasn't going to make it in time for the BKB, but he just uses his innate, or her innate ability, of course, and just, appears on top of him, gets the delivery, has the BKB. I don't know. I feel like Execration's almost gone. Yeah, look, it's just, this is there.
Exactly as you said, that instant delivery.
Oh my god, actually, Execration has a ward behind the tower, too, so they maybe didn't expect any of this because of that, so, yeah. I mean, Marcy things. What a game so far here from Tundra. It's looking a bit hopeless for Execration, and it's sad to say that, but
it's just so hard with their lineup right now.
Yeah,
play from this sort of position. They needed to have something go right, and at the moment, sure, Palos, he's not too far behind, but he ain't in a great spot.
No, I mean, Luna, I keep saying it, right? Like, Luna wants to play from ahead, and he's playing like massively from behind. I think that most of their draft likes to play from ahead rather than having ways to come back from behind. It's one of those drafts that can really suffer if it does falter in the early game.
I mean, they're going to try this move again,
BKB's just full counter it.
Pure's BKB's back up. So he could just pop the BKB, and he could just turn and jump straight back onto them. He's got the control on his Shanks. Shanks is gone. Freezing field again, immediately put to an end. They're just trying these desperate moves, Fogged. I mean, you can almost feel it, right? They know they don't really have any other option, but the only option that they do have, it still ain't a great one.
Man, I mean, I don't really know what to say, too, because I'm like, Execration, they drafted everything they wanted, right? Like, we talked about it. This is their signature kind of style of draft, too, and Tundra has just completely crushed them. It's not even close now.
Oh, and now
that 9K, this 9K feels like a 20K lead with the way that their draft functions versus Execrations, because they've got these BKBs on the 2 main cores and they've got a pipe. And It's literally only magic damage on the side of Execration. Even I mean, Palos is still queuing up that Manta Ags build too, and they
Oh
have
boy, I mean I guess that's just the way, maybe the only way you can play Luna right now, but indeed, as you say, that's not going to give them any sort of solutions, and Orb was still up just long enough for him to jump out there, Bob. Really getting caught out. See if he's able to make his way back through the trees. Flame Break, not back, we'll say no. Shanks will go down. Slowly.
Give him the dunk.
Surely.
Give him the dunk.
Where's the dunk? There you go.
Whitemon?
Whitemon, I mean,
Get the
he's
catch.
got grip at the red if he can get in. Can't quite get the reach onto Bob.
So close. Level 4 Nightmare too for that little extra cast range that you get from each one of the levels. Almost gets the catch. Tundra's just running at them. Like literally, look at this. Anyone they say, they're just like, get him. Pure, high-fiving. Will juke the rebound. But
easy juke.
Goodbye, CML. Goodbye, my friend. Goodbye, Crystal Maiden. Give him the dunk.
Here it comes. Oh,
excuse me?
That's just rude.
He ran.
Meanwhile, Palos trying to go in with
meters.
the Eclipse on a BZM, but BZM's got the BKB. He just turns, tanks the Eclipse, and we'll be able to kill a Palos. Maybe a dunk here.
Here we go.
There we go. BZM, you know, that's going to be 33's favorite core player outside of himself in the team now. Pure lost that opportunity. Not letting him dunk. Very rude. It's a rough.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. Oh, and I gotta be honest, there's nothing they can do. It's only 19 minutes too. I gotta say, I'm gonna reiterate it too. It's like Tundra. This has to be the most explosive game from them I've seen inside of this. Because usually Tundra is more of a kind of chill out kind of team, but I think they just seized opportunities that they saw, and they have just really strong lanes, really aggressive heroes. And although Execration has a draft that's comfortable for them, it does not feel like it's doing much of anything. They're gonna try play top.
Let's have a look. But Pure's ready to pop BKB. Now get the jump onto Axe. Can they kill 33? They can.
They can.
They get 33. Anything more? Let's have a look. Pure. They want to chase on for this, Bob.
Oh, Bob.
Try.
Oh my God.
But hey, it's something.
Scared for him.
They got to
Yeah, I mean, you take anything you can get. You may have to bring 5 heroes to kill him, but you take anything you can get at this point on the side of Execration. Oh, Arcane Rune. All right, Bob will just snag that one away. Smoke up, Tundra. Looking for a further catch. It's almost 21 minutes, so they can go for Shrine Steal if they want to. Tormentor's also available, but looks like they want to kill first.
See him out. They got him. Pure's in with the jump. Another Frostbite. Again, making Pure work for this.
Already looked for the next big kill. He went for the puck instead, so he was trying to get a bigger kill rather than just a Crystal Maiden. Meanwhile,
of course, Shanks as well. Palos.
Palos.
They'll go with the Eclipse. We'll get Whitemon. Won't be able to get BZM though. But a kill nonetheless.
Bottom. That's a lot of battle hungers.
Tino. Dunk. Oh, not coming in this time. Couldn't quite get it off there with the spin being procced.
BZM will just walk in, take the Shrine. BZM, 33 just playing 2v1.
Really push the tier 2s. Fortification will come out from Execration. Pure not going anywhere. And he
did go for the Axe in this game, which is pretty cool. The silence is definitely very effective in this game versus all 5 heroes this early, especially too. BZM.
Oil BZM, but BZM just pops the BKB, turns and nearly solos Bob. Another second orb to jump out to the high ground. 2 tier 2s taken here by Tundra.
And Tundra will
grows.
They're still giving them some respect in a lot of these fights, like not going into some of these blind high grounds, even though like the Eclipse was down. So Tundra, they're not like over pushing their tremendous lead that they do have right now. Still looking to play very careful. Whitemon will get the shard. We'll be able to get that farm going. And an Orchid now, and a Blink on the Axe. 2 very big pickups. We don't have a Yules on Bob. He's gonna go for Lincoln's perhaps eventually, but now there's gonna be so many different things to control him. And Palos, the Ags is almost done at the least. just see how much it's going to actually do, because as we mentioned, double BKBs plus a pipe.
And there's the jump. Ari straight in with the instant lasso onto Bob.
Honestly, Ari's been like revitalized on this team, it feels like. He is looking at in absolute top form. Loving the heroes that he's playing to. His bounty and his bat are looking really, really good.
33. He's found the opening onto Palos.
The Hungers.
Palos trying to run. 33 will dunk the illusion, a speed up and chase down Palos.
Big brain.
Palos. They'll pop the Eclipse, but they can tank it here with a pipe.
Another dunk for speed.
Yeah, keeping that boost going. And Pure, he's in on top of Palos. Palos is gone. Tino trying to battle around his tombstone, but the tombstone's taken down, gripping onto Tino. Execration cannot piece together a team fight. Tundra, 34 to 9, 23 minutes in, 18k lead. It's quite the stomp here, Fogged.
Absolute beatdown, yeah. As you said, pretty much no hope for the side of Execration. I hate when I say that too. I feel really, really bad for him, but yeah, there's just no moves on the map that they can really make. It's just everything has been countered, and yeah, the sequence that happened pretty early on in this game. That 7 minutes in particular, right? I feel like the 7-minute one, like the game was just almost decided because Pure stealing Shrine, them losing kills, dying with Tombstone, losing multiple heroes. Just, yeah. Tundra on point.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Palos. Stepping out, but straight away Pure makes the jump onto him. Palos will get the Mantrop, be able to back off as Shanks holds back Pure with the Bushwhack for now. Pure does have the BKB ready to press if necessary. Sharpshooter's gonna miss. Ari comes in from the side, knocks back Palos, and there's 33 in with the call. Catches Palos, catches Shanks as Palos to fall. Shanks dead as well, the 4 of them gone. As the push from Tundra will come into the high ground now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Execration, we'll see if they go for one final fight, but they might have just had enough Fog.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't called it, to be quite honest with you. I know it's only like 25, but yeah. Tundra, this is, like I said, explosive, super good draft, very good plays. The first pick, Marcy, not addressed. We know why Marcy's getting banned every game, of course, too, as we see the potency with Pure.
Bob. See if we could try for some sort of last setup. Maybe they can find something here. At the Bushwhack. Pipe's gonna be popped. They'll get the Dream Coil onto the bat, but onto the Marcy. Sharpshooter in as well. But here he goes with the ult. Ready to jump out. They will push them back. But both the mid and the bottom melee racks taken away from them. And they're not able to punish Tundra.
Most farmed Marcy I've ever seen. He's got Revenant's Brooch, BKB, Blink, Ags, Dominator. It's 25 minutes. Can we get that GPM? What's it looking at, actually? 758. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. For not having like a traditional quote-unquote farming. I guess Dominator is a farming item in a way, right? But still, pretty insane stuff coming out from Pure this game. And from all of Tundra.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Execration, is there anything that they're close to? They nearly have the Ags on Palos. But still obviously hard to really imagine seeing that make a difference in these fights. There's another grab, Ari. They'll catch Tino.
Dire's top is under attack.
Bob trying to take the wave with him, but 33.
They glyph it.
Gonna have to blink up in a second. Bob.
He glyphed it and piped it. Bob trying to clear it, but 33 keeps the wave alive because the glyph.
And they've still got the mid wave coming in as well. So Tundra already continuing with the siege, finish off the bottom set of racks, move over towards the top. The fortification. Aghanims is done on Palos, so maybe they'll just try and piece together one final attempt at a team fight. Execration. The tier 3 top's gone. The rack's exposed. Pure gonna dodge the Bushwhack this time, ready to see if he can actually get the aggressive jump in. We'll blink out, they'll drop the coil here. Pure, still keeping chill, doesn't need to press the BKB quite yet. BZM will pop his to back off. As the damage is done. I've taken out the full set of Barracks top as well. Tino. Trying to poke for a fight, sets down the tombstone. 33 will turn with the call, BKB popped as well. And by 33, they'll opt to back out Tundra, at least 33 will. He'll TP away from the fight.
Yep.
The Tundra, they'll happily reset.
Yep, they probably can just go for the fight, but they can just reset, wait till they step out a little bit further, and they're just going to...
A rough one. We haven't really had too many stomps, I feel, here, plus that 4 group stage. But this was certainly one of the rare ones. 40-9, 27 minutes in, 30k lead for Tundra. Execration, despite having some of their bread and butter hero player combos, it just was completely solved by what Tundra had in mind in terms of what to bring out against them, Fog.
Yeah, they didn't have a recovery outlet, right? I think this draft is kind of all in terms of we need to do really well in our lanes, and then we're going to progress into the mid game because of that. But once the lanes go bad, there's nothing to really play around because Luna's a bit of a risky hero. Undying needs to have a good lane to start, and Puck, there's no way that this game is going to be very good for Bob. So just overall, Tundra, the game plan worked better than I think anyone could have even expected because that was an absolute beatdown.
Absolutely a rough one there for Execration as Tundra take the game very easily.
Well, I don't like this attitude coming out of Fogged. Better than anyone expected. Please, Seb definitely expected that. He expected Tundra to be playing that cleanly and that dominantly in this game.
I did. Thank you for mentioning. I was not gonna. I usually don't, stand up for myself.
You.
Thank you.
I'll do it for you.
That feels good.
Yeah, that's a rough one. What can you say? I mean, Tundra is honestly just in great form right now. I think any team will have a hard time going up against them. We've seen them clap plenty of cheeks. These are not the first ones to be smacked around. And it happens sometimes. Sometimes the lanes don't go so well. You're playing against a good team, and you get punished. And they got punished.
But also Tundra are doing it in different styles, right? Like they're doing it either through 33 or through maybe BZM on mid lane and then Aureus as well. Like at different points in the games that we've seen, a different player stepped up to be the kind of the biggest tempo control of their aggression. And this time, like look at the items on Axe. He's got the blade mail. He then goes to the pipe straight after. Like he's not buying blink. He's not trying to do any crazy initiation. It's just methodical map positioning and overwhelming your opponent. And Execration, they had like no fight in them. They were just running around accepting death.
Yeah, we do talk about Dota being very cyclical at times, where we are going to see old combos come back into the meta, come back into fashion. And whilst the Luna CM is that older style of combo, we just haven't completed the full circle yet. So whilst it was decent in lane, it was just very lackluster when it came into that extra step out of the lane.
Honestly, it just came down to small mistakes, I think, because they were actually off to a good start. Like, I was looking at this bottom lane, like the CM Luna, they started dominating, they killed the bat, the Axe was starving. I think they just didn't respect, like, the camera was not always on that lane, but eventually the Luna started getting, like, close to dying, the Hoodwink TP'd, everything just collapsed. And I think, like, that is, like, one of the big differences between, like, the best in the world and, like, teams that are trying to get there is reacting to what actually matters. Because honestly, like the Hoodwink TP's bottom, he just ruins the top lane because of it. I mean, he doesn't ruin it per se, but it just happens to be so that Undying now has no game. Now Hoodwink is starving, there are no stacks. Like everything just collapses. And sometimes you just have to accept that some things are not gonna go your way in Dota and just have to be good at knowing when to react and when to let it go. And I think this was a prime example of like, overreacting to mistakes that are just, they're just there and you just have to accept them.
But also, like, drafts are meant to create problems for your opponent, right? Like, when you pick a hero, it's like you have to make them overthink, do I want to try and punish that hero or what? But the whole draft from Execration was, I pick a Puck, I let you counter it. Then I pick an Undying, trying to punish you, but it's not really, there's no, like, impact. Like, the entire draft, every pick just felt like it was just, okay, it's just there. Like, compare it to Spirit, Falcons, Tundra, all of their picks, every other one feels like, oh, wow, it's a big blow to the enemy team. But, yeah, for Execration, the draft just had no life to it, and, yeah.
I feel like it is a very stark reminder as well to not let Marcy through in the draft. We were always wondering, day one, it was a bit up in the air. Do teams value picking it up still? Do teams value banning it? Well, the answer was banning it. Now we come across a team that's willing to let it through and up against Tundra who's willing to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, he had a very strong performance. But I also think on Execration's side, they didn't really counter it. I think we've seen that a few times throughout this tournament where people leave heroes for first pick, and then they just don't counterpick them, and they play against that hero in a really good game. And Marcy in a good Marcy game is gonna smack you. But they could have taken the Bane themselves. They could have picked another BKB control. They could have picked something like Dirge is really bad against Marcy in lane. They counterpicked themselves in lane, and also didn't pick any BKB control, which is like classically what you want against Marcy. So while Marcy tore up this game, I think other teams should potentially still try to play against it, just with like actual answers.
Yeah, I think we didn't get to see like what the Execration draft could have offered. I don't think it would have ended up working, if I'm honest. I think they would have run into other issues, but again, you kind of never know. It's like too many ifs. But it came down to execution. It wasn't clean enough. They kind of got outclassed by Tundra, which completely stopped any plan they might have had.
I want to take a look at our group standings because we are halfway through our day number 4 right now. And there's been 2 streams showing games, not only here, but we do have our secondary stream as well. And with this win for Tundra, it makes them tied with Falcons 7-1. And they're Heroic and Spirit tying themselves as well, with Heroic's win a little bit earlier. And then as you look down, yeah, unfortunately for Execration, it does now result in a 2-7 scoreline for them. So most amount of games played in that lower region, but unfortunately that also does come with the caveat of the most number of losses right now on a team.
Yeah, it has to happen to somebody, but on the bright side for them, they're not out yet, and they still can play that best of 3. And still, you know, they have time to learn and potentially pull it together for that last best of 3. You see it all the time. And I think back to TI12 where Nouns beat Spirit in the best of 3 decider and ended up going to the upper bracket. These things do happen, and I think that's a light for Execration. It's like, okay, we're losing some games here. Our position in the bracket is not great, but we're not out yet. And if we can figure some things out and pull some things together, get something that works for us, maybe we can still make it.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I think like best of 1 is maybe a little bit more punishing when you have like drafting weaknesses, like you know, in your system. So if this was a best of 3, they would have been able to draw some conclusions going into the second game and have like somewhat of a more stable draft.
Yeah, well, we talked about it in the group standings. Heroic are looking very good for themselves, but a team that I didn't mention is their opponent, Na'Vi.
Will be the bash there. Nisha, can he jump his way out of this? Moving through to the side of the Wukongs, but got the juices in on top of him. Nisha's gone for 70 seconds and got the juices ready to push off more. The cooldown comes out onto all 4 of them. PMA follows up with the Rolling Thunder. It's over for me.
Chase here. Really go for it. Hook shot lands on it too with a follow-up crush. That controls up Schofield. Got header, Hoof flash, and now the Hoof second roar was still in the bag for Whisper. He only had to use one of them for mid-game because of Device. Such a sick hoof stop.
It was only about an hour ago that we saw Heroic playing here on this stream. It was up against Aurora, and that was another game for them that just looked very clean. We're always wondering, is this a team that could only find success, Quinn, if they're looking for a comeback? Well, that game was a pretty clear answer that no, there's a lot of different avenues in which this team can play.
Yeah, I think they're getting a lot of fans right now with the way they're playing. They're playing fiery and fast, and I think at a TI especially that was a bit on the slower end, I think it's very cool to see a team that goes against the grain and wants to play quick, wants to be crazy and run you over, and do wild stuff all the time. I think that is very refreshing and exciting, and I think I'm honestly just looking forward to watch them play every time they do play.
I just want to know if Yuma can keep up this pacing he's providing, right? As a carry player, to be so forward-thinking. We spoke about in the previous series how he was very sacrificial in like his map play. Other carries would want to hit the jungle. He's crossing the river early, using twin gates, really thinking how to throw my Gyrocopter, my Pudge into the middle of the fight. It's like, what other heroes can he do it on? And if he's not on those heroes, will he be able to, or will Heroic look as good? Because I think he is a key piece in a lot of their aggression.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, because like you know, we meet other pro players in public games a lot, and this is a carry that it's not so typical in carry players. Like he's very obsessed with the bigger picture. Like he has a really good grasp on what's going on with the map, with his teammates, with ally enemy heroes, and he takes a lot of responsibility in how he wants the map to be played, which also results in the movement we see from him sometimes, where like he's connecting to runes, he's gating. So this like he's very aware of the whole picture.
Yeah, the thing is, Yuma has just leveled up, and I don't know like how to describe it, but in a way that now he is consistently in that conversation of outperforming in a carry role for 3 tournaments in a row that he's played now. TI, he had an absolutely outstanding performance. We saw online, the online fissure that they ended up winning as well, amazing performances. And then even here in games that they're losing, it still feels like he's having such an impact from the carry role.
No, I mean, I think you even hear it from other carry players, and I think people who play that role are often the harshest critics of other people who play the role. Mid players hate mid players, carry players hate carry players. But you can hear from other carry players their respect for Yuma, whereas I think if you go back 6 months, you might not have gotten the same answer. It may have been some, yeah, he's okay, But like now people, oh, he had a good TI. He played quite well, I think you can feel that respect from his peers, and I think that is a very telling sign that this guy's the real deal.
Yeah, Yuma's starting to make a name for himself there, obviously been around for a while, but on the other side of this matchup is Na'Vi, full of 4 players who are still yet to make a name for themselves when it comes to this international stage. Of course, we have a lot of young players, a lot of new players, and whilst they were at TI, they weren't getting the result they wanted. And now picking up CY as a coach, it feels like the impact is there. The oomph has finally arrived for them because their scoreline 4-3. I want to tell everyone, the only 3 teams that they have lost to is Falcon, Spirit, and Tundra.
Okay, that's a statement. And they seem to have a... I mean, this team has a lot of synergy. I think they've been playing together for a while. I think they... I was looking at the team picture. I'm like, maybe they even go to the haircut guy, like to the haircut place together.
The hairdressers together.
They have a very similar haircut, which is pretty funny. Like there's like synergy all over the place. But no, on a more serious note, I think like they have been building, this kind of roster together for a while now. Obviously, Zayak has been like the latest addition, but it's already been a while, and this at some point starts paying off big dividends because they must have established like a very high level of trust, a very high level of comfort, and these things come into play. This is something that usually you assemble like a star roster and then you have to build these things. Like they went the other way around where like all this has been established. Now they just need to gather the experience, the knowledge, and all of a sudden it's going to be a team that's hard to stop.
Sorry, T, you looked like you wanted to. Why do you bait me like this?
Because I wanted to say something, and then this like voice in my head. It's a crazy concept. Sorry to break the 4-4. He said, "Do not go now right now, and that needs to go to the interview." So, guys,
Well, do you want to take us?
Like I said, from the producer's voice, Nat needs to go now. It's time for the interview.
What was the choice about you guys on Na'Vi staying together post TI?
We believe in each other. We believe that we can be a great team. So we did only like one transfer. We kicked our coach and picked up, I think, very good choice, CY, to our team. And now anything is getting better and better.
Yeah, what was it like bringing CY on? How has he changed you as a player and also the team?
I don't know, he's just a good guy who is smart and always trying to cheer up us, saying like smart stuff. I don't know, just like a great guy.
So it's more than just the Dota knowledge that he's bringing to the team?
Yeah, I think it's both. It's a nice guy and like Dota knowledge.
That's awesome. And how are you feeling about Blast Slam 4? It's the first time we're getting to see you, and you guys are doing pretty well in groups.
Yeah, we hope to go to playoffs so we can be in Singapore. But yeah, nice. Now, right now it's feeling nice, like to play from home, and we are winning at least.
How are you guys feeling for your game up against Heroic that's coming up?
We played against Heroic so much on scrims and in general. I know, I'm just wanted to fuck them, but we will see.
So you feel pretty calm about it, you're a very familiar opponent.
Yeah. Whisper is a new guy for me to meet on mid lane, so I need to show him how to stay here.
Stay here.
There we have it. Niku has his own personal vendetta in this best of one. It isn't just to win the game, but it's also to show Whisper, hey, this is what's up. This is how the mid laners are really done.
I mean, mid laners are, egotistical. It's all by themselves. It's them versus the world.
Not you, though, Quinn.
Yeah. No, I'm only saying because Quinn's here.
Different.
No, he's the same.
Not.
Then, when a new guy comes to the mid, you want to protect it with all your pride.
You see the wording, right? Like, I want to show him how to stay here. Like, here as in, like, it's my home,
Yeah,
it's like, it's my turf, it's the mid lane.
Exactly.
Like,
You knocked on my door.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm
like, it
kicking
really
you
sounds
off
like
my
that.
porch.
That's a lot of confidence. It's like, hey, you're coming to me, you're coming to my kingdom here. And he's coming there with a Leshrac, I guess, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking at this draft, the bans aren't really the interesting part. For sometimes that has been it for teams. However, just opening up with like a Lesh, whilst there is that Nature's Prophet that's still in the pool, it's like, okay, what sort of statement is being made here?
It's quite interesting because you mentioned, Quinn, that Quap was like one of the roughest matchup for Lesh, and it's been banned by Na'Vi because obviously like it's been a first pick for Heroic, so they're respecting it, and maybe that opened up the Lesh. They're like, well, Quap is out, so we can just safely first pick the Lesh.
Yeah, I mean, Lesh is a hero that doesn't really lose lane to much stuff. He's quite strong. There's some less typical heroes that are sort of out of the meta that are more traditional counters to Lesh, like Death Prophet or Sniper or things like this, but these heroes are kind of iffy and it's quite hard to make them work. And so realistically, assuming people don't pick sort of out of the box stuff, you can do pretty well in most cases. Na'Vi is also 24, not 18, so they're not really going to get this 18 Huskar most likely, and you can't pick Huskar on 9. So I think Furion is not a bad answer by any means.
No, it's just nice to follow the pashing, right, of the Leshrac. And itemization-wise, we've seen how Vessel can be quite annoying. You don't really see blade mails and stuff anymore, at least from supports you might, but it's just, yeah, in core role, just follow the Leshrac. Where he goes, you go, enter the fight with BKB, try and threaten him, don't allow him just to eat your team alive.
What do we think of the Prophet answer to the Lesh? Like, I tend to think it's pretty nice for Prophet. It might be both ways, because I guess it's also an easy like kill for Lesh. Like, what do we think of that?
I think mid Furion is two-sided against Leshrac, because if ganks occur in the rune fights, it can potentially get a little hairy for Nature's Prophet. But I think if he's in another lane or carry or anything really, you can bring these, like T said, you can bring the numbers to the Leshrac and Fury can TP in. And Leshrac doesn't do well against multiple numbers. The edict damage gets split, and the hero is like somewhat easy to be kited. And if he falls behind, the hero is super bad. Leshrac, that is the thing about risky thing about picking Leshrac early, is from behind his gameplay is run in, all of his damage is legit point blank, right? And a hero whose damage is all point blank, standing next to people when you're 10k down is not a great call.
But that's why the Pudge from Na'Vi, right? Zayas has played it already in the tournament. You put a position 4 Pudge into the mix. Unlike Yuma's Pudge, where he's trying to frontline and be the carry, of course, he's going to play for grabbing people away from that initiation. You get hook shot from a Claw Cord, blinked on by a Leshrac. Pudge can disjoint that initiation and allow Na'Vi to understand the fight and then take it accordingly. So I think just good positioning from Pudge can actually break this.
Yeah, it's also somewhat of it's a soft counter to Leshrac, because the Flesh, whatever it's called, the Pudge E blocks a lot of the edict ticks. So it's like a support that you won't actually kill 100-0 if you go on top of him. He'll press the Flesh thing and fight you, and he can be okay. There's also some Sprout into hook dynamics in skirmishes that can be pretty spooky.
I want to see, like, Na'Vi, they have a lot of angles they need to cover right now, because I think like the summon picks are very dangerous, like on 18 on Heroic, like it's typical Davilama fashion, like, you know, all the Lycans, the Beast. I mean, Beast has been banned, but Lycan, Enigma that he's played last game synergizes very well with the Clockwork.
Lycan is also banned.
Lycan is also banned, okay. Yeah. So it's mainly the Enigma they have to cover. It's very good against Prophet, very good against Pudge support especially. Not as good against Pudge core, but I think Na'Vi so far, the Pudge has been played on Zayak in position 4, and is horrible against summons and Enigma in particular. So they also want to, you know, you see the Abba, you see the Lesh, you want to fix these matchups, but don't expose yourself too much. Typically, Brood Got the Juice plays that hero a lot in the pubs also with a lot of success, but I'm just really afraid of this Enigma 18 right now, because I don't think it's answered at all.
Yeah, that's... you look at Na'Vi's heroes, right? They have no deep push.
It's like a checkmate, actually.
They don't have one single amount of deep push anywhere.
Yeah.
They cannot kill Eidolons, they cannot deal with summons.
There's a Brood Dazzle lane, which I think literally cannot lane, like, it cannot enter the lane versus Enigma.
I mean, they could put Brood off lane, potentially. I think PMA is a pretty flexible player, and so I could see that being their flex. Maybe Nature's Prophet is mid, they put Brood, you know, they've got some...
Yeah, it could be, and then the Pudge +1, or they pick a new carry. Okay, they might have decent answers, actually, if they flex the Brood.
But outside of that one lane scenario that you're mentioning, in the kind of post-laning phase, Na'Vi, they set up on the map a lot better, right? You got the Brood with the webs, the cutting the spiders. You need Leshrac to go there to try and kill them. If not, then you have Prophet also skipping another wave. Like, the macro gameplay feels like Na'Vi is just a little bit easier early on. And if they are getting ganked, then Heroic have like expertly smoked up to find that one angle. So I think Na'Vi, yes, lanes are a problem if Enigma gets picked, but I think they're pretty happy with the kind of the post-laning situation.
Yeah, Brood Dazzle, very good combo also. Obviously, Brood is a hero that, you know, uses Grave really well with the Q. She's able to get the HP back and turn the fight around. So classic combo, I want to say. You also have the heal bomb, so-called on spiders, where, you know, Brood send the spiders on the target, Dazzle heal does an immense amount of damage. It's a classic. It's very tempo based, like it can take over games really quickly and also scales nicely in the late game. So
yeah, I mean, I think the Na'Vi, to be honest, I think you can see the CUI influence in this draft, that they do not really have much spells. It's a very snowball-y, win lanes, take towers, control the map type of lineup. And I think if you look at Na'Vi before this season, last year, they were quite a bit about teamfight, about draft integrity, about
Magnus
spells.
Yeah,
exactly. Magnus's Mars, these random, like, sort of later game combos. That's not this. This is, we want to run you over, we want to win lanes, we want to play fast. And I think you can see some of that influence here.
I think they have a lot of good routes, Heroic, because When you think about it, the Abba could also just go to the Dazzle lane, and it's a really good lane. It frees up the Clockwork to play safe. So this is like they go for the. Isn't it like
a good Meepo
super
game.
good Meepo game? Yeah,
Unreal good Meepo game.
it's an amazing Meepo game, like absolutely amazing actually. Very, very.
That's what
scary.
Yuma says every game, actually.
He
He's
does?
talking to Caps, yeah.
I mean, this one is the case for sure. So he must be, you know, like giggling out there. Like, it would be hard to stop. It would be very hard. I wonder, like, how do you even fix it? Actually, you need an answer with the last pick. You can't just let it go.
The thing is, like, Meepo, when you say about the answers to Meepo, because of course Aghanims and like the tankiness that you can get to, a lot of like the AoE control heroes that take time to get online, Meepo doesn't really care, because by the time they're ready, you also have Ag. So just you bunch up together, and then someone else initiates for you, and you're not really getting, you know, 100-0 by anything.
No, I mean, I think, like Seb said, this is the kind of pick that when they pick this on 18, you need to respond with your 24, and so that limits your options somewhat. Maybe in another world they like a hero that can, you know, start fights or something like this, but realistically you have to ignore a lot of things and just say, okay, they have Meepo, we need a Meepo counter. You open Dota up, you go to the highest win rate differential with Meepo, and you pick that thing.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, Elder Titan. I think they should ban Elder Titan because Navi will pick Elder Titan carry or offlane or something. Like, they need that type of hero, this end-all be-all Meepo counter.
They definitely need it. I don't know what it is, and they also need to have like the flexibility and the ability to play that. But this is definitely what Navi will have to go for, and that leaves the Clock Abba lane, which is not the best lane, but you know, you have the Abba versus Dazzle, so you might just be able to chill.
If you can push the Brute to offlane, then just go for a carry that can just scale with the Meepo, right? Like a Troll or a Sven. Like Troll, you can just one-on-one the fight, you don't really care. Sven, you can also just rip through the backline, whilst Meepo is finding your backline, you're finding his, and then it's just kind of an epic battle between the two.
The problem is that Brood is going, I mean, it's good, but Brood is going to be like dead weight, because I think the lane is horrible. Like, as soon as Meepo hits level 3, I think you actually just cannot lane on Brood, and it just gets worse and worse and worse.
So you would rather have an offlaner that can deal with it?
Maybe, because at least like the safe lane Brood will get a game. It's gonna deal a lot of damage, and if you have a little, honestly, I don't know. I think both ways is rough. It kind of depends on, you know, who plays what and which player, like what solutions are being offered.
Okay, then for offlaners that can survive, then maybe like a Brewmaster offlane for Navi could be a good option. You don't really die to Meepo's early pressure on you. You can then like lift up the Lesher or the Abba, kind of isolating Meepo by himself, so it's kind of all focus on him.
Yeah, they have a decent amount of physical damage. It could be the case. There's also like a punch. They have a mid pick also potentially, so that's to keep in mind.
Mids just don't typically counter Meepo very much. It's like Leshrac and Pangolier, and both of those are banned.
Yeah,
so,
Shaker's out too.
Yeah, those are typically, there's like Air Shaker also banned, Navi banned it, which is a bit interesting.
Monkey banned.
So they left Elder Titan. I think it is very possible that Navi plays offlane Elder Titan. What the? Oh, support a battle.
Support Abba, okay.
I think Underlord is typically really bad against Broodmother. This pick is actually super bizarre to me. Like, you do nothing to spiders. When this Brood gets his 6 online, they're like that. Their lane will be Clockwork Underlord. They're pulling waves. Brood will have full free farm. He will get 6 full free, and he has the potential to open this game up wide.
It's very rare. You have 4 melees on side lanes on the side of Heroic. I don't think I've seen this in a while. Like, you're gonna have 2 side lanes with double melee, which is like, yeah, quite bad. Like, theoretically, you have at least you have to make it work. It doesn't just function. You need to be clutch with how you lane, with when you pull waves, etc.
If they do make it work, you at least have an offlaner that buys Lotus to deal with the Orchid of a Brood, the Dismember of a Pudge. You have the Crimson as well for the physical damage. Like, it does fit the role of buff up other people. Heroic's like kind of MO so far in the group stage. Like, KJ's playing Omni 5. Now he's playing potentially an Abba 5. Like, if you put everything onto one guy, he can do it. And you just need to make your Meepo feel happy.
I mean, this Meepo will not be able to die at some point for sure. Like, with the Abba, the Underlord, if they get there, they just can't touch him. But they need to get there. There's like one more pick. They go for the Slaughter. So they're like, I kind of like this approach, because you're like, it kind of enables the Brood. Like, you're committing on the damage. You know, it's like you have single targets. You're like, well, like one pick will not change everything. So let's make this single target damage like deadly. It's not the best against Underlord Abba in a sense, like the Slaughter, but they're just gonna play on burst, and they're gonna try to they don't want the Meepo to get to the Meepo game. They're gonna try to win before that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this Underlord pick is opened up a really big potential flaw where they can be steamrolled and snowballed by this Broodmother. She can gate, and they can gank this Meepo. They can open up the towers, and then they can get to that point where, okay, you have all these heroes that are farming, you have 2 supports that give you 0 damage on heroic, so I think it's very essential that Whisper has a good start and is able to make some plays, because you look at him and he's the majority of their damage in playmaking.
And it's a Prophet mid, so it plays like exactly into that playstyle. Like they can accelerate the game like very, very fast. Slaughter also helps it. Like they committed to it, and it was probably very smart to do so.
Yeah, I'm just intrigued to know if the supports in Heroic will have like perfect positioning, right? Clockwork and Abba can combo break a lot of the early initiations, and if your Slaughter isn't connecting or your Prophet isn't connecting on early moves, then your support duo of Pudge Dazzle won't feel too great in the game. They want their cores to start snowballing the game to play behind them. So I think, yeah, for Heroic, it's the early game, it's the supports. What can they do to bring life to the game? And for Na'Vi, they need to find a couple of those kills, find the exploits that Quinn was mentioning.
All right, all of those conditions laid out on the table now, both draw-offs being completed. The only thing left to do is get on into this best of 1.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic versus Na'Vi. Fog, these two teams that have been very, very fun to watch for anyone been following their progress in this group stage so far. And it's going to be a lot of fun seeing them go head-to-head. They've turned up today, both coming in with their very clear identities. We're going to see which one comes out on top. Overall, the big hero in the room, it is that Meepo. It's come through, of course, the classic pick here for Yuma, an incredibly strong Meepo player. The panel, they had their concerns. They do like the Na'Vi kind of went all in on this single target stuff. What do you make of this? Do you think this is an approach from Na'Vi that could break the heroic Meepo, or do you still have your concerns?
I actually think it can, just because the lanes, right? I'm glad that Seb brought this up. That was the first thing that I saw. This is quad melee side lanes, right, that they've set themselves up with. So could definitely see Na'Vi have some type of advantage with this, because they've got Dazzle. Dazzle, very good versus melee heroes inside the laning phase. Maybe we'll see if the Abba's paired up against it for the shields. But yeah, it does feel like Na'Vi, I like the approach that they've gone for here with this all-in of we're going to play super fast and not let the Meepo do this like Meepo game, right? Get to the point where the Meepo has Ags, Disperser, etc., whatever items that Yuma likes to go with it. They want to just play fast, take over the map, and just prevent that Meepo from doing, yeah, Meepo. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, indeed. It definitely feels like one of those lineups from Na'Vi that if it does start to falter, yeah, Yuma's just going to fall into his element and be able to clean up the game and to play to those points where, yeah, if this Meepo does kind of get these 2-3 major items online, things are going to start looking really bad for Na'Vi.
Pretty much, unless Na'Vi's got like a tremendous gold lead when the Meepo gets to that point. Like, even then, perhaps the Meepo can just take over things. But yeah, we'll have to see what type of pace they can set. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Slardar right now. I think I've said this every time I see the hero. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do. The thing is that there is going to be this Dispel, right? So I like the last pick in terms of pressuring overall with the lane and pressuring in terms of the game. It's just the worry is at some points later on, right? He's just going to get Dispelled off, and then the Meepo's going to be able to do his thing. And same thing for the Lesh. So let's see what we get. And it does look like they are...
The hook.
Nice hook.
I get a decent amount of damage onto King Jungles, but won't be able to go aggressive. Obviously, no.
And they...
The shield at the ready.
They are doing that lane setup that we're mentioning, right? They're doing the Abba with boots paired with the Underlord to be able to dispel the poison touch so that the Vi Llama can actually have a lane. Because I also was with Quinn when I saw this pick. Yeah, they can. Absolutely, if he lands a hook.
I got the blood grenade.
Got poison touch.
King Jungles can come and help out with a shield, so that should help out, but will it help out enough? Device trying to stand his ground against CEST.
Another grenade.
Top first, it's close, but it will be. Na'Vi getting the first blood as Rudy's takes down Devi. Of course, King Jungles is able to get that trade, though, after it.
All right, cool stuff. KJ means he's probably just going to pull the wave, I guess, with that one so that his Underlord does not fall too far behind. But yeah, let's see how these lanes do end up going down. Because I do feel like this Brood Dazzle lane should have a pretty much free time. Slardar, it should be pretty good. I mean, it's double melee versus double melee. And I think Pudge can have some pretty decent times as long as Schofield, as long as it's before level 3. I think when level 3 hits for Schofield, that's when things can be a bit messy because of the level 2 cogs. But we'll see how they're able to do besides that.
Schofield, of course, had a pretty insane game earlier today on the clockwork, and I mean, just in general, anytime he gets his hands on the clock, I mean, what do you do? Is it really just as simple as you've got to just try and ignore him in those mid-game chases? Like, how do you deal with this, you know, Schofield clock? Because it seems like so many teams, they falter and they fall against it.
I think the problem is actually what we're doing as well too. We're just don't think about him so much. Just ignore him. Like, stop thinking about this guy. Nah, I don't know. Honestly, it is a bit of an issue sometimes. He has a lot of heroes, like these niche heroes that he likes to play, that he does some really cool little things, but you got to deal with it at times.
So far, pretty even stuff on the mid between Niku and Whisper.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's see how Divide does end up doing, because as we said, yeah, the last pick, the Underlord, it did seem like the odd one out in terms of lanes, but in terms of game, I can understand why they did want it, to be able to throw all these things onto the Lesh and onto the Meepo, right? Auras, they've got shield, but eventually at some point they can get very, very strong with those auras from an Underlord preventing damage.
In terms of last hits, this top lane quite hotly contested. As Divide trying to make the move onto him. Always difficult to go for us. As long as King Jungles has a shield at the ready, should be able to put a stop to any aggressive play from Na'Vi.
It's clever for sure that we see with the little switch up that they've gone for here on Heroic, making that lane quite a bit better for Divide versus Juice. Divide still getting poked, getting harassed, limited on the regen. And let's see when Niku gets involved, because that's always the thing we have to factor in as well too. The teleport, right? They always have this NP that can just join these side lanes very early, and he's got the urn finished up. So he does want to play fast with the Vessel build, as we see always.
Still get the courier on the way back. We'll see them get the lead in. Cogs as well to trap PMA. The Cog control, but not quite enough damage to kill him. At the least, will completely burn his mana up on the Slaughter.
They're not really pressuring the Meepo that. I mean, some slight pressure in terms of CS. PMA is getting his own farm though. Just to have to see what they can do to deal with the Schofield pressure now that he has this level 3. How much can they continue to slow down Yuma at all? It feels like Yuma's going to completely get almost every single last hit now that he's hit level 3 down here. CEST.
Yeah, just cogs into cogs into cogs. Leaving them with not a lot of resources with regards to mana to play with on this bottom lane Na'Vi.
PMA is farming very well though, but yeah, Yuma is completely recovering because of Schofield just burning all their mana out, and another one. CEST will be able to get himself out.
Yeah, they'll turn towards PMA instead. Again, probably won't kill him, but still being rather annoying.
Lane still continue to look good for Na'Vi. Niku, almost 6, right? Halfway on that 5. To see when that Wrath of Nature comes in, how aggressive the side of Na'Vi wants to go for a kill.
Because which lane are you most likely to be able to see opportunities for the Nature's Prophet to join for a kill?
It just depends on the bounces, right? On bottom, they're pretty limited on mana. I would say they want to go for the Meepo, I just don't know if they can because the Slaughter just never has mana, so it's probably just going to have to be top or mid. PMA is starting to get some mana back though. He does have a clarity. So maybe it is going to be down bottom. Because I would say that's the one they want to. It's difficult with the resources that they have. And here he is. He has gotten the 6.
Well, Schofield and Yuma are actually going to try and see if they can set something up around the mid lane, or at least around the power rune.
We've seen Yuma do this a lot on his Meepo.
I mean, Riddies is coming in the wraparound onto Yuma. Yuma. Is he going to get any assistance? He will not. Just gets blown up there by the combo of the Nature's Wrath and the Shadow Wave Heal Bomb coming in at the same time. Nice little move there from Riddies.
That's where they want to make the move, right? That's what we were saying. They did get the mana back on PMA to be able to have that set up, so great move there from Na'Vi. Heroic are looking to pressure this tower here, are looking for Niku.
Yuma will want to return to the bottom lane, but still with the 3 of them down here, Na'Vi. CEST, maybe see if we can get a hook.
They're coming down.
He's going to need help again. They're in on top of him with the crush. TPs are coming in, but at the same time, Niku's in aggressively and will help them kill off Yuma a second time, back-to-back on that bottom lane. Big kills
just
here.
go for the tower.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's super tough for Heroic to be able to push Na'Vi off this. I mean, this is exactly what they need to do, right? Put everything on just shutting down the Meepo's lane.
Absolutely. And Niku, like, he's going to have this Vessel. It's pretty much going to be done, actually. So super good versus... Yes, there's a Dispel, but very good versus all 3 cores if he's able to get it at this pace. And PMA, soon to have that 6 for the Corrosive. The Brood's lane has gone well. The lane's looking good. The pressure that they want to apply. This is a very nice start to the game here for Na'Vi. Exactly how they want to play in this one. Still feels like a draft, though, that I want to say. I don't want to see too many mistakes. I feel like they have to play this one pretty clean versus the Meepo. Because we know how Heroic can just come back in games very easily, especially when they're with these type of comfortable drafts.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid tier 1. Should be able to finish off Heroic. Whisper slowly
auto-attacking.
Right-clicking it down, yeah.
Literally for the last minute and a half, Whisper's just been right-clicking this tower, almost has it finished. Na'Vi is going to rotate. There's a rune coming up. Whisper still has a little of that shield rune, pretty much gone now. PMA.
And he's able to grab the illusion for himself. Touch out to the 2 of them to try and lead forward. We'll see Divide coming across with the Fiend's Gate. Start to push Na'Vi back. Can they get any sort of catch onto Niku? They can't. So Na'Vi's able to back away. PMA, nice little dodge there for the initial net from Yuma, but still will get caught by the second one. He'll try for a hook save. CEST is able to drag PMA out of there, and that will actually be enough to allow PMA to slither back to safety.
That was sick. Na'Vi, they also in the meantime have the Brood just hitting top, so he's able to finish off the tower. Very nice play there. And the little things mattering, right? Like the fact that it's an illusion rune, it actually splits a lot of that edict damage onto these illusions and ends up protecting his cores as KJ will die.
Yeah, Na'Vi getting the kills, getting that lead here exactly as they needed to do so with this sort of lineup to try and run the Meepo over. Now got the juice swinging over to mid lane, takes out Schofield, Whisper dies in an instant.
Na'Vi got the Ripper's Lash.
Yeah, they're heating up here as 9 minutes in, shoving into the mid lane tower as well, forcing out that fortification. I mean, they're doing exactly what the panel wanted to see them execute with this sort of draft, right? To beat the Yuma Meepo.
Yeah, it's all about that tempo setting, right? Play super fast at the draft. It takes towers it takes all objectives really cleanly, right? All 3 cores are great at hitting buildings, great at hitting Roche, great at hitting that Tormentor, and they've got a Dazzle behind. And then, of course, CEST, really nice plays here with the hook. Can probably do that in a lot of instances, just play for the saves with this hook. Super good start.
God, the juice is going to be quite the problem. A very, very farmed Broodmother here, resulting from the laning stage.
And a nice draft that revolves around it, right? The Dazzle in particular, they mentioned on the panel. It's not just about the heal bomb, it's the Grave, the way it works too with the heal amp, with this insatiable hunger eventually can be pretty ridiculous how you can stand toe-to-toe with cores. And then, of course, an amp, right? They do have some nice synergy that comes in with their draft on the side of Na'Vi if they get off to a hot start.
Heroic. After this bit of a rough start from them, what's sort of the move? Is it just all in on doing everything possible to keep Yuma's area of the map safe? Can you start to look for plays yourself, or you have to sort of just sit back and hold strong?
I think you're playing a Meepo game, so you have to get the Meepo online. Your early game, you probably wanted to go a little bit better, but it was to be expected with Na'Vi's draft that they can get a good advantage. So I think you just have to slow the pace of the game down, get these levels on these supports, in particular for the Clockwork, get that 6, and just let Yuma sit back. We see the wards that they placed, it's pretty defensive to control their area, control their triangle. So I think, yeah, just slow pace down a bit here.
Looking towards the mid.
Whisper.
Thinking about setting up onto Whisper, but not quite content with the angle, so they won't commit for the TP in there, Niku.
Yeah, because the Meepo, they absolutely can recover in this game. He's not off to that bad of a start. It's just how good of a start that God the Juice has, right? 100 CS, being able to swing over, claim all 3 tier 1s. Of course, get the Ripper Lash too, which is a bit fortunate for him on the Broodmother, but a very, very good neutral item. think for Heroic, if they want to start getting aggressive, I think when you have the clock 6 and Whisper perhaps with Blink, they could look for it. That could be one of the indicators for them to go for some moves, but I think they want to be a little bit more responsive and look to just protect the Meepo in particular if there is an aggressive move, because PMA does have Blink now. And they do have a good lineup at responding, right? They have the Fiendscape to join in, they've got the defensive supports. So can look to counteract aggressive moves.
Do have a smoke on Riddies if the two of them want to try and go for something. With that Blink Dagger reveal on its way out for PMA, as you say.
They can go for moves on the Underlord if they want. It's not like the easiest of kills overall, but with the amp, it kind of makes it a lot easier. And then they can prevent that global potential of the numbers from Heroic if that's the option they want to go for. Manta done. Super fast timing on the Brood. One of the faster ones I think you'll see. 8k net worth, 12 minutes. Great position for Got the Juice to be in. Let's see where they go. PMA meeting up with Riddies. Also with Got the Juice. Their lineup can Rosh really early too, actually. If they see like a kill into a Rosh, it would be pretty easy to go for it with the Brood plus that Slardar. Looks like they are looking for Devi.
See if he can play his way out of this one. They've got the jump on him. Devi, he's gonna get completely shredded.
So much physical damage. Even though he's got the Vanguard, potentially the Crimson soon. I look at that, the heal bomb plus the spiders. I missed this. This is an old combo that I used to love to run.
Yeah, and this is just a super strength of Na'Vi that they are. You know, they were already this lineup right that loved running the Dazzle. What do we got?
There's no glyph. This tier 2's dead.
I mean, it's only 13 minutes in. They're taking the tier 2 before the second Wisdom's even out.
Now there's the Heroic have to just contest for the other one. They are in position to go for it. We see Whisper and Schofield are there for it, but
they're TPing over for this. So Zayat, and he hits the hook!
Oh, what a hook!
But Schofield's gonna try and hookshot over to help out, but now they're both in a rough spot. As Zayat's there quick with the setup. I mean, as you said, at least maybe they would get the chance to steal the Wisdom from Na'Vi, but that's not gonna happen. Na'Vi turn up in time, get the 2 kills, and they're gonna be able to, with that, claim both of the Wisdom.
Pretty much picture perfect first 14 minutes, I would say, from Na'Vi. Exactly how they want to play this game, even preventing a lot from the side of Heroic. They didn't steal the Shrine, though, so Juice is still in the vicinity to grab it. He probably can, because I don't think the Underlord can go there. Okay, and now, yeah, double Shrines as well. And Devi.
He's going to get some backup, but is it going to be enough?
Oh, it is.
Jump onto Niku.
Oh, Juice now.
All right, Heroic able to push them away. So, can they get the catch on to Got the Juice?
Schofield, hookshot in 5.
Let's have a look. Does he want to try and get the angle?
This is a bit deep
Difficult one.
Let's see.
Does he go for it? He's got Rocket Flare in a second, so he can scout it first, but does he want to try and kill? It's the lead in. Whisper's got the follow-up. Got the cog control as well. Don't get him. Especially to go back to those. Fuck, how come they didn't get the Wisdom? I thought they were going to get both.
I don't know.
They never picked it up, Na'Vi.
They got a bit overzealous. We said a perfect early game, and now a couple mistakes that are compounding.
They lose PMA down bottom. That fell apart quickly. It looked all brilliant, and then it's like, oh, hang on. They didn't actually stick around and take the Wisdom away from Heroic. So they didn't even get that from them, and now they've lost 2 big hero kills. So it was all smooth sailing until it wasn't. But quite a bit of a shake-up there.
They just lost all 3 cores, Owen, in the matter of 2 minutes after having a... I think they tried to do too much there. Going for that kill on the Underlord, plus getting the double shrines, plus doing all this. They get punished a bit here from Heroic.
Look at the hook on Schofield. So Na'Vi trying to get things back to business. So that little bit of a trip up.
That's a pretty big slip up. I don't want to see another mistake like that, because you're playing into this meatball. You're giving him a lot of time to recover. You see the dip already in terms of golden experience. Losing all 3 cores like that and then giving up the shrine as well. Definitely gives a
shrine. It looked like they had that stolen for sure, but they didn't take it.
Just doing too much, perhaps.
Nice. Ooh, it's a close one. Nearly gets Whisper there. Fishing for Devi as well. Bottom. He gets the jump on a Yuma. Nico coming in with the backup. Yuma is going to try and poof out, and he'll do so.
The Wrath.
Just in time. It's close. It's not enough to kill Yuma. Yuma will survive. He gets out. Same time in the mid. Heroic leading in, but now PMA is ready to try and turn. Makes the jump onto Whisper, but now PMA, he's surrounded. He'll fall for that effort. As Heroic, they're coming out on top of these trades now. Na'Vi, they're really starting to lose control quite quickly here, Fog.
This
After
is
having
dangerous
such
moments for
a
Na'Vi.
beautiful opening, and now got the juice. He tried to step up to clear the wave. What's happening? They look so
and they're
good.
falling apart.
And they've just started to crumble massively. And they cannot afford to crumble with this lineup, Fog. They were hitting all the timings, Na'Vi, but now Heroic, they've just shut them down.
I think they just blew their whole, everything, literally everything. They had
really,
such a good game going, and everything is a disaster.
Wow.
They lost 5 cores. Actually, wait, was it 5 or 6? They lost 5 cores in 3 minutes. Like, they respawned and died immediately right afterwards. Heroic working their magic again.
Yeah, painful mistakes here from Na'Vi as Heroic punishing them hard. Heroic back to business, getting their timings, getting the Aegis now on a Yuma. This game has got a whole lot harder for Na'Vi now.
I mean, Na'Vi has killed their timings pretty massively. I don't think they can make almost any more mistakes in this game. And honestly, these mistakes may have already been too much here. Yuma completely caught up. He almost has his Ags done now. That is devastating, Na'Vi. Where to go from here? Like, they were trying to do so much. 14 minutes, everything was so great. In these last 4 minutes, it's been a 6K plus gold swing. And now for Heroic, they can contest all these objectives, right? If there is going to be a potential Roche attempt from Na'Vi, if there is going to be a potential Tormentor, now Heroic can fight every single time with all these timings they've gotten.
Oh, they
Crimson's
can.
done.
Yeah.
They're strong.
Absolutely, yeah. Things are starting to look very good. Heroic rallying around Yuma's Meepo, hitting the timings now.
I feel like I cursed Na'Vi saying, like, picture perfect, like, literally 0 mistake game, and then right afterwards they do, like, 7 mistakes in a row, it feels like. Truly disastrous.
Yeah, Heroic's starting to cruise, and they've got eyes on PMA. PMA will get the blink. And will actually allow him to avoid the gank. So he'll get out. The tier 2, of course, won't be quite as lucky. They can get the push going on here, Heroic.
PMA's game feels like it fell off a cliff completely too, right? It looks like he was pretty close to blink BKB plus the shard, and then yeah, back-to-back deaths. It's gonna stall it out a lot, and you can see now Heroic, you can see how different that they're playing already immediately off of this. Of course they have Aegis, but they're now the ones pressuring themselves rather than sitting back and waiting for action.
Do they try and go for the Meepo here around the tier 2? Oh, he's already away. They're not even gonna get the chance to try and take that Aegis out of him. Yuma will avoid the push here from Na'Vi. Take the tier 2 top.
Heroic might sack the T2 to go for Tormentor potentially here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they should have space to get it rather easily. Very difficult to see Na'Vi come up here and contest this.
So I'm going to point something out also here. It's a little early to say it, but I'm going to say it just because the Brood is building the item. I've seen Yuma take this talent and not take this talent, but I have to mention it because Brood's going Butterfly. There is a level 20 talent on Meepo that provides True Strike. So Earthbind grants True Strike, and there's a Brood building Butterfly. Last time I mentioned this, he actually went for the Ransack one, but I feel like this is just a clear one that he's going to go for this time when he sees that item. It can be super strong this game.
Na'Vi, what's the plan? Oh, PMA! They've caught him! Unfortunate pause timer here, but he's dead, whatever happens out of this one. As, yeah, still not quite having the BKB, is about half the gold off the recipe, PMA.
The game is just completely, it just flipped on its head just completely, right? Like, the Meepo now in such a comfortable spot. We were saying how PMA was a good 2K, good blanket between him and that Meepo now. The Meepo is going to be able to fight at all times, and for PMA, it might be hard for him to get involved in. Sorry, I forgot the juice. It might be hard for him to get involved in some of these upcoming fights now, because there's a lot of catch for him. There's this Clockwork that's been really pesky. There's the Ags Underlord that I believe is about to be online too. These pits are devastating, and then just the Meepo roots. The Meepo versus Brood, the matchup gets pretty hard for the Brood if you're not ahead.
And Na'Vi, they've got to try and look towards some other later timing, I guess, now, where they feel that they could have an edge in the fights, but very, very difficult to see. As close as it is on the gold, it just doesn't feel that way because of how much of a lead Na'Vi did get in that early game. That just slipped away from them so quickly, which it really feels like you can't afford to let that happen against a team like Heroic when they have Yuma on the Meepo.
And when he's got this extra sustain and stuff too, right? Like, I'm looking at the items that they're building and I'm like, okay, Na'Vi, they have some pretty explosive damage overall if they can connect with everything on the immediate go on the corrosive bases. The problem really is going to be that Heroic, these auras, it's there, right? The Crimson Guard, they've got the shield, they've got Solar Crest coming up soon. So if they just throw all these buffs onto the, you know, the single target that Navi's going for, they might just survive. And when you look at Navi's draft, it is very single target.
Back in action. LND finish off the job, take down PMA. Na'Vi, very hard to make plays, of course, when their Slardar is not out on the map. Pretty much their
hard without BKB.
chance of getting the job.
Yeah. It's just if he jumps in, he's just pretty much dead until BKB gets finished up, so he needs to get some time to farm it. But it's like sitting back and farming on Na'Vi. That is not the game plan for them. They don't want to go back and like sit back to finish the BKB because it's just going to give Heroic timing to play the Meepo. So yeah, this timing being slowed down so much for PMA really, really hurts them. Okay, Butterfly's done.
Closer to having a Disperser and Shard. And indeed forgot the juice. Still, it's going to be difficult, as you mentioned, just to play into these fights as the Brood, because you're relying pretty heavily on that Manta to sort of bail you out. And if that doesn't, next thing you know, you're still going to be locked down and surrounded by this Meepo.
Yeah, there's pits, there's nets, there's stuns, there's cogs. It's a lot of control for Got the Juice. I feel like he does need the BKB next, but he's queuing up Scotty, so see if that's actually going to be the call from him, because I don't know how he's going to actually hit these targets. Maybe he feels like he needs it though because of the whole, you know, the whole mess up that they've done. But I don't know, Owen, this Meepo, it's starting to look like those Meepo games.
Yeah, Yuma is absolutely in his element right now. I mean, the pressure was there early on, but at this point, I feel like Yuma, you know, in his head, he's going to be seeing a pretty smooth sort of direction towards victory. He knows the path to take now from this point onwards on the Meepo. He's done it so many times before in games like this.
Yeah, and I do feel like, you know, Na'Vi, I said this actually happened another day also, but they're pretty limited in damage types. They're mostly physical, right? Their draft is very, very physical dependent, and Meepo, yeah, high armor, he's got Crimson Guard, they've got Atrophy Aura, so they're gonna be able to mitigate a lot of that damage that comes out from Na'Vi. Yuma. Looks like they were considering going for him there since the Aegis did timeout, but can't quite.
Na'Vi. We have the BKB on PMA now, so maybe we'll see some sort of attempt to smoke up and go for a move whilst that Aegis has come to an end. I mean, obviously Heroic, they are not afraid of fighting. They've got the smoke up themselves, and they might actually be the ones to make the move first here, Heroic.
I think Heroic just looks so much stronger than Teamfight right now. Like, yes, PMA has BKB, I just have so many worries for... I don't know how Juice fights. I really don't know how he fights with this build.
I mean, so Heroic again make this move where they come through the Twin Gate bottom, and if they find Riddies in the tree line, they're able to kill him off as he was trying to TP out. And now they're ready to go for more here. They've got their eyes on PMA. PMA has to put the BKB to run. He's got to try and get out of his scope field. Look to cut off the escape of Zayat. Will be able to force to safety. And they're still chasing on forward though. Yuma still gets the grab on him, takes down the Pudge. It looks so difficult here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think they gave up way too much. I mean, this chain sequence of deaths, like it's only a 1K lead, right? But I say this a lot, I guess, but it feels much larger, right? It feels like this Meepo now can do whatever they want, and all Heroic can kind of just pick and choose where they want to take these next fights. And for Na'Vi, I don't know what the fight condition is. I'm trying to think about it. I see got the juices buying the... Okay, he's buying the Mithril Hammer, so he's going for the BKB. Feels absolutely necessary, but it's going to take some time. A lot of time, in fact.
Yuma pretty much having the money for the Blink Dagger now. On top of that, finished Disperser. Ready to get the jump himself.
Devi gonna build. I saw he had the AC queued up. I'm glad that he just switches to Lotus Orb. I mean, both are fantastic this game, as we've been saying. You know, all physical damage, but then he can have... They have more Dispels versus the Corrosive, more ways to protect versus the BKB bite.
And they realizing he was under vision just in time. Will be able to escape before they get the jump.
It's like they're still farming on Na'Vi, but it really just either playing into the hands of Heroic.
Heroic zooming across the map. Going straight towards Na'Vi.
Look at Whisper.
If Na'Vi's ready to fight back.
He's just charging in.
Zayas will blink away. Sort of stuck in the trees here for now. PMA also... Oh, they're going to find him. He has got the BKB ready to press.
But Schofield's here.
So PMA puts the BKB. He's going to try and run, still taking a huge amount of damage through it. They continue to stay on top of him. The BKB comes to an end, and Yuma's immediately ready with another Earthbind to catch PMA and continue to ensure that this Slardar's game keeps, just crumbling.
They can't even make plays anywhere. Like, they're looking at Devi again, but Devi now has this... He is so tanky. It's not going to be the same time as it was earlier, where they just ripped him apart by any means. And you see Whisper, he bought Ghost Scepter, so recognizing they're all physical damage, he can just pop Ghost Scepter and run in. Sure, sometimes Lesh can be a bit fragile, but he just can walk into the lineup of Na'Vi.
And they might catch him in Na'Vi here, Zayas. Quick blink out. Support's on the retreat. King Jungles has his eye on Zayas, though. Yuma's ready to come across. They're bringing some TP back up in. Niku will turn up to try and help out. Looks towards King Jungles. Pushing them back momentarily. Zayas will go for the hook on King Jungles, but King Jungles still has the burst time at the ready to go. And Whisper jumps straight over towards Riddies. Zayas trying to help out. Niku will be able to force himself back with a Hurricane Pike, but Yuma goes charging straight for him. That's going to be Niku gone. Got the juice. Will put the BKB. They're trying to fight back here. Will be able to finish off at least King Jungles on the Abaddon, but can they even touch this Meepo? Yuma perfectly fine and ready to keep on pushing forward up to the tier 2. Riddies surrounded. He's going to be taken down. Zayas maybe looking for some sort of hook play. He's going to back up in a second, but not soon enough to try and save him. Schofield, he's diving in, ready to set up for more beyond the tier 2 tower. Gets in on top of Zayas. Zayas to fall. Got the juice. He's got to be careful with his BKB already used. He's only got the Manta to rely on. He's found, caught by the stun in the tree line. Got the juice. Dead almost certainly as well. He's trying to juke it out for the trees. Maybe PMA can save him.
Nice kill.
Will allow them to at least turn, take Whisper down. But what can they do about Yuma? They got the juice caught in the corner. Yuma moving over, trying to slow him down. Another Earthbind into the poofs, enough to finish off the Spider. Zayas has got the control onto Devi, but King Jungles is back in the game with the shield to protect him. PMA tries to pop the crush and run, but again, Yuma zips forward, takes him down here with the Meepo fling. They just cannot deal with the Meepo. They're getting, they kill off their Shrek. It's cute, but it's just not enough. Yuma is just unstoppable.
They're untouchable. Yeah, it takes them a long time to even kill Whisper. Juking in the tree line's the only reason they even get this kill onto Whisper. Yuma, he's invulnerable.
He's straight up to top. Yuma speeding it up here, catches Niku out alone on the top lane.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, this one, I don't know. Oh, and they can't make those mistakes versus Meepo. If they went all in with this draft, they truly did. And these mistakes, they've compounded too much. Yuma, absolute beast, buffed up at every possible turn here from his team. I don't know. I don't know what Na'Vi can do. You can see that the Brood with his BKB timing just has to run during pretty much the entirety of the fight.
Heroic. Look at another Aegis under their belt.
And a lot more items too. Full Shivas for the Underlord. I think a Vlad's. All about buff up the Meepo, right? Make him even stronger. More armor.
We'll see again off the back of that fight. Na'Vi, they knew that they had to try everything to get at least something from this. At least try and punish Heroic for diving the tier 2 tower. And yeah, they're able to kill off Whisper, but again, Yuma, I mean, barely any of the Meepos falling anywhere even close to half HP.
No.
Just absolutely untouchable at this point.
And they can't touch Devi either. You know, the pick we were mentioning how in the lane and all that we didn't see, but as we mentioned afterwards, the auras, we're seeing that power of why they wanted this for Devi versus all this physical. He just barriers them up, and they cannot kill him or that Meepo now at this point by any means.
Schofield on the hunt. Science will get the jump onto him, but Schofield was able to get the battery so off. Whisper comes in with a follow-up, lays down the stun. The neutral's catching out, got the juice, having to put the BKB to try and commit to at least finish off something. Can he even kill Schofield? He will get Schofield, but now he's surrounded. Yuma turns up, got the juice, trying to escape the map, escape the game. It's kind of working. He's up on the cliff. They can't get him. He's going to be able to TP out, so this time round, got the juice, fortunate enough to survive. Obviously for the support, Science and Riddies, it's not quite as good news. They will both die, but got the juice. He gets out this time.
At least he lives. But that's all. Back to business. Heroic can probably... it feels like they can actually walk down the lanes almost at this point. I don't know how the fights can go successful for Na'Vi in terms of these 5v5s, just you cannot deal with this Meepo once, let alone twice. He's got a full another item, I think, coming out on the courier, too. He's gone for the Bloodthorn. So he didn't go the Earthbind Grant's True Strike, by the way. He did still do the Ransack health, and he's just gotten a Bloodthorn instead of it. So I said that I was mentioning this for a reason, because I saw him do this another day when he was playing versus a Butterfly hero. So it's just interesting to see that he just prefers this other talent so much.
Yuma. See him maybe seeing if he can find a chance to get the jump on Got the Juice. Notice that Got the Juice's BKB is still likely to be on cooldown. He's got the Manta to get out the first Earthbind, but here comes the pit, locking him down. BKB, 8 seconds until it's up. PMA's going to jump in with the crush to try and help Zayas. We'll be able to get the hook, but the Mega Meepo flick throwing Yuma over towards Got the Juice. The Grave will come out. BKB's back up, but he's so low on the HP. He'll try and put the BKB in, at least heal up a little bit. He might just survive. Got the Juice. The Edict's bringing him low. He'll live. Got the Juice survives. Riddies will fall. But the saves are made there. Na'Vi just doing everything they can to try and bail the Spider out, and it will work. They keep him alive.
But he is just surviving. Heroic continuing to just control everything. Just continue to just run at them. And this brute scaling is not really getting to be much more after this point. Even if he gets the Scotty, we're seeing he just can't hit the Meepo. Especially not if Devi's around. And Devi... All right, now he'll go for the Lotus since he went for the Shivas before. Yeah, 50 armor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Still plenty of time to push it. 2 minutes or so. Just under it, less left on the Aegis. Yuma. Clean up the tier 2 mid. The bottom wave coming in as well. They can look to eye up the final tier 2 tower away from Na'Vi.
Yeah, they can just look to fully control here. So Aegis is still, as you said, there for a minute and change. And for Na'Vi, it's what's the next timing, right? We keep mentioning they have the nullifier at the least on PMA, so they can focus the Lesh a little bit easier in that terms, right? Killing Whisper, but it still comes to the problem of how do you deal with Yuma. Meepo is untouched after the early game.
Quick move from the Twin Gate. PMA. He's going to get jumped. Puts the BKB, goes for the TP out. They got enough physical to kill him. They've got the hook shot to make sure they've got the time to do so. Puts a stop to the TP. They take PMA down once more, dead for a minute.
Heroic's just such an exciting team to watch, really. Great reads of the map, understanding of timings. As you said, early game, they fell behind pretty massively, but didn't seem to matter after they got these picks, as now mid.
The kills keep coming in.
Smooth sailing for them. Niku will be okay.
Trying their best to sort of cut the creep waves. Will at least slow things down a little bit, but yeah, every moment passing, this lead for Heroic growing and growing.
And the lack of the counter for the Meepo growing and growing too, right? They went all in with this draft on Na'Vi, so that single target proving to not be successful. for quite some time now. These last 20 minutes have felt really sad for the side of Na'Vi. BKB almost done for Niku, but changing the grand scheme of things, it doesn't feel like it will. This tournament has a lot of dirty picks in it, right? We've had a lot of Huskar, now we're getting Meepos, Broods, Pudges.
Yuma, 3k gold in the bank. He can start looking towards his next pickup.
World's his oyster. Whisper has a full Hex now too. All aggression from him. Na'Vi.
They're gonna go for a smoke move.
Trying to catch them off guard, but it's so
get
hard.
Something.
KJ is always behind the Lesh. There's always the Fiend's Gate potential, and then they don't really know where everybody else is, so the numbers just can appear from Heroic.
They're not gonna find anything here, Na'Vi. Smoke soon to be coming to an end, and nobody of Heroic nearby.
So smoke to at least get out of the base, I think, is the main thing. Maybe not looking for an exact pick, but to get a ward down so you can actually like get some information, because they were trapped in their base. So have to use these smokes to at least get some type of vision.
Heroic coming through the twin gate. They know he's around it. They get the jump with the Hex. The opening's found. He will get the chance to man to BKB. He's trying to heal up, but the damage from this Meepo too much. And the lockdown's there from the hook shot. Niku's tried to turn up to help out. He'll have to offer the TP out himself, but they've got enough to kill him before it. Both the mid and the carry dead. Over a minute, no buybacks on them.
Just trying to get outside. I'm surprised Niku actually TP'd in any way to join. Immediately just dies. Just overwhelming damage. I thought that was actually a GG call for a second. It does truly feel just impossible. But maybe hoping for some type of tier 4 hooks.
You gotta be careful who you hook though, you know. There's a lot of bad hooks here, you know what I mean? You hook someone in, suddenly that hero might be wiping your team.
I mean, I gotta be honest, I think anybody hooks looks pretty bad, even if it's at a tier 4.
At this point.
Because they'll just jump in with them, right? They'll just jump and kill you at the tier 4s on the side of Heroic now.
$20 seconds still until Na'Vi's going to have the full lineup back. And already the jumps are being made by Heroic straight in onto Zayat. Yuma and Whisper.
They lost all their timing zone. It is what it is, right? Like, they played so well, 14 minutes, and then after that point, the Meepos just got to do Meepo things, and I don't think Na'Vi, they just had no recovery plan if things did go bad, if things did get, you know, these mistakes to come in, if Heroic could capitalize on them, and yeah, it's been 20 minutes of pain. Let's see if Na'Vi can go for this last fight.
Gonna try one final effort here. PMA jump in the back lines. He's looking to go all in onto Whisper. Hook shot across those Scofields, able to pop the cogs down and stop the chase from Na'Vi. The Grave will come out to PMA to try and bail him out, but split up connects onto both PMA and onto Got the Juice. PMA's gone. Got the Juice's BKB coming to an end. They've got the wraparound here from Device. He gets in with the pit to control the two and then makes the space for them to be able to finish off the mid-racks. Niku having to back off himself. The hook, it will land, but that might have been one of those hooks that he didn't want to land because Whisper, they'll be able to save him. They go back in with a nullifier. They will finally get the kill. Did cost them the buyback from PMA, though, to make it happen. So the hook does actually work out. They do get a kill. They will be able to at least stop Heroic's push for now. But it won't be long before that push is coming in once more for them.
Yeah, and the damage mostly done, right? Rax is taken out. Ranged Rax only one hit away from being taken out. And it is a buyback that was forced, but they want to look for the Roche, I guess, on the side of Na'Vi. Heroic can look to contest that even with...
Oh, they will. They certainly will. They are not afraid of a 4v5 right now, Heroic. 23k ahead.
It's a desperate move from Na'Vi. They're trying to do anything they can.
Let's see if they can make it work. It's going to be spotted out here by the rocket flare. Heroic have got pretty good info. They will get the hook in on towards the Vibe, but straight away the shield comes in, and look at the back line. Shuma blinks right across, looks to PMA's, taking out him and Riddies. Na'Vi, they're trying to run, but Got the Juice is chased down by Yuma. He'll get himself up to the high ground. Got the Juice, try and turn back towards Devi. They'll hide in the trees, but King Jungles jumps forward. Got the Juice will turn towards the Abaddon. Another hook on the King Jungles, but the borrowed time is there. Got the juice caught in the tree lines by Schofield with the cogs. He has the BKB ready. Hook shot this time, a rare miss from Schofield. Doesn't matter though. Yuma surrounds him, gets the ultra. He's looking for the rampage, and he's going to get it. Yuma.
Another one.
I was going to say, it's not often you see this many rampages from one player within a few days of play, but Yuma is bringing them out.
This team is super fun to watch, honestly. Yes, early game, things went very, very wrong, but you see they had a game plan to bring things back together. Na'Vi, they were all in. We said it too, they really can't make mistakes in this game, and this whole 14-minute, I'd have to like rewatch like why it all went so bad, but I guess just trying to do too much, because they went for the shrine, they left the one on the left, they got the hook beautifully on Whisper on the right side to prevent them from stealing, and then they go for a kill on the Underlord. They die on both cores, they respawn, they die again on all the cores, and from there, it's smooth sailing from Heroic. A great game plan that ends up working perfectly afterwards.
It really, really was. Another textbook repo win for Yuma and the boys on Heroic. Heroic take the game against Na'Vi.
Well, hopefully Fog sticks around because we're going to have some answers for him on just what he was asking there. Going to have a couple replays too because this game was full control for Na'Vi in that early game. It felt like there really wasn't much in the way of Heroic being able to have a comeback by any means.
No, for sure. Like Na'Vi played an immaculate early game. They were like destroying them everywhere. And I think we talked about the draft being a little bit all in, like a little bit one-dimensional. So you just can't afford doing certain mistakes when that happens. And you know, I know we're gonna take a closer dive into it. Why exactly it went the way it went, but you know, they went for an option. They had to execute it perfectly. It wasn't the case, and Heroic played their own card just better.
I feel like Heroics is showing a really strong mentality, right? Like in the early game, other teams would crumble, but they're always keeping like an idea on like the bigger picture. Like if we find that jump, if we find that moment, will Yuma get online? How can we activate Yuma? Like even Whisper on the left right, going for like an early Ghost Scepter, allowing him to frontline. Like all the small things Heroic do. KG on the Abaddon, of course, you're throwing down product shields, but every little action eventually gets you online. And I think that's the thing that I respect most about Heroic is they're still playing with the mentality of we will get online, even if the early game is as bad as it is. Like we had the Falcons game, they were rapier buying in their high ground. Here, same type of logic. If they aren't in the position to pick off, then they aren't going to ever have a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely an impressive comeback from Heroic. And I think from the flip side on Na'Vi, I respect and admire the ability to say, okay, we're gonna go all in. We're gonna play super fast. We're gonna full steamroll you. But if you're gonna play that style of Dota, you just gotta be cleaner because they had this game in a lot of ways. I think despite the fact that their heroes are quite low draft integrity, and if the game goes late, maybe it gets a little bit hairy for them, they were in a commanding lead. Radiant had like no way to really get kills, and then they get overconfident, they slip up a little bit, they lose their cool and that focus, and they chain feed 100,000 kills in a row, and
it's a lot of kills.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Whenever you've got those kind of heroes.
I feel like it's very easy to sit here and be like, oh, that's unfortunately the downfalls of quite a young roster. But we've seen veteran rosters also get a little bit overzealous when it comes to a dominating lead, and that's how Heroic, a team who is very good at comebacks, ends up in these positions of winning games where they really shouldn't. And so we'll take a bit of that closer look. We'll break it down and have a lot more of a highlight and a deep dive into it here.
Yeah, I mean, it all starts at the, obviously, the 14. It's even a late Wisdom Rune contest, right? But I think for Na'Vi, they feel like, you know what, we can go for the Underlord kill. But this is now going to be a package of just complete chain feed across the entire map, right? Heroic, even before this clip, they are bringing so many numbers because they realize that when you're behind, you have to bring everyone. You can't just bring two or three. And of course, this is like an epic chase down from Schofield. And yeah,
this is like at the exact same time, right? Like,
yeah.
Root just died top, now the Slider's dying bottom, and now there's a team fight. Like, they lose focus, they get jumped again. You know, very nice also presence of mind from Heroic. So now the Slaughter is gonna die yet another time. Like, it's already 3-4 core kills, and you can't allow that when you're playing a lineup like this. You need to, and this is actually gonna lead to the Brood dying too, which, you know, he's like overcommitting, he's trying to save your body syndrome kind of thing. Like now the Slaughter dies again, which leads to the Brood, which leads to the Roche. And all of a sudden you go back, and that's like in the span of like 2-3 minutes.
It's literally like it's literally 8K, 9K gold throw in 2 minutes
with no team fights. Like with like Heroic not really doing anything like crazy. They're just like punishing them and seizing the openings that are you know, there's like a typical choking as we call it.
In the lead,
Which is I mean I see yes, good, bad. So mainly bad, I would say. That, But definitely this is like it's typical, I want to say. But what matters, I think, the takeaway for Navi is like the ball was in your court.
Yeah.
And you just didn't score with it. So maybe next time, kind of do it again and make sure you close it.
How many times does a team lose in this way before they learn the lesson, Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're...
Not that it's typical of Navi, by the way. I want to clarify that.
Sure. I mean, I think they're trying to play fast. And I think you can get a lot better from playing drafts like this. And it can even if you don't win, like it's a long season, and it's also a long tournament with a lot of best of ones played. And so I think playing like this and practicing playing fast and really trying to crush the enemy, even if you're not winning every game, I think is not a bad way to practice and to learn. But I do think they can make their jobs a lot easier if they pick some spells and had a little bit more cohesion between magic damage and physical damage and catch, and not like, we're going to hit you so hard. Like, it doesn't always, carry over.
I'll be honest, I don't really enjoy this version of Na'Vi. I think a lot of the hype that we had around them was like the beauty of their laning, the layering of their team fight. And now it's like, it does feel like they start the game, they push a ball down the hill, and at some point, unless it hits the enemy Ancient, it's just going to fade away and they're going to fall apart. And like they lost into Falcons in 20 minutes. They had this game here where they had this epic lead, they threw it away. And again, some teams, you have one mistake, two mistakes. Here, we saw the highlight package, right? It was like 4, 5, 6, 7 mistakes in a row. And maybe it's because they're overcompensating. They're getting excited at the prospect of new Dota, new this, post-TI, let's try and be a better team. And I think maybe that's getting to their head a bit. And they're becoming a bit more volatile than they were during TI and pre-TI.
But if it had have worked, how much of a threat would Na'Vi feel like in this tournament?
Absolutely. And,
sure.
I do think that I like their idea, and I think it can work. And I actually think their draft is better than Heroics, because I think the lanes should go like that. And I think when the lanes do go like that, if they play clean, they will win the game.
I mean, if you're supposed to win the game, technically your draft is better.
Exactly.
Right?
I do think it is.
I mean,
that does make sense. That is a very good analysis.
When you look at it this way, it's pretty simple, right? But so, and you guys know about this, there's like a meme or like the looking for diamond, and then you like kind of...
Oh, you stop up.
And you just stop 20 centimeters because like there's like literally a whole kingdom of diamonds on the other side, but you just haven't seen it, and you just go back and give up. And basically that's kind of what happens when you're this building phase and you're aiming for like some, immaculate Dota, because that's what Navi were aiming for. It's like they're just winning, delay, snowballing, they were 8k goal lead, minute 10. Like you just have to take the last step and not give up. So it comes down to resilience, to clarity also. Like you don't want your emotions to kind of drift you away from how good you were playing and how good of an approach you had to the game.
Yeah. Well, look, Navi might be aiming for immaculate Dota, but two teams that are very familiar with it are Falcons and Tundra.
What can they find? They'll drop the Golem onto Skeeter, but of course he does still have that Aegis ready for round 2. Snake King healing up. The Crimson Guard popped here by Amar to keep him safe. Amar jumps back in with a Hoostop, jumps out of the Infest, but the bash comes in from Skeeter. Got the juice, dead again. Kiss is coming in from the side. Pure getting low mid one. He's in with the BKB jumper. 33's in with the call. They've got the damage to come in as well. 33 immediately ready to put a stop to that attempt of a play from mid one. And now with that in mind, Tundra, they can clean up the fight. They take out Yamich and Chrysalis. Boom, dunked down by 33.
Now, I might say immaculate Dota, and it is in the gameplay, but it's not in the scoreline. Both of these teams have lost one game, but it's only one. Right now, they are the two teams at the top of the table. They're so bad. Hey, but no my words, guys. This is Seb. You got to come for him on that one.
They're not undefeated, right? So, yeah.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So it's not immaculate. There is a hole in their plan, whether it's game plan, whether it's draft, whatever it is. But for both of these teams, this win is going to mean a lot in securing that position for themselves of looking towards Singapore, because you lose one of these games and all of a sudden you're in that potential where you might be going to tiebreakers. You might be having to play more best of threes.
I want that to happen, though. I want it to be a case where, whoever loses here loses another game, because it's like, of course, both of these teams could potentially end with 2 losses, but I just really badly want to have this scenario where it's like Falcons or Tundra and Spirit Heroic, all of them are kind of equally tied, having like 3 losses, whatever. But I think that's what you want at the end of a group stage. You don't want just one team or 2 teams doing great. You want there to be that kind of intensity, because when we move to the playoffs, all of these teams will be so hungry and so competitive to be able to, lift the trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's like you look at the top and the bottom and there is a massive discrepancy, but everything in between is so close. It's like, okay, one best of one makes the difference between 2nd and 3rd. One more makes the difference between 5th and 6th. One more makes the difference between 7th and 8th. And so whilst it looks like it's a long jump between the top and the bottom, everything else in between is just so close. And I feel like Falcons and Tundra are very closely matched here. Sorry, T.
Just gonna put out. You said tiebreakers?
Yeah.
It's all broken by like new start. All.
Oh.
Yeah. Just before we got all hyped by that idea.
I disappointed.
So, unlucky guys.
False hope.
It's basically, you know, good team beats bad team, low point. Bad team beats good team, big point, and then that kind of breaks all the tiebreakers. That's new start all in a.
Well, you ruined my parade. So instead, Quinn, you got to hype us back up about Tundra versus Falcons.
They are the two best teams in the tournament. They're both 7-1. They've only lost to I don't remember who, and now they're playing each
Aurora
other.
and Heroic.
Aurora
for Tundra, a Heroic for Falcons.
Somewhat surprising, but still super hype because I think in all of their games, they are absolutely smacking around the teams they're playing, and now they're going to try to smack you around each other, and it's going to be a proper boxing match. I think they're some of the most skilled players, some of the best laning teams, and I also think a lot of them, they've played with Neta before, obviously, on Tundra. Aoi and Snaking and Skitter, so they understand how he wants to play the game, how he thinks about the game. I think they share a lot of similarities about how they think about efficiency, how they think about playing the map. Those players have a lot in common, and so I think it's very interesting when you see those teams clash.
The last time we saw these two teams come up against each other in a Blast Slam was the grand finals of Blast Slam 3, and that went 3-1 in favor of Tundra. So whilst it's a different roster, how much is really changing up for them, Seb?
I mean, I think like everything changed for Tundra, honestly. Like the changes that they made to the roster are like very core. So in that sense, Tundra is like a whole new team. Falcons isn't, and and I think Tundra is like I would even dare to say that's like they're like even a better team. I mean, I'm gonna keep hyping them up because I think they're very hype. I think they're like a better team, and they're gonna keep progressing. And I think they have the Dota minds to break Falcons, or like to truly challenge them in the system that they have, which I don't think anyone has yet. Because yes, they have lost a game to Heroic, but that was a game they were 20k gold lead, 20 minutes in, and that was like Rapier Gyro. Like this was not Heroic really like solving the Falcons equation. I don't think anyone did. They just won TI. Nobody was able to do it there. Now this new version of Tundra, they're a pretty good candidate. I'm not going to go as far as saying that they will do it, but they definitely can.
But critically, both teams have their own identity, and they don't allow that to be broken when they draft against other teams. Like, they always draft themselves. When you compare it to other teams where they might try and show more respect, suddenly pick Timbersaws out of nowhere, like, this is going to be a draft where both teams, it's like, whose idea is better at the end of the day?
That's a big thing to consider when we do get into our draft, because Falcons, they have their identity. Let's see if it's going to be let through from Tundra. Feels like so much is on the line for these two teams, wanting to prove on the side of Tundra that they've made the correct roster changes, that they've finally been able to solve the equation that is Falcons. And, of course, Falcons being current TI champions, they want to prove that no one's able to solve them. They're still that team that's on top. And a solution to what the Pandora's box that Falcons has opened in Timber is to take it away if you're not willing to ban it.
Yeah, I'm curious if they go for the gyrocopter that we've seen a couple times not be successful in responding to the Timbersaw.
It could be. I mean, it's a skitter hero. Like, he's had a lot of success on it. And also, like, this is typically, like, your Falcons, you're crushing everybody with Timber. Do you actually want to show in a group stage game what you think counters Timber? I think you might... There is a case of, like, picking your second best option.
This is quite a good one. I honestly, I buy into this as a counter. I think it makes it very hard for Timber to fight early game. And I think if you take away that fighting early game and you get counters and you get enough damage for him as time passes, then I think you're set up to a good position.
It also helps with Pugno being tanky, right? Because every time with his facet, every time the Neville procs, he's like healing up, he's getting that extra life. Snaking, he likes to be not in the middle of the fight, but he likes to be in a critical position of the fight where if he gets jumped, he still wants to provide that utility. So yeah, I think good laning counter, good survivability throughout the game. No complaints at all. It's a classic counter. We haven't really seen it too much at Blast Slam. It's been, like you mentioned already, it's the Bat Riders or the Gyrocopters.
The only caveat I would add to that, is that I don't think Pugna threatens Timber so much on the lane. So if that's a position 3 Timber. So the one thing that's going to go kind of nicely for the Timber is that he should have a decent entry to the game. Can he convert that entry into something? As you guys mentioned, it's not easy at all versus a Pugna. I think I dare to say that BZM is not that comfortable of a Timber player, or at least he's not very hyped about playing the hero. That's not a hero that he mentions a lot when he's thinking of, like, heroes he enjoys and believes in. So most likely it's going to be a 33 Timber.
There's also still so many good heroes for Falcons. There's Snapfire, there's Hoodwink, there's Shadow Demon. I mean, there's, yeah, pick of the litter available for Crit. Whatever he wants, he can take it.
I think Snap is always very nice. Like, I would like to see Tundra snatch it if they can. I mean, obviously, like, Falcons, they have the first option, but the Snap E versus the Pugna ward is, like, one of the best answers.
Yeah, there's still the Pangolin in the pool as well. It's not typically that great against Timber, so it's somewhat two-sided. But it's not like some crazy counter or anything, but they will want a flex. They're probably looking to pick a core on 13.
Is Mars through?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think, like, to me, Mars is like a very good answer to Timber in general, like, especially in the early game. There's no like Timber chaining out of the arena. You make sure, like, you lock him down. You just need to make sure you have enough damage. In my opinion, it's a Yule's buyer also, in case the Timber decides to go for the Ags. Like, it's just a very solid Timber answer.
Is there not also a scenario where Timber's also good v Mars? Because when you get online, you keep running into the Mars, you force him to use his spells, and then your team gets to kind of play around the arena because your Timber's soaking all of it for you?
It can go both ways. It definitely can go both ways, but if you add the right heroes, they decide to go for the Pangolier, which I don't really know how this interaction works. Like, I'd like to think Timber is kind of good against Pango, but...
I think it honestly just depends on game state. I think if Timber is ahead, then he's very tanky and Pango's not high enough damage to deal with him. But if Pango's ahead, you've got this Rolling Thunder that you're just going to stun the Timber 100,000 times. You can also burn his mana a little bit in fights. And Timber offers 0 kill throw on you, so I think it depends a bit on game states, but Pango is just such a powerful flex for Falcons. It never loses lane in the off lane, and Malrine is also able to play it if they have a better counter pick later. So I think it's hard to feel like it's bad.
Yeah, and then White Mod, of course, goes back to the Bane, a classic counter to the Pangolier. When he rolls in, you grip him. Of course, it can go two ways, where if the Pango's already initiating on you, you're going to be dead. But yeah, I think Tundra has utilized Bane as a very stable pick throughout the drafts that they've had so far in this tournament.
It's also, I think, a hero that Falcons tends to not like very much. They are a team that plays around the side lanes, around pickoffs quite a bit once it hits the mid game. And they're also a team that does not play Zoo at all, or any units. It's not a Mars style of play, really. And so I think Bane and these pickoff heroes, this nighttime map controlling against a team that farms a lot on all 3 cores, I think it's quite, you can see it being banned. At TI, they were banning against Extreme first phase in some of the games. And I think, I'm surprised to some extent that the Falcons didn't consider banning it.
They go for the Ahri Hoodwink on Tundra. That's a hero he's very comfortable on. Synergizes quite nicely with Timber. Like, just provides like the skill aspect of the lane. I don't think it's particularly good against Pugna and Pango, but Hoodwink is just like an all-around good hero. Like, you get a stun, you get amplified damage. Obviously, the shard, the Hoodwink shard, is amazing with Timber. Throughout the game, you get the spell damage amp on Timber. Very solid.
I do wonder when like a Pango is picked, how much of your draft then wants to have follow-up catch or follow-up damage with this Pango, someone else who can also initiate on this backline, and how much of you is okay with that's the Pango's job and we don't need anything else like that?
Follow-up damage is good because usually you use roll as like you want the roll to be very like annoying to the opposing team, like they have to click the BKBs. They have you want them to trade spells for the roll in Thunder. That's usually what Pango excels at, and for that you need some sort of follow-up damage, because if you click that roll and they don't really have to react, this one you feel pretty bad.
That's why Tundra's pretty happy having like Hoodwink as a hero as well. You can scurry through the trees, even sharpshooting to high ground, like forcing Pango to use that extra shield crash, that extra couple seconds of roll. It can really hurt him. So I think, yeah, Tundra's ready to try and kite back, and Falcons, they need to make sure that when they do initiate a fight, they can kill a hero. At the moment, it's not really in play. Of course, Abaddon down the line with Abyssals and Bloodthorn Shore can do stuff, but they don't have that big burst damage at the moment. It's just long fights.
Yeah, I mean, also whenever you have Pangolier against Bane, you want as many heroes that can go in as possible and disruptions for this grip, because it can be a huge problem. This grip for your role, you have to be very careful about how deep you go in fights. They have Abaddon, they have Rubik to counteract that grip some. Honestly, quite a cute pick. Not something we see very often, but it is very good against the Bane. Pretty much every spell you steal besides Brain Sap are very powerful.
Yeah. Going back to the Pangolier, the amount of information that you provide, also Abaddon, through having borrowed time and shields, it's going to be very hard for Rubik not to steal a good spell in this game.
Can you steal the boomerang, like the Hoodwink shard?
Should be able to.
Yeah, should be. Yeah.
That's also a very good steal. It's a good pick. It's obviously like, it's one of the classic Bane counters also. Like, every spell Bane casts is just amazing on Rubik, so it makes Bane's life like extremely hard. And honestly, they have really punished this Bane pick, because obviously it felt good when you see the roll, but now you're playing versus Abba and Rubik, so it's just a really bad Bane game.
I kind of miss Spectre being viable. When I see like Pugna, Rubik, it's like there's no like real map pressure for Falcons. Like they can kill heroes, but objectively they can't do it. I'm not expecting them to pick it, but if there ever was a time for the hero to have a resurgence, it would be just finding of the backline, killing off the supports instantly, ignoring the Abba and the Pango rolling in. Again, very unlikely it'll be picked.
So you're gonna have to decide here on what you want to go for. On Tundra, you don't know where the Pango's going, so you can't really think lane counters. You just have to commit to what the core of your strategy is going to be, whether it's through Pure or through BZM, because Falcons is going to flex this Pango until the very last pick.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure which direction they'll go. There's not an overly clear mid pick, one that stands above the rest necessarily. Dragonite, in some ways, is kind of surprising. It's okay against Pangolier. I mean, when you look at Falcons, they're on the lower damage end of things. But it's also, DK is on the lower damage end of things, and you're playing against Pugna, who's quite survivable, Abaddon, who can purge the stun. Like, Abaddon is generally quite good against Dragonite, and so it's sort of, it's okay, I get it. They need some hero that can be aggressive, and it's, there's elements both 2 and 4.
It's a lot of single target versus a Pugna save and an Abba save, so in that sense, it's a little bit scary. I like the stun aspect with Timber and Hoodwink. These heroes really want lockdown. But yeah, is it gonna cut it? It's hard to say. I do have to mention that this Abaddon just keeps coming back against Timber. Like we've seen Yotoro decide to play Abaddon against first pick Timber. It's interesting. I don't really see yet what it is about, or if it's just coincidences, but there seems to be a trend there.
Also, Tundra's had this identical draft in their first ever game at this Blast Slam. Their carry was an Abaddon, but they had the same 4 heroes. So
Tundra?
Yeah, Tundra. It's not as if they're kind of new to this setup, and they played that draft really nicely because Timber kept frontlining, DK would blink in, stun, reset, and it was just constant kite, constant poke. Again, they did have an Abaddon to simplify the frontline.
Look, Kesban coming up from Falcons. It feels like a lot of the time we overlook that hero now being in captain's mode. Not Falcons. They're very aware that someone like Pure is more than capable of picking up and wanting to play that hero.
Sounds quite nice against Pango on lane too, because you probably don't care about the swashbuckle. Like, I guess you just keep dealing damage through that.
I think you're also quite high armor and good base damage. Like against Pango, you just need good stats.
Interesting idea. Because this Pango 3 hasn't been punished whatsoever. Maybe Kez is one of the heroes that can do that.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. It's banned.
Tundra still have one more ban for themselves. They're looking at taking out some potentially another Malorine hero. They feel like this is more likely going to be in a Marpango.
They're banning the Huskar. Very good ban. Don't get money for a Huskar, especially against Falcons. Good presence of mind. And yeah, I mean, Falcons, they seem to think that Tundra is looking for a position 1 last pick. It's not 100% the case. Like, this DK could be the carry, and they pick a BZM hero.
Is there any problems with like Lifestealer being picked up for Tundra? You can buy Radiance early on, disassemble for the Nullifier to deal with the Pugna, the shield from Abba, the utility that Rubik often leans on.
I think it's okay, but ideally I would want to see a little bit more scaling than Nyx. I don't think Nyx scales greatly here because it's like kind of damage over time, and I don't think Abba, Pango, Pugna care as much. It's not bad by any mean. It's good. I wonder if there's like something even better, like something that really will help this lineup come together, because I think they're a little bit on the lower end of damage right now, and you don't like to be in that position against Falcons. They just strive. That's usually something they're really good at punishing.
I'm honestly just waiting to see.
It's yeah.
It can go a lot of different directions.
There's a lot of weight on this pick. I like that. I like that a lot. I hope it's. I mean, I guess it's scary, right? It's been
for sure.
Played mid by some players. I don't think BZM plays that. I like that. This is like heavy damage. It's gonna cut through the Pugna heals, the Decrepify, that even amplify. Like, whatever Muerta decides to kill will die this game, unless it's Abaddon. And even Abaddon is a little bit scary because they do have the break from the Hoodwink. I think this gives them like a clear fight condition, and it now makes the stuns on Tundra actually deadly, where before that they were pretty much pointless.
Yeah, the only thing with Muerta is you are slightly greedy, right? You do need to get like a Mjolnir, and then you also want BKB, Blink, and Pike, so you need like a lot of items to feel good. But if they can find it, then yeah, Muerta can be absolutely devastating.
Position 3 Abaddon, Pango mid, and they go back for Medusa. I don't think I've seen much Medusa versus Muerta, actually.
No.
I do not know how this matchup go.
I think it should be good for Muerta, I want to say. I feel like Dusa is a hero that is good against low damage, and Muerta is the queen of infinite damage. I think on a team-to-team level, I think Falcons can be good against Morta, because I think Morta wants you to overextend into her. She doesn't have really a way to start fights. She wants you to be close to her so she can then run you down and blast you with her ult. Whereas she doesn't like to be kited and have that ult duration wasted. But on the flip side, I think Falcons heroes are quite low damage, the core.
Yep.
You have a Baden's low damage, Dusa is like a low spread damage, Rubik infamously a low damage hero, Pangolier against high armor, and Morta who you do nothing against.
They have barely any stuns also, it's just a roll really. After that they have nothing.
It feels like Falcons' early game is going to be, will Amar go for Helmut Dom on the Baden to like skip waves, to buy time. Maureen and Crit, I think they're so critical in their spell usage early on to just open up the game for the Medusa. Because for Medusa, she wants to get like 3 items. It's like the Manta, like a Butterfly Skadi. Maybe you change the Butterfly for something else, but she needs to get online. So Falcons, it's like, I'm not seeing the proactive play. It's more just survival, buy time, and then eventually push Skidder into the middle of the fights.
I have to say I like what Tundra did here. I think like the last pick like makes a lot of sense. It's a little bit risky, but at the same time they're going for the win, and you know I like that kind of mindset. On Falcon's side, it's good, it's solid, but the X factor is very much on Tundra's side this time around, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the core matchups as this game progresses get progressively harder for Falcons, and so I think you're looking at winning lanes, you're looking at snowballing and doing the typical Falcons choke out the map. But if it's more of an even game and Pure is getting the farm and the levels and gold are similar, I think it can get dicey for Falcons at some point.
All right, this is a game that we want, though. There isn't a clear-cut winner when it comes to the draft. There's going to be a lot down to the lanes, a lot down to the execution, and while we wouldn't want to have it any other way between the two titans of the group stage, Falcons and Tundra.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This one, it's a good one, Fob. We got the top 2 teams right now in the groups. Tundra versus Falcons, ready to go head-to-head. Both same score at the moment, 7-1. We'll see who's able to push ahead of the other in this game. And already with the draft, right, we're getting a treat. We're seeing some heroes.
We are.
Two to point out that we've seen, I believe, once before, and I didn't win those games. So we had Rubik pick once, one other game in this groups, didn't win. And then over on the side of Tundra, we're getting to see the Muerta, which was also tried one other time so far in the group. Did not win that game either. So pretty fresh picks in terms of those. And then also even just the Medusa, right? We have had 2 Medusa games. There have been 2 wins. I guess the first question really is, with that Medusa coming in at the end, do you think Falcons are going to be able to play the kind of game that's going to allow Skeeter to carry through as this Medusa, as we have seen succeed with 2 other Medusa performances so far?
I'm not sure, honestly. Falcons is a really strong team in terms of like what they can do in most games, especially with comfort heroes like the Rubik, the Pugna, the Pango, maybe Rubik less so than anything, but I'm not sure. Honestly, these drafts look really, really cool. I'm not sure really what to expect because I haven't seen the Muerta versus Medusa matchup enough to really have a good feel on it. And I'm happy to see the Muerta because I think this is one of these heroes that I honestly think it's super good right now. It's one of the few heroes that you can BKB, you can pop the Pierce the Veil, you're invulnerable to damage, and you're versus Pango. So Pango in a lot of situations, he rolls in, you pop the Pierce the Veil, you take 0 damage during it. So there's a lot of cool potential from Muerta, and he's playing versus Pugna, so he can hit the decrypt targets. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just looking forward to just watch this game because I think we're in for an absolute treat. Rubik has some god tier spells to steal. We have some crazy carries, and these teams have looked super good. So.
Yeah, because to talk about the Rubik more really in particular, you know, why are we not seeing a lot of Rubik games?
Just very volatile. Sometimes it just does absolutely nothing. Sometimes you see amazing spells that you can steal, but they're like ultimates and you never really get them. This one he's versus Bane. It's amazing versus Bane. It's actually amazing versus everybody. He saw Timber and Bane. These are S tier heroes to play versus as Rubik. Any spell that you get is going to be good. If you get Chakram, amazing. Fiend's Grip, literally anything, right? So.
Yeah, across the whole board. Even like the DK, right? You get a Dragon Tail, you're going to be feeling pretty good with that one as also. So a lot of ways for Crit to make some pretty sweet plays this game on the Rubik.
Yeah, this could be one of the best Rubik games I've seen in terms of just like little individual spells that he can steal. We'll see what he can actually get because sometimes it's not the case. You have these great spells to steal, as I was saying, you just don't get them, but we'll see what we do get. Like, Muerta spells are amazing, especially too. The cast range on Deadshot is ridiculous when you get it on Rubik.
And when it comes to Muerta as well, obviously you're saying you do like the hero. Do you think one of the reasons why we don't actually see it be picked that much is just because there's still a lot of carry players that aren't really sort of confident enough to be playing the Muerta at this level? You know, it's just not something that they've got enough practice or have had enough performance on?
Yeah, I think this hero has untapped potential still, honestly. Especially if you see Pugna, who's still a very popular hero. This hero is amazing versus Pugna. Bottom crit, going toe-to-toe.
Will survive, but both Amar and Crit getting very low there to the harass from Pure and Whitemon.
This is a really strong lane. Now, Amar.
Oh, he wants to go back in and try and get aggressive onto Whitemon. Has he got enough with the shield popping? It's close. Amar, though, he's not going to get the kill. I mean, that was a very aggressive move there from Amar, trying to go for that chase down. He did not respect the sort of the damage that Pure is going to be able to throw out and hit with that dead shot angle when Amar tries to dive the tower like that.
I will say also, like, you're mentioning like player specialists and all that, and players that like to play certain heroes and everything. About the Muerta, so most times when I see Muerta carries played, they don't skill calling, and it drives me absolutely nuts. They like actually skip it until like level 9. Pure gets it at level 2. So I'm already happy seeing Pure playing it and getting this ability, because I think this ability is just broken in a lot of situations.
Makes it very difficult for you to try and get away with those dive plays that Amar was looking to try and go for very early on around the aphotic shield.
Going aggressive again. They should be able to get the Lotus here. Whitemon, yeah, he's got it with that sleep.
Nice little plays there already in the lane between the two of them, Pure and Whitemon. Very strong.
I haven't looked away from that lane, to be honest. Yep. I want to look at the other ones, but it's been constant action packed between the two of them, just spamming on each other. Now we get a chance mid. Seeing the edge, of course, for BZM versus the Pango. Not too much, though. We're seeing Malrine. He is holding his own. The top Skeeter should free farm. I don't see a way for them to really pressure him with Timber plus a Pugna lane. Or, sorry, Timber plus a Hoodwink lane. Especially when he's got the backup of his Pugna.
Another fantastic angle from Pure, though. I mean, these two are doing an absolute number against them on Crit. I mean, we're getting kind of these nightmares come in, and then even in that situation, Crit takes it off Amar to try and save Amar, but that obviously leaves Crit in a vulnerable spot to get caught by the dead shot angles from Pure. 2 kills already here for the safe lane.
Bottom again. I mean, Amar.
They've got the calling. They're going to get the TP backup coming in. They have the sleep. Pushback's actually going to come a bit early during the sleep and vulnerability, but it may not matter. They should get the kill anyway. Amar will pop the 1 charge. He's got shield in a second. He will actually get it off. And that'll actually give him the chance to look to try and dive for Whitemon. Whitemon is going to get Lotus up, though, able to turn with the brain sap. It's a little sloppy, but it still ends absolutely favorably for Tundra, as that's going to be a 3rd kill that Pure's getting involved in this safe lane in just the first 4 minutes.
Damn, a Tundra teamwork, we'll call that one. RAT being in little Lotus play, sure, they missed the stun, but either way, you keep each other alive with that little Lotus pass into a brain sap play. So this sometimes also is another thing about Rubik, right? Sometimes the lane can be a little bit difficult. There's something else I just want to mention quickly, right? So
we're definitely seeing that so far. It's going to be a bit of a slower start for Amar. Let's try and get the dive in onto Pure, but Whitemon's still here. Sleep from the tree lines, holds Amar back. Bring in the extra numbers. Yeah, they want to try and bully Pure out of here. Ari's going to be there ready to hold back Crit. Gonna push back onto the both of them. Lose Whitemon, but space is there at least for Pure to keep a safe distance against the 3 of them.
This is a pretty typical move from Snaking. He's the lane top, it's free, right? The Medusa's just now gonna farm. He's matching the movement of Ahri, looking to be able to pressure Pure a little bit here. So we do see Pure, not the greatest of last hits overall, but these kills make up the difference.
Pure and Ahri could try and get kills here, maybe. Get the bushwhack onto Amar, but maybe if they caught Snaking as well. If they got the 2 of them, they might have been able to follow up, but just getting the 1.
Abba has a lot of potential in this game too. Like overall for Whitemon, he's having a great lane so far, but we'll have to watch, of course, in the later stages of the game how much he can do, because there's a lot of things preventing Whitemon from playing properly. Shields, Rubik, Pango, Ahri.
He wants to go on mid, but Snaking and Crit followed him over. So they'll be able to turn, blow up the Hoodwink. Falcons just having the support numbers there a little sooner than that of Tundra, as Whitemon wasn't quite able to join in time.
Matching the movements of the supports. I like the Falcons is doing that after the lanes were a little bit, not rough, but a little bit on the side of Tundra's. So seeing these moves coming into play, and we see Pure, as we said, even though he got the 2 kills, he's top net worth, we are seeing some form of stabilization come in for him. He is the bottom of the course by 500 though.
snaking. He'll swing back up towards the top. But as you say, Skeeter, he hasn't missed him too much. Been more than happy hitting the creeps on his own.
33 is going to be able to apply a bit of pressure here, though, but the rotation is here from Snay. So we'll stop 33 from going for these aggressive plays with the shock, with the Whirling Death. It's going to stop him from pulling the wave, too. That is annoying, snaking. Just a decrypt. Just causes the wave to de-aggro off 33. So now 33 has to wait for that wave to push back in. That was clever.
I'll have Ari back by his side top.
Oh, that bounced him. Whoopsie. Extra mana there for Skeeter. Both carries farming very nicely.
33 will have the 6.
Hard to get aggressive with Timbersaw versus Pugna ever. That's why you saw they picked Timber and it was an immediate Pugna pick. It's one of the best counters versus the hero in terms of games. Stops you from getting aggressive.
It's going to be very difficult. He's already getting clarity'd up. He already and on top of that has 11 1 charges available as well as the Lotus. They're bringing in the numbers though, Tundra. At the least maybe wanting to try and force the tower. BZM ready to start clearing the wave with the Elder Dragon form. Ari seeing if he can maybe get a catch on something. But Skeeter and Snaking won't stay in too dangerous of a spot. They'll back away. Will mean that Tundra, they'll get away with taking this tier 1 with the Dragon form.
Pure was even going through the portal. They were going to bring 5 heroes to look for this play, but Medusa was able to get away. Falcons, not going to overreact. They're just going to continue to farm in these lanes. Not going to look to defend that tower. Amar is going to go for the Dominator build. So there's going to be a bit more of a farming style, of course, coming from him and toward that Treads Radiance. This definitely feels like it's going to be one of those longer games. I know we've had a couple 20-minute to 30-minute games. This one definitely feels like it's going to be one of these like 40, 50-minute games.
Yeah, both teams with carries that are more than happy to scale into the later stages. Pure on the Muerta, Skeeter on the Medusa.
Interesting to see this. Malrine now doing the thing that Amar does, by the way. He didn't skill Rolling Thunder. He's holding the point now at 8, but he did go 3-4 at 7. So he wasn't even holding the skill point at the at level 7. All about the farm.
And I guess seeing sort of no urgency to try and push for aggressive plays with the Rolling Thunder at 6.
Yeah, he even puts the 4th point in Swashbuckle, so he's 4-4, 0 point in Rolling Thunder.
We'll find Ari. And he's stuck up on the cliff. He's going to try for the TPL, and he'll make it.
Nice play. Thought for sure he was going to get brought down there, but ends up getting the double stun and survives, buy some more time, give some information for the team.
33, of course, getting a lot of space himself top. And whilst Skeeter did get the free farm up here, same to be said for 33. And Falcons, hard to really sort of see a a setup of heroes that are going to be heading up there anytime soon to do anything about this Timber. 33 should have a pretty chill game up here on this top side of the map.
I feel like Malrine, when he has Rolling Thunder and Diffusal, he can do something like that. But overall, I feel, yeah, 33 has a very, very nice time. And Malrine shows in mid. BZM.
The Dragon Tail on him. The 1 charges. To Cripify here from Snaking as well to back him up. Falcons to get the grab onto Whitemon. Crit has the lead in with the Telekinesis. They'll be the ones to get the kill and push Tundra back.
Both teams just very smart at responding and holding back. Whitemon steps too far for a second. Immediate response from Falcons to punish. But BZM has the shield rune. This tower could be in jeopardy. So trying to spam it.
Getting a lot of damage in here at those last moments of the Dragon form. And whilst they won't quite be able to finish, it's still a huge amount of pressure being applied already in these first 10 minutes from these first 2 sets of the Dragon form.
So really good start here for the side of Tundra, the Muerta. So Pure had a good start. He has yet to die. He's got pretty solid farm. He's got the Javelin. He's going to go down that Maelstrom route. Should be able to keep himself up with the Medusa with the start that he's gotten. I'm looking forward to see the matchup, really. Like, once we do get later stages of how the Medusa versus the Muerta is going to actually... what it's actually going to look like if they're able to hit each other. It's going to take some time, of course, because they are going to be going for quite a bit of farm, but we have to see who ends up working better.
Would you say, out of the 2 carries, which one is more likely to turn up sooner, would you say, when you compare the Muerta and the Medusa? Or is it very similar?
I think it's pretty similar, right? Feels like it, at least. Maybe the Dusa can, I don't know, they both can turn up, I think, at same times. I think Dusa can turn up pretty soon, and same thing for the Muerta.
Alright, they'll catch him up top.
That's a good spell steal. So Crit, he did find one of the better ones now.
Bottom. Look for the setup onto a Mar. Has got a point at the ready if the borrowed time is even necessary, and as it is, it's not. Just a shield alone enough to get him away from these two.
Pure has to be careful here. He does have the point in the Pierce the Veil, so can't deal with Rolling Thunder. He's got backup coming.
Yeah, Maureen knows. Doesn't want to push too far up the tower.
Level 6 on the Bane. Whitemon, he's got the grip if the roll does come in.
At 33, happy to return back up to the top lane, so it doesn't miss out on the farm. I've got Skeeter and Crit here, but again, these two not going to be able to do anything about Timbersaw at this moment in time. Tundra, they got the smoke up coming in from BZM.
If Crit is able to steal Chakram, that's the other one that enables them to potentially go for the kills onto the Timbersaw. Chakram or Whirling Death, but yeah, not the case. It's 33. Playing more than enough safe. Backs up to the jungle. The smoke connection from Tundra doesn't look like it's gonna connect.
BZM will back off. Did though, I believe, pop that Dragon Form under the Arcane Rune, so they'll have it back sooner than later. Still, the rest of Tundra can look to try and threaten this tier 1 tower bottom. We'll see what sort of response comes out from Falcons. At the moment, doesn't really look like they'll be bringing anyone down here. They're more content with just focusing on the farm themselves.
And the question is, do they want to contest for the Shrine here on the side of Tundra? Because the very likeliness is the Pango can turn up and the Dusa. It could be a bit dangerous in that area versus the control that Falcons does have with Pugna Ward plus Rolling Thunder plus Dusa Gaze. Let's see what Tundra wants to do. You imagine they're thinking
stick around BZM. Got the jump onto Crit into the silence as well for the calling, but the dead shot's off the mark. Crit back under the tier 2 will be fine.
Maureen is healing, so I think he's perhaps prepping himself for this engagement around the Shrine. Yeah, he's TPing in. Falcons doesn't want to give this up.
Snaking's going to go for the steal. He'll take Tundra's for now. Can Falcons also hold their own? Rolling Thunder coming in from Maureen. Pushing Tundra back, they get the connection onto Ari. So Falcons, they'll get the hoodwink. Can they get something bigger as well? They'll look towards BZM, but BZM's trying to turn. 33 taking a huge amount of damage there. He gets blown up. They're chasing on here, Falcons. Whitemon trying to juke through the trees, but they're going to have vision upon him. They're ready to put it to an end just with the damage alone. They didn't even need to use the Stolen Grip to kill him off. They get the 3 kills, and they're able to maintain both Shrine of Wisdoms in their favor, Falcons.
I was worried if they... I can see why they wanted to set up for it, right? Around 13 minutes, 14, they've got this, but it's such a dangerous area versus Pango and versus the Pugna. As soon as they get set up, I think it's very dangerous for Tundra to stick around in that area, and quickly Falcons, they prove that is right. And they're making the smoke immediately afterwards. Crit, he still has Fiend's Grip. They can absolutely kill Pure here. They have vision of him.
Yeah, this is a dangerous position. I mean, at least Ari will be by Pure's side.
He seems to read it.
Falcons, are they actually able to poke him for this?
Ooh. Sentry doesn't catch the ward.
It's kind of hard. Ari's coming in with a wrap around, but Maureen and Crit, they're already moving in.
They're sneaking.
They're looking for that opening. They're in with the swashbuckle. There's the Fiend's Grip to follow. Whitemon's trying to help out. It will allow Pure to at least get the ult off.
Dead shot.
Very, very low. The dead shot. Oh, it's a close effort there from Crit, but he'll be off the mark. And looks like he will pay with his life here as the sharpshooter comes in. A good attempt from Falcons, but they won't succeed. Pure survives, and Crit goes down.
Oh, he got around the tree line. Honestly, it's this one tree that actually saves Pure. Of course, it's Whitemon as well being there, and same thing with Ari, but this tree actually preventing them from that vision to get the instant grip. Snaking. He'll be speedy enough to walk away. Tundra read, they kind of read that move. That's really good awareness coming out from them. The Falcons now, 2K lead. Medusa having a good margin of difference now over the Muerta. And there's one thing I also will say about the Medusa versus the Muerta thing is Medusa can farm without being there, right? Muerta kind of has to be there to hit creeps at all times. Medusa can just send illusions down waves. So it's likely that Skater is going to pull ahead with less risk as well.
Whitemon trying to look to go a little bit deep there with the Invis, but Sentry will make him aware that they knew he was coming.
These supports are crazy high level now, Owen. Level 10, almost 11 on snaking. Level 9 on crit. Look at the supports on the side of Tundra. They're just level 7, so it's going to be very core reliant on the side of Tundra. These Falcon supports are going to do a lot, as we mentioned too. Pugna is very good this game versus Timber versus Vayne. And then the Rubik has great spells to steal. Yes, there's a Muerta that can counteract the Decrep, but it's the Nether Ward that's going to do so much with Snay having these levels.
Skeeter closing in on the Eagles song. The Relic round the corner for a MOUZ, 2,800 gold into it. Pure will pretty much have the full Mayone though on the other side of things, ready for the next play, and close to having the level 12 as well on Muerta.
Still getting some pretty good timings.
And Falcons are starting to take over this area of the map from Tundra. It's not easy for Tundra to head out.
Pure has to be so careful.
Avoiding one another for now.
The XP is really starting to add up, Owen. You know, we're seeing it's only 2k lead, but it's actually a 6 level difference now. Even the Dusa almost level 14. Muerta about to take the level 12. These things really do matter in terms of, yeah, the mid-game fights. If these supports are dishing out damage that cores are dealing on Falcons, you know, it's going to make a big difference.
Just the little things as well. I mean, once they sort of have that timing with the Butterfly on Skeeter and the Radiance on Amar, it's not going to be that easy or guaranteed, right, for Pure to be able to dish out the right-click damage in the fight with all the sort of evasion and mischances being applied.
No, I mean, definitely not. And there's still, although he's not going to be taking damage from the Rolling Thunder, it's still a lot of control that he's going to have to deal with. It's 33. They're making the move on him.
It's going to get any help. There's a TP coming in from Whitemon. See if he can get over to sort of disrupt this effort, but it's a very good angle with the Rolling Thunder, and yeah, 33 barely gets a chance to move. They get the kill, Falcons.
Crit gets in.
Whoa! Well, I'm still connected. Are you
everyone just started
Fox?
standing still. I'm still good, yeah. I'm in.
You're still good. Well, no, I don't know. How, I guess, is that like an... How did Whitemon know that was going to happen? He like paused and then everyone DCs.
Only high skill people left. Is that us too? I should
Hey,
+1, +1. I'm ready.
In the lobby. Put +1.
I can type.
Don't know what happened there. I guess we did have some server issues the other day, so I guess it's some sort of problem with the server.
It's like when Netta died, too. Maybe it was something with like the animation of the death. I don't know. Something definitely happened in game.
You're absolutely right, actually. It's definitely like some sort of weird bug that just kicks people. What, everyone just DC'd again?
Oh, now I just DC'd.
Oh, wait, I'm still in. It's me and Skeeter still in, baby. Hell yeah.
What the hell? Now it's
only the very high skill people left now. We're you know, working through the levels. Everybody's reconnecting.
I'm hearing spells.
Dude,
what is going
not a good
on?
Sound. Oh, that's not a good sign, right? That we heard spells. Uh-oh.
I just heard.
Oh no! Did somebody break the game?
Uh-oh, it's connection issues. Okay, something's going on. Okay.
Okay, well, everyone's back in the lobby now. We're ready to do another skill check. See if
I have the thing on my top right, though.
Stays in.
Do you? I have connection problem. Do you?
No, I think that's actually just you. We're getting back on with the action. What do you mean it's fake?
Cool.
Oh, it still says it, but you're good, or what? Or it's gone now?
Yeah.
All right,
it still says it.
Oh, uh-oh.
I think I'm disconnecting, honestly.
Oh no.
I think they are also dealing with the same thing because I have the warning connection problem in my top right, even when the game was started.
Oh no, it kicked me! Oh.
Noob down.
Now I'm out. Who's still in? Are you still in?
No, I'm out.
I'm getting back.
We may need to wait. We may need to wait for a moment.
Yeah, this might be some temporary server issue or. Yeah, because you're right. It did sort of happen at a moment. But these sort of disconnects can it happen if like some weird interaction goes on?
No, this is probably this is actually probably server. It looked like it was because of the time that the Timber died. But
yes, exactly. Yeah.
Stuff.
Okay, we're back in. Everybody's in. Our observer's in as well.
I think we're good.
So we're good.
Right,
is your connection problem sign gone away as well?
All good. All Gucci.
All good.
We're back.
All good. Certified. Good to go. We're fine.
All right, 4-8, 3K lead. Falcons crit, got Chakram steal. It's level 2 Chakram as well too, so extra kill threat onto some of these tankier cores. And they're setting up top. It's Tormentor time and BZM. They might be able to swing it over and get a kill here too.
Oh, let's have a look.
BZM.
The grab onto Ari. Quick kill. No, Wing's gone.
Falcons is getting a lot.
Yeah, they're getting quite the lead building up. Sure, I guess it's not the biggest of numbers, but with the manner that it's occurring, and sort of like how peaceful and quiet and close the sort of the early moments of this game were, that 4K's kind of come out of nowhere. And Tundra
it's about to become 6K too when this Tormentor does go down.
Yeah. Tundra's got to start thinking of what they want to do about this. Falcons are taking over. Tundra, what's the plan?
That is the question. I does feel like they want to make some type of move here, but with the way that Falcons has been playing, they're very careful, just playing with each other. They have great ways to protect each other, as we've seen too. And the catch overall from Tundra, it's a bit difficult. BZM has to just go in. Now he has BKB, so he probably maybe can go for it, but before, if he blinks in, he kind of puts himself on a silver platter to die. With BKB, perhaps he can disengage. So Tundra looking to make a move, but Falcons, they're not in this area. Are they going to go for the Shrine again? Oh, and they might find Pure on top of it, too.
He's going to be tempted to stick around at 21 minutes in.
He's getting rolled
Here's
on.
the Rolling Thunder. There's the jump. They get the opening. Pure will get the ult off, but they've got the damage to go through it.
Uh-oh. They will be able to get the Shrine, at least here. Ari will get some much-needed levels, but a kill here onto Pure. His farm is getting slowed down, and I think Falcons is really, truly starting to feel that power in their draft. These supports are humongous. The cores as well now starting to get untouched, and they've gotten to the point where they've got these big core items now. Butterfly's done, Radiance is done.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
I mean, and I really feel that timing's to say it's going to be a problem. Because even if Pure's able to stand his ground and try and shoot back,
problem.
It's going to be miss at this point of the game.
Truly massive issue.
AK lead here for Falcons.
And for like Whitemon, I'm sure for him he's feeling the same because this happens a lot when you play versus Rubik. You're scared to cast your spells. Like you're scared to use Fiend's Grip.
Tundra.
They
want to try and force a fight. Can they get that jump though? BZM. He's in. Get the catch onto him. Crit will fall.
And Snake.
To the side. They do get the grab here with the sleep onto Snaking. So they'll find the two supports.
Nice
Double
catch.
kill for 33. Nice couple of kills. The cores, of course, of Falcons were able to easily escape this, but Tundra, they'll definitely turn this into more by the looks of it. Sure, it's just the two supports, but it might just be enough for them to get away with this Roshan.
They kill it pretty fast.
Into the pit. I mean, Skeeter is around if he wants to try something with the Stone Gaze, but no, he's not going to be able to get close enough in time. Tundra will find the Roche, get the Aegis pick up on Pure.
Really heads-up move. Finding the ideal target, too. They found the two supports in the front line. Falcons got a bit too split up there. Roche will go their way. Falcons still, of course, in a very comfortable position in terms of gold, but now an Aegis for Pure to secure himself a bit more of that farm to catch up to the Dusa. He still is far behind, though. It's almost a 3-4 level difference, as we keep mentioning. And Falcons might actually... I think they might still be able to fight even into this Aegis pretty easily.
Let's see if they try. And because on the other side of things then, for Pure, do you think this is going to be an Aegis for farming? Or will you imagine that Tundra will also try to still find these sort of smoke plays to get back into the game?
It's just hard for them to kill a lot of the cores is my question. Like Abba and Dusa, you can't really kill them. And Pango is pretty difficult to kill as well, too, especially with how Marina's been playing. So it's just difficult to find these cores, to be honest. So I think it's going to be more of a farming one.
Looking to that MKB next on Pure. As I say, no surprises there. He does not want to miss those hits.
No,
against
he needs
these sort of butterflies, radiances.
Absolutely does need it. Malrine, the Aghanims, it is done. So Aghanims, he's got an Arcane Rune. That feels like they could look to clash into if they want to. They don't really need to, of course. There's still, it's 3 minutes left until that Aegis goes down, and they are content probably with how the farming is going, but it does feel like they can fight if it does come to them with these next item pickups.
What's the smoke situation? Whitemon has got one ready to go.
Okay.
If they want to try and make that move. But at the moment, I mean, obviously Falcons, most of them are off the map, so it's kind of spooky for Tundra.
They're getting quite a bit more out of the map. The lead just continues to grow. Like even during the downtime, we're seeing at least the gold lead. Falcons is hitting those creeps.
They are going to try for the smoke play, but it's not easy because the Falcons aren't really giving them much information to work with. So Tundra, they're sort of making this move rather blind.
And look at the ones they're putting in the front. It's a Deuce and a Baden. Marine is hiding in the back to make sure he doesn't get caught.
And that's an illusion. So smoke gank will not result in anything here for Tundra.
It's just so hard to find these two cores. It's with the way, it's because of the way that Falcons is positioning himself. I mean, Snaking is doing typical Snaking where he's pressuring a lane, being super obnoxious, and then they're only showing Abba and Dusa. So you don't, like on Tundra, you don't want to go for those two cores. You want to catch the Pango, you want to catch one of the supports. Can they get Snaking here?
It's been sneaky. He'll get the ward down, and he's got backup of Maureen. Maureen coming in with a Rolling Thunder. Snaking does get clipped by the silence, but he's speedy, he's out there. Whitemon had to use the Fish Grid to lock down Maureen. Maureen turns, Whitemon will be able to save himself with the Self-Nightmare and the Brain Sap. Good defensive plays there from Whitemon and keep him alive. They'll get the kill against Snaking. See if they can chase for anything more. They'll look at a crit, they'll get him in the Chakram, shoot him down with the Sharpshooter. Tundra able to punish them a little bit again, getting the two supports, but it is once more them not being able to do anything about the cores. The cores from Falcons able to easily evade this.
At least Whitemon survives, though. I thought for sure he was going to die. I think he got either a Brain Sap or a Lotus or something that got him a nice little heal, because it did look like he was going to die, but he disjointed the shield crash with the Nightmare for a moment there. So 2 kills. Can they turn it into more? So you said the cores is still yet to die.
Pure's trying, seeing what he can find. He'll get a good angle with the dead shot, push back onto Amar with the silence, because Amar has got the borrowed time at the ready. It's a difficult one to chase. They're going to try and continue, but the TP backup is coming in. Pure's done in full, though. Still, of course, has a minute on the Aegis, so feels pretty safe as the Muerta. Again, it's a bit too difficult to finish off the core kills. Falcons trio just super tanky, super tough to take down right now for Tundra.
Pure is getting time to perhaps finish up this MKB, though. He's got 40 seconds still left on this Aegis, getting closer and closer. We see
BZM.
33. Shivas is done.
I mean, BZM might find something here with the Invis. He's going to get the jump. Again, the supports of Falcons will likely suffer once more. Crit might just be saved by the shield. It's a bit of a dive here from 33. Wants to finish off the job. He'll get away with it. Gets the double kill. So again, Falcon supports, you know, they're dying over and over again here, the two of them, Crit and Snaking. They're not getting a lot of chance to play the game. You know, Tundra, they've definitely got their number.
They're truly assassinating them in the build, right? 33 was showing. The pipe, now with the Shivas too. It's very threatening versus this Pugna. Can get some push going. Another tier 2 potentially to drop. Not a bad usage of the Aegis overall. It was Falcons, of course, forcing the issue down bottom, which caused this all to happen, but yeah, Tundra with good responses. Swinging that 8K lead down to a 4K. Getting that Muerta in a more comfortable position, getting that experience back into a more comfortable position for themselves.
Just trying to get this build up to reach the point where, you know, when these fights do go down where Falcons, you know, they're not just bailing on the supports, they do actually bring in the presence of Skeeter and Maureen. You know, whether Tundra's going to have been able to build up enough to actually have a chance of killing off these heroes.
That's going to be the question, right? That's going to be the test once the whole fight actually kicks off and Falcons full commits for it. If they can actually kill these cores, or if they're just going to walk away again, or if they're going to end up losing that fight. We shall see. Game's still very close in its state. Tundra striking back nicely here, and that is the MKB, I believe, done now for Pure.
Two minutes until we'll see the next Roche come up. I would imagine Falcons will just try and reclaim control of the map and wait for that. And TPs are coming in. Look at a Skeeter. Skeeter's got a lot of backup behind him. Maureen's in with the Rolling Thunder. Tundra, can they take this fight? They'll get the Fiend's Grip onto Maureen.
Stolen.
Crypt, he's able to get the steal, but straight away there's the jump again onto the supports. The supports of Falcons once again destroyed, but Skeeter this time pushing forward. They've been able to shoot down Whitemon. See Pure turn and stand his ground with the ult, but the same thing to be said for Skeeter. Comes out with the Stone Gaze. Pure has to back off for now. So he's trying to retreat. That shot will connect onto Skeeter, but Skeeter's still got pretty much half mana to play with. Pure's cornered against the wall of his own base, killed off. I mean, we're seeing maybe what we expected for Bright. They can absolutely kill the supports, but when Skeeter turns up and he's ready to fight, they can barely touch him.
Yeah, this was the question of if they can get them. And it's a great jump, though, from onto the backline, right? Because Crit had stolen Fiend's Grip. They immediately jump and delete the two of them, but Skeeter just charges in, showing that he's just a bit too strong for them to deal with still at this point. All three cores, they're getting to play their game on the side of Falcons still.
And they really are.
Pure.
Another nice...
He gets slowed down.
For them to be found, and indeed these sort of moments, I mean, he's for the most part been doing a good job of keeping up with this crazy amount of farm that Skeeter has, but these sort of moments are going to allow Skeeter to get back on with growing that lead. He's going to be looking for the Diffuser Blade next.
All right.
Slide away to the high ground. He's out.
Okay. We'll be able to survive. This next fight feels like it could be everything here. Tundra, how can they deal with the Dusa? So you see, assassinating the back lines. They also just haven't been able to find Maureen. I have to give Maureen a lot of credit in this game because he is killable. It's just he's not showing himself in a position to die early. He's blinking in with the Rolling Thunder. He gets gripped, but it's allowing the rest of his team to, you know, the two cores at least, to get all their spells off every time. And he's yet to die because of how he's entering these fights. Is BZM just toying with them with the courier? I guess he is. Look, he's just going through the portal, stopping. Going through the portal, stopping. Going through the portal, stopping on the courier. They were pinging it as if someone was coming through.
Yeah,
and now he'll scout.
See what's going on over there.
That was pretty funny, actually. Falcons, smoked up, ready for a fight. Amp damage on Maureen. These supports, if you get hit by amp damage, Rolling Thunder, you'll just die instantly.
I mean, Tundra, rather deep themselves. Was he a lost team fight here? Will almost certainly mean conceding the Roche.
Tundra is so split up. Look where Pure is.
Who's gonna end up walking into the fight first? Tundra, they'll fall back for now.
This was some dangerous positioning coming in. They don't have their carry with them. If Falcon just runs in, they could have potentially just gone for it, but they didn't know. Disengage, 12 to 12. Less kills than I think we've been seeing in a lot of these games, but a very methodical approach from both sides. Okay, Pure. This is one of the big items, actually, from Huerta that I like to mention a lot. Yes, you have all your damage items, but sometimes getting into the midst of the fray is very difficult because you're super immobile. He's got Blink now on Pure.
They're going to start working at the Roshan Falcons. Difficult for Tundra to interrupt this unless they want to throw everything into the team fight, into the pit. Roshan half HP, Tundra coming out with the smoke now.
They gotta come soon. There's no roar because it was Tundra who took it before, so it's dropping. 2K.
There's the jump. 33 trying to disrupt things. He's in with the Chakram, but the Stone Gaze is there for Skeeter. Skeeter's able to finish the Roche. Grab the Aegis. In fact, okay, they did actually get the last touch themselves with the kill, but Deep Pure at the side, they'll pop the Nightmare to try and give him some sort of safety, but he's so low, he'll turn be able to shoot down Crit, but Skeeter's chasing him up to the high ground. He'll go for the Pure. He's away just in time. So we'll at least be able to retreat out at the fight. Crit's going to come in with the buyback. Not able to get the bushwhack connection onto RAPs. He's going to jump back in at them. They'll put the BKB. He wants to try and take Crit down a second time. He's not going to get him. Crit's going to live. BZM will opt for the TP out, but he will not escape and pays with his life there for trying to jump back in and take Crit down a second time.
Oof, goes for a really risky play there. I mean, there's a Pugna there too, so you know that it's likely that Crit's gonna get saved. That was incredibly risky from BZM. They got this, the last hit on the Roche there, so we did see a bit of a gold exchange there, but Pure gets so lucky to get out. 100 HP, he gets the blink away and survives.
Skeeter back on with the push mid. So safety of the Aegis. Fusel Blade coming out as well.
Okay, Pure.
Grip.
Gets grabbed.
Opening onto Pure into the stolen bushwhack. Pure. Again, having to just pop the ult here to survive. Skitter's going to try and chase him down. Mars in, but the blink up just in time from Pure. Live.
So close, honestly, Pure. I see he's queuing up the shard, probably because he wants this little bit of spell lifesteal to sustain himself, because he dropped, before the fight even started, before he did anything, he was at 100 HP. He needs some way to be able to stand his ground. Just remember, versus Dusa, that's not going to work, so he has to hit other targets to be able to get that lifesteal back. If he does commit for the shard. But it does feel like he needs some type of secondary life function as this Muerta in these fights. Big items for Falcons picked up. An Orchid now for Amar, a Basher for Malrine after this fight too.
Snaking. Right up to the high ground. Whitemon's got the sleep upon him. Amar's going to be there ready to save him with the shield.
Whitemon.
Considering the roll.
Amar's
heading forward. He is. He's chilling in the trees. He's going to have to spend a moment in there until he could blink out. Doesn't mean that the rest of the fight's going to kick off and Malrine's dead. So Amar still, at the moment, not able to assist the team as he's trapped in the tree line. He's got the blink back up now. So can get out if he so wishes. Tundra going to be chasing Falcons down. And yeah, Mar will make his way back out of there.
Big kill. First time they're able to find Malrine. And I believe that was, is that the gem that they were able to take away there? Or that was their gem that they have, never mind. So they're able to take away some of this vision. Finally able to find Malrine.
Amar. Try messing around with BZM. Ari's there by BZM's side. Amar does have a fair bit more backup though. Ari's got to be a bit careful. Skeeter and Snaking are around. The bushwhack's going to miss. Ari still speed enough to force and scurry away. 33, he's down here to try and help out as Tundra. They look to try and turn their effort over towards Snaking, but the stun controls down at BZM. BZM getting burst incredibly low. Will manage to put the BKB and back away. The life train for Snaking coming out to 33. 33's got to run. Falling super low on the Timber Sword. Crit closes the gap with the Timber Chain. He'll go for the Timber Chain TP out himself. He won't make it. The last hit coming in from Amar takes 33 down. That's a big kill for them to get because he was incredibly farmed on the Timber. So a lot of money going to Amar there for that one.
33 did not respect Snaking. He did not respect the Pugna. Pugna, he was just draining him, killing him pretty much by himself with that ward down as well. They tried to go for this play onto Skater, but still too hard. Even when Malrine's dead, they can't solve the Dusa issue. Yeah, look at the damage. 3,000 is done by Snaking.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's the hardest counter in the game versus Timber, as a support. 1 minute on Aegis, onto high ground. They've got Banner as well.
Tundra without 33, it's not going to be an easy defense. He's been a major part of the way that they can frontline and just push back heroes, get on top of the supports. With him gone for 40 seconds, there's a big window for Falcons to get the pressure on.
Check with Pure queued up, by the way.
Yeah, he needs it. He's got to go all in. Has to ensure that he makes the jump and starts just bursting these heroes with this insane amount of damage. But try and get the setup onto Skeeter. So still 25 seconds on the Aegis.
Fair bit of damage onto him, taking away all that mana. But yeah, I mean, it is starting to feel like he needs one of these explosive damage items. I don't know if I mean, I'm down with Rapier. I'm always down with Rapier, especially when Pure is doing it. But I think he might be able to still switch it up a little bit here. He buys the shard first, as we said, does want to have some extra. He's only gotten 1 kill under his Pierce the Veil, so he only has 2% spell amp, sadly, but we'll at least get that spell lifesteal during his ult onto some of these targets. But not the Dusa.
Not the Dusa indeed. With that,
cannot just hit the Dusa to get the lifesteal. Yeah.
BZM. Be okay. Falcons. And would you imagine, even without the Aegis, Falcons are happy to try and go for another high ground siege here on the top?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think you can maybe poke and force back, but I think you can chill, wait for that rush. Yeah. As we saw there, you know, the high damage from Muerta is still
going in the mid. They get the jump onto it. he's lucky to have Whitemon by his side there. A little bit of a
He's got
scary part of the map to be on.
He did buy his BKB earlier, so he does have at least a way to prevent versus this Orchid that was pretty devastating versus him before.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
BZM is trying to push pretty deep on this top lane.
Oh.
For the TP out, but Maureen, he'll find him in the trees. He went greedy with the TP, didn't want to put the BKB in an attempt to escape, so the Rolling Thunder will still find him.
He might get bashed anyway, to be honest, but yeah, either way, maybe he should have tried to Forik if he's pushing this far forward on BZM. That's 80 seconds. That's a big deal, this kill. Might be able to, I think with that, they can knock on the front door. With 80 seconds, you can at least try to force a buyback.
See what they can get. Skeeter ready to frontline the push. Still yet to die on this Medusa. 40 minutes in.
That was a banner placement.
He's going to get the grab. Pure. He's going to blink it aggressively. They'll be able to shoot down Crit. Let's see if they can try and push for more here. Difficult to step too far out of the base. We're still
33.
trying to do this without BZM. Finish off the ward. Get out with the blink. Feels safe himself now that he's been able to pick up a BKB on the Timber.
Okay. Not bad. Getting a kill on the Rubik without having to get a buyback. You hold. The banner placement was very aggressive from Skeeter. I think Crit was trying to like help it out and actually just gets killed because of it. So a little bit of a slip up there. And yeah, BZM will not have to buy back. They'll be able to chill, hang on to stuff, and get themselves a nice kill. 25 now has been hit for 33. And let's see what neutrals, right? We do have these big neutrals that are starting to get picked up as well. See the Pyrrhic Cloak. Whitemon got the Dream. He did get, maybe not the full Dream, but he got most of the Dream. He did get the Monocle for the cast range. And Pure did get the, okay, Pure got the Spell Lifesteal one. All right, so he got Giant Small with Vampiric. So the sustain could be there in these fights. We'll have to keep eyes on Pure. Who he's going to be hitting in particular to get that extra bit of lifesteal, how long he's going to survive. He's hit 25 now also.
Snaking. I mean, they're ready to go for this smoke play, Tundra. On top, Snaking just standing his ground against 33, but 33 will win the duel this time round. Puts an end to that pesky Pugna.
Yeah. This time, like before, without Pyrrhic, he can do that, but with Pyrrhic, you can't. The Pyrrhic just kills you if you don't have a way to dispel it, and he did not. Aeon was still cooldown.
Tundra tried to see if they could turn that into something else. They're hunting across that top line behind the tower. Falcons, they're on the other side of the map. And Pure really wanting to try and get in there with the Swift Blink. He is ready to go and make that jump. BZM, he'll try for the lead in, but the quick blink counter response is there from Amar. He'll get away. They'll turn their attention over towards Maureen instead. The shield's there at the ready, though. Keeps him safe. BZM. He's still got backup ready by the side. 33, he's ready to go straight in over towards Skid. Actually makes the jump over towards the backlines, looking towards Amar. And Crit, he'll fall again. The Pyrrhic Cloak shredding through the supports as Crit gets taken down. The cause of Falcons, do they want to try and fight this between the three of them? They're bringing 33 down super low, but Pure, he'll stand his ground here with a Pierce the Veil. Maureen tried to turn back towards him with the roll. Pure, he'll blink out. Maureen wants to continue to attempt to chase this, but BZM's in with a jump. They get the opening Dragon Tail onto Maureen. He's gone. They'll get the pushback onto Skeeter, but Skeeter will get the Stone Gaze off in time. Pure with the Pierce the Veil coming to end, has to back off momentarily. He's still got the BKB ready to press Pure, and he will let the Pierce the Veil back up in 10 seconds thanks to the Arcane Root. Do they want to try and get back in with that in mind, Tundra? Jump for Pure. Get his eyes set towards Amar. Amar silence, falling low, snaking in with the Glimmer to try and bail Amar out of this, but he'll burn there at the end to the damage from the Bloodthorn. As Tundra, they find a way to take the fight, to now take the lead as well. Very, very well played there as they managed to sort of just pull in and out of the fight and just really pushing their lineup to the limits as is necessary to try and challenge Falcons in this one.
It's super well executed. It's the sequence of things, right? Catching, snaking top, then swinging bottom immediately. There's no Pugna for the start of the fight. And it's Falcons who go in a bit too far forward to look for it without the Pugna. They don't have their 5-man. Tundra They get these Aegis, they get the refresher. This is a big one. They actually also going to point this out is that I was mentioning these level 25s for the side of Tundra. You know, Pure had it, and we did see also the Timbersaw getting it. Skeeter was not level 25 before them somehow, even though they did have all that experience going their way early. And Malrine also, he's still only level 21 now after having such a good game overall. Really big difference that makes. And these Pyrrhic Cloaks absolutely seeing how potent it can be in some of these. With no dispels on the supports, they just die if they get the Pyrrhic clicked on them.
Yeah, they really do. Pure. Amplified damage ruining straight into the base. The tier 3 tower. Force out the fortification. Mar will be back up in a few seconds. Now having to defend these moments against the Aegis on Muerta.
This game still feels pretty neck and neck, but Tundra may have gotten themselves a good window for this next fight opportunity. With this refresher shard, with all these little pickups that they have from that Aegis too, definitely can make a big difference in the next upcoming fight.
The Rapier Dream back online. Obviously after that little bit of a slowdown whilst Pure was able to go for kind of those other pickups like the Swift Blink. He's got it queued back up.
I heard Seb talking about this the other day too, and I'm actually totally with this, is sometimes, you know, it doesn't need to be a desperate game always to get a Rapier, right? I feel like sometimes Rapier can just be a good item when you feel like you're comfortable enough and you don't feel like you're gonna die. And there's definitely that potential now for Pure. He's got this Pierce Veil, which is pretty low cooldown. They've got Refresher Shard, he's got BKB. Got a lot of ways to survive.
They're gonna try and burst 33. They get the opening with the Rolling Thunder, good control, but still not enough to stop him from getting the BKB off, though. Doesn't matter, the bash is there, but maybe with the save and the Timber Chain out, he can lift 33. He's able to get out here with the buff up of the Auras.
Oh, and he's bought it.
33 back to safety, and indeed, there it is. It's online. The Rapier ready to go. This next blink in from Pure could very quickly end the lives of people on Falcons. Of how much damage he'll do. They get the opening onto Snaking. The Eon Disc will buy him some safety, but there's the jump forward. Barely even gets the chance to get the hits in. Just the damage from his teammates alone was enough really to just kill off Snaking there. Snaking's now dead for a minute, and they've got this window. You know, this good, what, 2.5 minutes, where Pure, he's going to be ready to just go for the base with this Rapier in hand.
And he almost has, like, I want to say like 3 or 4 lives in this weird way, because he has BKB, he has Pierce the Veil, then he has a Refresher Shard to be able to pass over him in case he needs it to pop another one, and then he has Aegis. So he has a lot of ways to protect himself if they even do get on top of him. And this Rapier is going to kill people in seconds.
Oh, it is. It's so much damage. Pierce the Veil,
in
jumping with the
milliseconds,
Swift Link in this Rapier. He's in. Oh, they get the jump on him in response. That's the Aegis gone very quickly.
Okay, well, he has to be a little careful.
Dies. And they set up for round 2. Get the root onto him. Another nullifier thrown down. He's caught by the Stargaze of the Rolling Thunder. He's in trouble. They'll use the Nightmare trying to save him. Gives him a chance to put the BKB in the Pierce to fail. He has to slide out, though. He's too low HP. He has to back off from this fight. 33 will get left behind in the base there. Timber Chain, again, enough to get out in the final moments.
Pure refreshes.
BZM's back in. He's going to get the opening Dragon Tail in onto Skeeter. Jump forward from Pure. Ready to push him with a Pierce to fail. The borrowed time's out from Amar, and Skeeter's able to back away far enough.
Okay, that was...
My goodness, there's some crazy plays coming out. Somehow, nobody dies at the end of it, but of course that Aegis does get taken out of the hands of Pure.
And that was insanely risky. I love to see it. But holy shit, Pure jumps in, almost dies without getting the Pierce Veil. Whitemon bailing him out. The Nightmare to allow him to get the Pierce Veil plus BKB. Like, that was scary, actually, for a second. Pure, whew, keeping it spicy.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, because we are seeing, you know, if Whitemon isn't there with that save, if they do catch him in some sort of stun and the nullifier's thrown down, they do kill him very, very quickly.
They do.
No, it is pretty much all the money on all the damage. If they can catch him, stop him from getting the Pierce to Veil BKB off, he will die immediately.
Skeeter's going to go dataless, so he's going to go the safer route, of course, as he can on Medusa.
Yeah, and I think, if anything, you know, he's like, why do I need my Rapier if I can take yours? You know, he's definitely eyeing up Pure's Rapier, Skeeter.
I would definitely imagine so. Okay, so all of the things that I like to point out once we get to later stages, and there is a Medusa, is Lotuses. So greater healing Lotus, how many are there? Snaking's got 1. Do they have any on the side of Tundra? I'm not seeing any. It still is very relevant for something like a Muerta as well too, but for Medusa, it's like, it's busted. the positioning from, I mean, Whitemon has to literally be hugging Pure, and Pure has to be a little
Yep.
careful with how he does these type of plays, because if he just gets chain lockdown, he absolutely can just die and lose Rapier.
Yeah, Whitemon is, he is Pure's everything in these team fights.
Yes.
If he's not there to save him, Pure is in so much trouble if he gets jumped.
Maureen, considering the go, Pure commits the gold again too. He buys the full refresher to have that secondary life that we were talking about.
All right.
Truly going all in. And as we figured, we're hitting at least 50 minutes. This game still the potential to continue going for quite some time. Very, very even, very, very close still.
Just two sort of like similar crazy scaling late game carries, but
yeah.
Just I guess with the biggest difference being that the Muerta, it kind of more on the aggressive and less on the defensive, right? Pure can dish out the damage 100%. A lot quicker, but he can certainly die a lot quicker, and then Skeeter will on the Medusa. So it's just a question of whether the volatility of the nature of the Muerta is going to pay off here with these sort of crazy plays to be able to shut the game down, or if just sort of the safety and reliability of a stacked Dusa is going to be enough for Falcons, because obviously still we're at this point where Skeeter yet to die this game.
Yep. It really is just truly all down to execution, right? Like who gets the better spell casts, who gets this better carrying situation. Does Pure insta-die? Is Whitemon there to bail him out? Like, it's probably the biggest ones to look at as Tundra. They're going to smoke.
They're going to try for this. They don't want to sort of sit back, wait for the Roshan. They want to try and strike at Falcons at a time that Falcons might not quite expect.
Ari bought a Hex, so that's the... I'm not seeing any other big reveal that they got afterwards. Ari bought a Hex, and Whitemon is carrying a Greater Healing Lotus, so to point that one out as well.
Skeeter stepping out. Illusion's out. What Dispel is a little awkward now for Tundra. Skeeter's going to find BZM. BZM forced back to safety. Under cover of smoke, the majority of Tundra.
33's looking for the back line.
Wants to try and find Snaking and Crip. Gonna get the jump onto BZM. BZM's gonna be found first. We'll be able to put the BKB. Jump forward here with the Pierce the Veil. Pure trying to find the support. So turn towards Skeeter. Skeeter will get the Stone Gaze up, but you can see how much damage was being done there. Skeeter pretty much losing entirety of his mana. They'll look towards Marin as they get him with the Hex, but the shield comes out. Amar tries to save him, but it's not enough to keep Marin alive as Marin goes down. Borrowed time will allow Amar to blink away, but Pure and 33, they're ready to keep on chasing down Falcons. Falcons on the retreat. Skeeter starting to get even lower on the mana. Another connection in with a Dragon Tail, but Amar comes in with a shield, trying to keep Skeeter safe, but the mana is completely gone, and Pure with the Pierce the Veil of VKB is able to shoot down the Medusa. Skeeter to fall, blink forward as Pure cleans up Crit. Snaking will survive with the safety of the Glimmer Cape, but the rest of the four of them on Falcons are dead. Tundra able to find the fight in their favor as the overwhelming damage of Pure comes out on top. And Falcons getting shaken up once more, now down 17k.
Truly overwhelming damage. His mana disappeared almost instantly on Skeeter. They popped the Greater Healing Lotus, I think, from snaking onto him in the middle of it all, but my god. I mean, the damage number looks a little bit funny because of all this, but either way, Pure is doing absolutely insane damage with this Rapier. I'm liking that he went for it. I'm liking that he went completely all in for this.
Absolutely, the all-in build is absolutely paying off. They're ready to go down the mid. He's found himself an amplified damage rune as well. They're going to have to come out with these buybacks, Falcons, in an attempt to stop this.
They might all have to. Even Maureen, it dies fast. Okay, Maureen will have time to respawn.
It's the buyback of Amar, Ari. There's the opening silence. Pure trying to finish with the barracks. 33 giving the sort of space Pure to continue to push on, but
okay.
They will respect the fact that Marin's up as well. So they won't actually quite get the chance to finish the barracks, but they can fall back. It's coming up to the time where Roshan will potentially be back in the game. So Tundra opting to just control the map and set themselves up to get this next Aegis instead.
Pure's BKB was on cooldown. That's actually, I didn't notice that at first. So he didn't want to take the risk with the Rapier kind of play and just some buyback surrounds him and he'd lose a Rapier because they could just lose the game immediately because of that. So smart call, they disengage. Don't have to use all the buybacks on Falcons here, so they will be happy about that. But Tundra looking to get this Roche, looking to get this control.
And honestly, for Falcons, I feel like Skeeter. Maybe he can't sort of rely on hoping to get that Rapier away from from Pure, he may just have to buy his own fog just to be able to match this sort of, or at least try and get closer to the damage output. So even if he does get low or has to start backing off, he will have already at least got some kills or damage done in the midst of the team fight.
I kind of wanted him to have like a swift blink, actually. I'm just seeing Skitter not able to move is my bigger thing. I want to see him have some ability. He's just 300 movement speed.
33. Mr. BKB comes out from him. Trying to get the Hex onto Amar. Once the follow-up's done, borrowed time will be there in place. 33 Timber Chains away. BZM having to back off as well with the BKB. See the Rolling Thunder not able to clip onto BZM. He's back down onto the low ground. Roshan is back up.
That's the Rolling Thunder use. And Malreen's still only level 23, as we mentioned. You know, he fell off very hard in this game. He's bottom of the course. No refresher, no nothing like that. So Rolling Thunder, 50 seconds. It's a long cooldown.
Let's start here onto the Roche, but he's got to be cautious with his BKB on cooldown. 33 moves up to high ground. They get the Hex onto Skeeter. Pure, he's in. With the Pierce the Veil, trying to force back the squishies. He looks towards Maureen. Maureen will fall. Pure takes him out. The Stone Gaze is there from Skeeter. But now Pure will back off. Looks to see if he can reset and get another jump back into the fight. Whitemon gets destroyed here by the damage output of Amar. 33 looking to get on top of Snaking. The Eon just giving him some sort of safety. That's Amar gone. No buyback available on him. BZM has the control onto Skeeter. Ari is dying to the damage coming out from Skeeter, but Skeeter will not be able to win the duel against the 3 of them remaining on Tundra. Has 4 dead on Falcons. Pure coming out again on top.
Snake.
And maybe, ooh. Bushwhack not quite there, back up in time from Ari, so Snape will live. 4 dead though. This is an opportunity for Tundra if they want. Do they want to push? Do they want to play it safe, take the Roche? They've got options now after winning again another very successful team fight.
And it's now feeling like the Tundra cores are the ones that are absolutely unkillable, right? And the Falcons cores are very killable. Very different tale from about 15 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, Pure, he's ready to go for this. He's got the BKB back up. Pierce the Veil, of course, ready to go once more. One more solid fight, and they could end this. They try and make the jump over towards Snaking. Maureen also coming in with a buyback. There's the Blink 4 from Pure. Straight away, he's going to be able to tear through Snaking. They do get the opening stun, but it won't be enough to stop him from getting the Pierce the Veil off again. Skeeter trying to fight back against them with his BKB, but Pure pushes forward, shoots down Maureen. Maureen's gone. Skeeter, he's dead as well. Triple kill for Pure. It's over. GG is called. Tundra take the game.
Pure is such an exciting carry to watch, honestly. With the backup of Whitemon, of course, as this 5 position, Pure, he can take these type of risks, and it doesn't feel like that much of a risk. Maybe for a moment, but Whitemon bailed him out of it at the one moment when it was risky, and that's a carry performance. That's hype. 13, 2, and 9 on a hero that we don't get to see too much played as this carry. And Falcons trying to play with their stable. You know, we saw them having this very, very stable triple core, not dying really at all, but then Tundra, they hit the stride that it turned into them having these 3 cores that were unkillable. What a fun game.
Absolutely, yeah. Pure getting some insane stats at the end. I mean, the damage dealt not really being an accurate description of what he did, because I imagine obviously the damage to Medusa, right, it's all like mana burn, so that's not accounted for in that scoreboard. So just if you do account for that, crazy numbers being done by Pure with this fully aggressive build, as he'll be able to close up this game with Tundra. Tundra take the game against Falcons.
Yeah, look, Pure getting some insane stats on a last pick Muerta, a hero that's not seen right now. It's something that might have been pushed a little bit to the side set, but when it was the right time, the perfect call coming out from the side of Tundra, from the side of Pure, and it makes it work.
It was a brilliant pick. It was really amazing, and I think it says a lot about when you enable players like Pure and you give them the freedom and the versatility and you trust them with what they see in the game, what they can do. Because I don't think many heroes could have solved what Muerta solved this game. Like, the draft was looking pretty dire until that point. It was brilliant. I think that the Rapier purchase was also amazing, and you know, and we talked a little bit about it earlier this tournament. Like, it is now, like, it's not only desperate Rapiers that are good Rapiers, and I think it played a big part in what happened this game. And honestly, it comes down to trust and him, like, obviously, you know, knowing what he's capable of doing, but also getting the trust from his teammates. It's like, you want Muerta, you get the Muerta. You want to buy Rapier, you buy Rapier. You just tag along. This is the mark of the best teams out there, and the fact that they can show this already is amazing.
I mean, how many times have we seen Bane on Whitemon, right, make these nightmare saves, or the positioning where Tundra would like offer up Timbersaw on 33, or BZM would just randomly reinitiate. Like, I think just the information Tundra kept applying and the saves they kept applying, it means that Pure can play with this confidence. You know, Fold was saying at the very end of the cast that I feel like if you put Pure let's say this was BB playing this, they're not going to win this game. Like, you need the supporting cast to fully elevate Pure so he can play with that confidence of a mistake doesn't look like a mistake. And yeah, they, of course, backs were against the wall for a brief period of time, but they overcame it and they look to be very, very impressive.
Yeah, I feel like the unsung hero definitely being Whitemon Bane. Like, how many times are you going to be able to evade this Penga roll, or everyone that wants to blink and try and find you, and somehow Whitemon was like the most elusive hero on the map?
Yeah, I mean, he's a fantastic player. I think you can talk all you want about Pure and Ari joining the team and having 2 new players, but really, I think the biggest difference between this TI Tundra and this Tundra is that Whitemon is back. You know, you can be as good of a replacement as you want to be, but I think in a lot of ways he is an irreplaceable player, and it's just insanely good right now. I think this game is a very cool game and a very fascinating game. The way it oscillates based on who's strong in different timings. You see, it looks like, oh, Falcons ahead at one point and Tundra's ahead at another point. And I think that's the natural curve of the game according to how strong the heroes are and the different timings and things like this. And I think you only get that sort of ebb and flow with really top tier teams. I think it's just a pleasure to see.
Yeah, well, hyping up Tundra, I mean, they got the win here. It's very deserved, but it wasn't smooth sailing. Yes, there were those moments that we saw where Falcons was ahead. They were pushing high ground, but it kind of snowballed from this 14-minute wisdom room where we were having a question mark around it, T, of they're in the lead, they're in command right now on the side of Tundra, and do they go and contest that? Is that a fight that you want to take?
Yeah, I mean, this was a clip that I think you lads were talking about in the green room, but it's the idea of, do you need to contest the 14 wisdom rune? You know, I don't want to speak too much about it because of the conversation you guys were having, but yeah, just the fact that, you know, is it really that snowbally of a contest? Again, I'll let you guys answer.
It's just unnecessary sequence. I think like this is the typical time where like DK has a blink, sure, and he has a pretty early blink, and you want to make use of it, but it's just not your time to fight. And at this point, Morta with the Naked Maelstrom does not enjoy running uphill to like a Pangolier, a Dusa ulti, and Abaddon kind of frontlining. The Pug now are being planted and you cannot contest it. Like, you just have to respect your timings. I think this was like a big blunder by Tundra in the early game, which really set them for a really rough mid game. Because the laning phase was very solid. Like the Whitemon Pure lane completely destroyed Amar and Crit, which happens very, you know, rarely. Like, they're usually, you know, we praise their laning abilities, and they got super challenged this time around. But you know, it's also a testament of like great teams can weather the storm. So we're talking about how we went up and down. You know, early game was very good. Laning phase was great for Tundra. Then they kind of threw their advantage. Falcons was in the commanding lead, and they managed to kind of you know, turn it around again. So ups and downs, it takes mental resilience, and obviously with these caliber of players, you have it on both sides.
I mean, for Falcons, Amar, all right, he first played Abaddon offlane when he was on a team I've always known as OG. They lost. Since then, he's played 5 other Abaddon offlane games, so 6 in total. He's lost all of them. He has never won on Abaddon, and it kind of feels like the product of the draft where they kind of flexed it, they've tried to move it around, but yeah, that's also something maybe to talk about, right? How often do you see Amar play the Abaddon? Clearly, he just never wins on it, and to me, it doesn't feel like an Amar hero, and did it provide as much strength as maybe in the moment they thought it would?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this, I think, throughout the tournament with different teams, people trying to flex heroes that I feel like should not be flexed. Some heroes, you know, you want to get cheeky and you know, get some counter pick elsewhere, but I think oftentimes the integrity of your own heroes and stuff that I think that you're also used to, like you said, like Amar does not play this hero often, and I think Falcons is a typical archetype that they like the drafts to fall into. They like a certain amount of initiation, and I think normally they'll have at least 2 or maybe, you know, like 2.5 heroes that can sort of go in and start things. This game is only the Pangolier, right? And I think that creates an uncomfortable and strange dynamic for them. And I think you can see that in some of the ways that Falcon is giving up kills here or there. Maybe they're not picking them off enough, or not building as much of a gold lead as you would typically see from them, because they're great at closing out the map.
I kind of feel also that, you know, the Timber is a big talking point because it's been dominating the Falcon games, and now they lost to a first pick Timber. Like, part of me thinks that they did not kind of pull their A strat against Timber. I think the Pugna's nice, but it's not like a... I don't think you counter Timber with like a +5, essentially. Like, at some point, you're going to need more. Like, the Pugna's going to stop working eventually. It's kind of what happened this game. I'm sure they have like more knowledge to how to counter Timber, and they're maybe like keeping a little bit of that for later, or maybe they tried something. At the end of the day, they're kind of secured, you know, to go to Singapore. Like, maybe not yet. Like, they would have to lose everything. Like, they would have to be... Let's not go back to the millions and trillions of... I don't want to get faded into the millions and trillions and billions of chances of what could happen. But it is looking good. I think I can get away with that. So since it's looking good, they can try, you know, like plan B, plan C, test the water a little bit. You know, you've theory crafted maybe ideas. This was a good opportunity to try it, even if it didn't work.
Yeah, the standings was not completely updated. Obviously, we just saw Tundra win there, so they would actually be 8-1 there. And then there we go. I knew it. Production was on it. These guys are good at what they do. 8-1, and it does give Falcons their second loss there as well. And I want to kind of move our eyes to somewhere else, right? MOUZ and your Colt. That's kind of the big discrepancy here. Yes, T?
There is a discrepancy, but also Heroic beat Falcons. So if Falcons are to drop another game, then at least
Heroic were to win.
Yeah, then there is a world where I don't know the new star off the top of my head, but it's not as if Falcons beat Heroic and beat the teams below them. So it's like the teams just below them. It's close. So Falcons, they cannot drop another game. If they do, it opens up a whole new can of worms. So yeah, be careful.
The pressure's on.
The pressure is on them.
Not as secured as Seb might be alluding to there. The pressure is on. And the pressure is on for some more teams. MOUZ up against your Colt.
The kisses are going to be raining in, and they are getting a little bit low. Throwing body after body after body at Aurora. They are working their way through these heroes' lives bit by bit. They get one of them. Crush onto 3. Makoto turns back around. Another cookie onto 3. Wait a minute. They're finally going to die. An ultra kill for Fly.
Position Aurora in. Toronto Tokyo's going to get himself on top of Celery. Gets him with the crush. They'll lose Mirror, but Celery will go down in return and did try and see if he can burst through Ollie mid-bon. He's got the Yule set up onto Makoto into the stun. The crush comes in. It gives time for Makoto to jump out.
Your Colt are in a bit of a rough position right now. 1-7, it's where no team and no fan wants to be seeing that team at all. That one win is all that they have for themselves, but is it the same sort of thing and the same narrative that we were talking about before, Seb, where a team might have that result, but their play doesn't necessarily reflect it?
No, I don't think it's that. I mean, to me, it's...
That's cool.
I think they're a little bit behind right now, and they need to step it up. The first step will have to be the draft. I think they've been a little bit too crazy with the draft. It's all over the place. It kind of transitions. I think they're making it too hard for themselves. So they need to first get that in order. Hopefully it doesn't happen too late for them. And then we'll get to see how much they can bring to a Dota game.
On the flip side, though, MOUZ, it's got a bunch of players that we're very familiar with, and they're 4-4. So right now they're very even. It feels like that very neutral sort of position that you want to be in, Quinn.
Yeah, I think they've shown a lot of promise and a lot of potential, and I think it's fun to keep seeing them play games and see how their gameplay shifts and changes over time. I think in some ways they don't draft like a typical Immortal Faith team, and so I think that's also interesting that it's not quite the same as like the double strange range supports, like the double 5 thing that he typically does.
I mean, it's just trying to find how far can you get mid-one's creativity to shine. I think once they truly unlock that, this is where the team will level up and actually be able to convert on more wins. But until then, it is going to be kind of like a 50-50 team, I think. Well,
unfortunately for you, it was not mid-one that I caught up with earlier. It was another member that's been jumping around a bunch of different teams. It's Chrysalis. You guys are joining MOUZ now. I want to know if you and Celery are speaking Dutch in the lane, or do you guys still have to communicate in English?
No. Dutch is a terrible language. I would never speak it willingly. So we just speak in English. It's way better for our team, for us. It's better in every way. So of course we would never speak Dutch. There's no way.
And what has the connection been like now having Celery? Because I know you've played with the other 3 guys before, but Celery being the new addition.
I mean, obviously he's a fellow Dutchie like me. So our laning is like, it's on point. We're on the same wavelength. We CS like super well. We're like, we're like the Dutch pride in like one lane. So obviously it feels amazing. It's really good. And yeah, I mean, what else can I say? Let's go to the Netherlands.
I hope you just turned this into a national pride thing. How do you feel about the old chat from Amara, from ex-teammates in Creep Wave? Because yeah, it's a bit spicy sometimes.
I mean, it's usually just like fucking around, right? Or like joking. So it's not like it's not like I take it personally. It's not like Energy take it personally. It's just like that was just like the ongoing meme most of the time, and it's like still is, I think. So it's like, yeah, like it's fun. I think people who watch it will probably enjoy seeing some of it because it's funny to see people all chatting in games. Usually don't see it. And if it's between creative members, it is always just meant as like a joke. It's meant to be done in good fun.
All right, perfect. That's what I like to hear. And how are you guys enjoying Blast Slam at the moment?
I mean, the best of ones are always exciting. Just having an endless stream of games against different teams. It's kind of a bit crazy, as it always is. But it's also kind of like, it's like interesting to have something like new kind of format. So, it's been fun.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. And then how are you guys rating yourselves coming into the final series of the day against your cult?
I mean, you know, I can, by the way, ex-teammate. I think Sucks is in there right now. Is he? Was it Suxa?
No.
Wait, Sucks is not. Wait, who is it? Where was Suxa?
Isn't he standing in for like Yandex or something?
Oh, Yandex.
Bro,
Okay,
this
sorry.
This is the wrong tournament. Hello?
Yeah, you know, cut it out, whatever. Like, listen, okay? Cut this out as well. I don't know the difference half the time, all right? I'm sorry.
That's
really
all right.
don't
I'll
give
cut it
fucking
out.
teams.
I'll re-ask the question, all right?
Like, when they sound like they're, like, from, like they might be, like, teams from, like, a different continent,
They're all the same region. It's either your region or their region.
You're right. You're right. He's playing with Watson in Div 2. Watson's not in this tournament. Yeah, okay, I remember now. Never mind.
That's right. Yeah,
in that case, yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good.
All right, you know what? I'll take it how it is. Thank you so much, Chrisless. Good luck in your series against your cult and not Yandex. I don't know if you've done the right prep here.
It's not my job, so I'm sure that my team probably has done the right prep, even if I have no idea who we're playing.
Chrisless, yeah, hopefully the other 4 members and coach of his team have done the correct preparation here. He was having a little bit of fun before this series, and hopefully the vibes are going to keep going. MOUZ up against your cult here. What exactly could we have in store for us here for this series?
I mean, I'm looking forward to a first pick anti-mage. I think could be very powerful, especially if the enemy team had like maybe Lycan, they could respond with anti-mage on 9. I think that would be a good response.
Yeah, the confidence of Fly.
You need to put more sarcasm.
No, I think it's perfect.
In case people don't know.
Unfortunately, they're still second pick. I thought that the one chance they have to improve on the strategy is to move from 9th pick to 8th, you know? So
no, increasing the priority would be good.
It would be really good if possible. Yeah. Again, just for context,
we don't see that.
If this is your first time, of course, tuning into a Cult series, they did in the first time in over 6 patches, over 2 and a bit years, they first phased an anti-mage, lost very, very quickly.
They reminded everyone, us and themselves, why it is not a thing.
Exactly.
They really took one for the team there, all right, guys? I'm going to give them some praise, and they've learned from it. They're going to move on.
That's like out of the window now, so moving on to the second plan.
The issue I have at the moment, or my kind of sadness, is the teams that are being the most creative just aren't doing very well. And I love creativity in Dota. I love the idea of trying something new, but it just isn't really working out.
There's a very fine line. I mean, there's a very fine line between creativity.
Oh, not the anti-mage. Sorry. I meant everything else, but go on.
Dude, that's the Mars for anti-mage as a counter.
No, please, it might actually happen.
Do it, Fly, do it.
Don't do it. There's a very fine line between creativity and you pick the next word. I'm not gonna pick it.
Stupidity.
I was not gonna say that. Or maybe I was.
But I got you. Don't worry. I got you.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I was trying not to say that word.
I'm the devil on your shoulder. It's okay.
But you know, it's like there's some fine tuning to be done, and unfortunately, it's also the game that you play when you're trying to be very creative and very out of the box. It can look awesome and it can look awful.
So close.
So, you know, adjustments have been made because it was literally the same scenario. You guys mentioned it the other day. It was first pick Mars into anti-mage and it turned out horribly. So now we're going back to basics for your cult, like Emo on puck. He's an amazing puck player and it will be able to, like, you know, develop into a more solid and less maybe kind of, all-in draft.
Yeah, I mean, Emo has a pretty set amount of heroes he'll play 5 or 6 heroes, a lot of the spirits and sort of the slippery heroes. And so I think in a lot of contexts it makes sense to pick his hero first, because if you give him a late pick, he's not really going to pull something crazy out the bag. That being said, I don't think Puck is particularly good against Mars. You can go this Yule's build, which gives you a guaranteed stun on Puck whenever he goes in. And picking Puck on 9 when you aren't responding to a mid-hero or, I don't know, some serious lack of catch, in some way, it can be exposed. Puck is fine against Mars, but much like the Execration against Tundra game earlier, it doesn't prevent MOUZ from picking a bunch of other things that are good against Puck.
But MOUZ also hard counter from the mid lane. Right? Mid one's one of the only players still playing mid Broodmother, right, against Puck. You just get level 6, you take the tower, Puck doesn't really kill you. You have to coil the Brood, bring supports in. Of course, Huskar as well. Like he's happy to pick the big anti-Puck heroes. Like he's probably not going to just casually play a DK like other teams. Yeah, it's first phase Puck, always need to be careful. And Mars actually likes to play into Puck to some degree because of the Yule's build. Yeah, blink Yules, you can catch him. Obviously it's not ideal, but Still, there's ways that the MOUZ can play into the matchup.
And by the way, like if you wonder why Pudge has been first phase banned, like that was not a misclick. That is actually a hero that MOUZ is willing to first pick. They've done it earlier this tournament. They play it mostly on position 4 on Yamich. He's exceptionally good on the hero, but it can also be a core role. So like this is like a hero that's been rising in popularity this tournament. I don't think it's always had the biggest success, but some teams are making it work.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they go for. I think a lot of teams would pick Hoodwink here, or just some standard 4 with damage. I think especially when you've got a puck against a Mars, you've already Clockwork. Okay, interesting. I think with these heroes, you've got plenty of catch, you've got plenty of lockdown. I think in your Cult's next heroes, you're looking for damage because Mars is a pretty tanky hero. And a hero that can enable a lot of other heroes to be survivable because he frontlines and gives you this protection with the ult and also just being naturally difficult to kill. And so I think if you're Colt, you've got plenty of catch here and you've got some skirmish and things like this, but there's room for you to be punished in lanes and also for you to have damage problems. So I think they need to look to counterbalance that coming heroes.
Is Clockwork? I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't really think as Clock position 5 being like an answer to Mars. I know it's been picked into Mars and nothing else, but I'm kind of hoping it's going to be a Boboka hero, which also will bring a little bit more stability to his lane with Zeal, because so far it's been very experimental and sometimes it just prevents both of them from playing the game, honestly. And these are really good players that, with a really good, like with a solid start, let alone a good start, can do a lot in the game. And I don't think Mars cares so much about Clock position 5. Like, you just spear him away and that's it, really.
I just want your Colts lineup to have some level of cohesiveness. Like every draft you look at from them, it's very chaotic. There's never really like a key theme throughout it. It's just, a Pudge, an Enigma, and then other ones there's an ET, and now there's a Jakira. It's like everything's just around the place. So
you don't miss the position 4 Timber?
Yeah.
I mean, I know what I would like you Colt to pick here, but I think I don't need to say it. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. And it's not Troll Warlord.
It's not. Okay, that's an. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like he's getting very little priority in picks Fly. Maybe a little bit too selfless also as a carry. I mean, now this is a troll that it's not the worst lane, honestly. Like, it's actually a pretty good hero versus Tusk on the lane. Like, Tusk relies on getting the tag team action going, and against the mist that Troll applies, and pretty high armor hero, like, it's not the easiest. So it's not a bad lane by any mean, but he's kind of giving up on the win condition because now this Troll is going to play versus 2 cores that should be good against Troll. The one thing I also want to say is that your cult might not be very familiar with the MOUZ players, because these are players that did not really attend a lot of tier 1 tournaments lately. These are the only places where they could have faced them. This is like MOUZ's bread and butter. Like these, like Celery, Ench, Yamich on Tusk, these are literally their best heroes that they were able to grab this game.
It's also like the way that you see this lineup, because the side lanes are very formidable, Mars and Abaddon, you know that mid one is the playmaker, the one that wants to be aggressive. They have the freedom to do that. Ench, Tusk together, you just follow whatever mid one's doing. He's still yet to lock in his counter pick to the puck. There's still plenty of heroes to do that, but I'm expecting 3-4 minutes of good laning. As you get towards that 6-minute mark, you just run towards mid, you contest every rune, and just really amplify mid one's game because of how stable MOUZ's lineup looks.
It's a pretty good Abaddon pick. It's probably gonna force the bat on the safe lane, I would hope. Send the Clock position 4 and the bat position 5 maybe?
Yeah, something along those lines, I would think. I mean, MOUZ's lineup is very, it's very Immortal Faith. It's not a lot of spells, a lot of lane dominance. It's a lot of heroes that sort of need to have a pretty decent game to get going. So I think if your Colt does have a decent laning phase, I think their heroes are much more reasonable than some of the other games we've seen. I think their heroes have some play, you know. They have a lot of catch and maybe on the lower end of damage things, and MOUZ is very survivable. So I think there's a lot riding on how the teams get off the, you know, what foot they get off on, because I think there's some potential for either team to have real issues killing heroes if their lanes go badly.
The one route I would maybe have like to see on MOUZ is punishing this puck, because I think they have decided not to and prioritize other picks, and now the biggest counters are kind of gone. Like the Huskar was later banned, the Brood has been banned. These are heroes that, you know, we expected to see, you know, mid-one grab against the puck. So I don't know what the next option is, but
I mean, they could do mid-Necrophos that they've been doing before. Because of how tanky the side lanes are, you also then just do the same thing. You play on catapult waves, and then the Sniper, a classic counter to the puck. Normally it's an issue into Clockwork and Batrider, even Troll down the line when you get Blink, but because of all the saves, the Tusk save, the Arena, the Shield, you can also protect it. So I think there are some really kind of big laning counters that you can pick.
It can work.
Yeah.
On what did they say? They go for Lesh, right?
Okay.
I mean, I like this better. I think when you have a Batten and Tusk and things like this, especially against like a lot of catch on Clockwork Batrard, you want something that can get in there and abuse like the shields, abuse Tusk save, abuse end shields. Like they have a lot of stuff that amplifies people who are able to run in. So if you pick like a sort of scared backline hero, it can be a bit dicey, especially against Puck. Like if you're picking a backline hero, MOUZ don't have great tools to kill Puck until Mars has Yules or something like this. So it can be like the gameplay can be strange. Whereas Lesh, you don't have too much kill threat on Puck, but you have a super free lane and you have a lot of easy potential to gank side lanes, be very tanky, and can you continue to play that thread of Yukol having damage problems.
Yeah, and mid one is a very good Lesh player. At least he's very comfortable on the hero, plays it a lot and likes it a lot. So it's a great option. I'm thinking for Zeal, like what you look at, like Darcy is in against Abaddon. It's a pretty good Darcy game. I know it's against Ench, but I don't think Darcy really cares now. It's about, you know, like pushing in the lane, getting the stacks, just farming your own side, or an Undying. Interesting, which maybe sends the clock to the safe lane. Who's playing clock? It is, yeah. It's a +5 clock. So they're just tanking the Bat versus Abaddon.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for your cult because everything around MOUZ is like level dependent, right? Ench, Tusk, Lesh, all of them. You have a good lane, you get the first Wisdom rune, you're taking the fight to your cult. On the other side, Puck, you need what, a Witch Blade or something else. You need the same thing for Troll. He needs farming items. If the Undying is shut down from a Ench plus Tusk rotation, what is their early game? It's just waiting for the items to come into play. Same thing for Clock and Bat. They want to play with a core, and the only core I see them really playing with is the Undying. So it's like there's a very clear target on Zeal's back. So my focus for your cult is how well does Zeal's lane go? Can he draw the attention to him, buy time for Puck to enter the game, for Troll to enter the game? Then we might have one on our hands. But yeah, MOUZ's early aggression looks so well-rounded.
I mean, the slightly worrying thing, it's a good Undying game, like Undying core. I see what they see, but the only question is, it is a Bat against an Ench Abaddon lane, which is pretty rough, and Undying kind of relies on getting a good start. We've seen Undying in Execration have a rough start to the lane, and the hero just did nothing the entire game, and it was miserable to watch. So hopefully this Undying can get off to a better start, even though it's not super favorable. They're gonna have to clutch it.
I see Lesh, I Pog.
You're gonna give us more than just that, Quinn.
No, I mean, I think you called their heroes just, they're a bit too low damage. I think Bat and Clockwork and Puck are a bit redundant in their low damageness, and then you're playing into a Bat, and you're playing into Ench, you're playing into tanky heroes in the off lane, and Leshrac, who will have a very fine lane. I would much rather be MOUZ's draft, if being totally honest, and I think the MOUZ's ability to make moves and get the game rolling is very strong. Troll also is quite bad against Leshrac and a Bat as the game progresses. I think there are a lot of things.
Also, yeah, Tusk is really good at kiting the Troll, dealing with his ulti. It's not that easy.
I think really Dirge is Yukol's only saving grace if he has a good lane and he's very fast and enables them to win some fights, and then maybe Puck can do his thing.
The TLDR is all three of us clearly dislike Yukol's draft. And we hope, I hope that we're proving wrong, because we're low-key hating because of Fly Anti-Mage. I think feel the bias inside of us. He's kind of spited us before, so I'm hoping for Yukol's sake there's some magic within their play that can fix what the draft's showing us.
Yeah, look, sometimes you don't like a draft. Sometimes there's the Caustic Curse. All three analysts not so much in love with what Yukol has been able to provide in the draft. But let's see if we can fall in love with how they play this best of one.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action of our final game of the day here on the mainstream. It's Yakol, ready to go up against MOUZ. Well, I say ready, though. I mean, are they ready?
Are they ready?
These guys, they've been having a tough time. Does their draft, at least here in this game, fill you with confidence? Do they have a chance of getting themselves what would be their second win here in the group stage, if they can take this?
Maybe more confidence than the AM Timber 4 AA5 one that they did have that other day, but I don't know. It definitely looks a little bit easier to play on the side of MOUZ. I feel like they got to pick pretty much every hero that they wanted. I go down the list of like player hero combos of what they love to play the most. I think mid one's Lesh is his favorite one right now. Celery's Ench has always been his favorite. Yamich is Pudge or Tusk. Boom is probably the Mars or Timber maybe. So I think they got everything they wanted on the side of MOUZ, and when they played their comfort, they look really strong.
Let's have a look. See what Yakult can do if they can kind of hold it together to have a chance against MOUZ, as you say. Yeah, MOUZ 4-4 at the moment, middle of the group. They've had their ups, they've had their downs.
How's today been for Yakult? Actually, I didn't get the glance at that.
It's losses, right? I didn't see how the losses went down. See top. Good cogs here onto Boom. Look at the slow as well. I mean, Boom should be fine. I'll have Rebuke again in a second to knock Fly back if necessary.
Okay, so I think this is the lane to watch probably, because I think this is the one where there's probably the most volatility. Bottom, I feel like it's very difficult for the Undying plus the Bat Rider to really do much of anything versus a Bat in an inch. They just can out-sustain very easily. So I imagine they're going to do some like creep-cutting mechanics. I think top, though, there can be a decent amount of contention up here between how much they're going to actually just play versus each other. Usually, Clockwork very good at stopping these creep pulls, but Yamich was just a step ahead, actually, of getting that wave there. Having the boots instead of the windlace. Just a little bit faster than Poloson. Usually, the Clockworks do not allow you to pull waves like that, so... Yamich with a heads-up move.
Because overall, how did you feel as well about them settling for the Undying as the last pick for Zeal?
I don't know. I'm not crazy about it. Gotta be honest with you. Like, it gives them a frontliner. I just think they have great ways to to ignore the Tombstone as well too, and they have their own ways of controlling team fight. Pretty good here on the side of MOUZ with the Mars plus the Lesh. I didn't really see what else was left actually, to be honest with you, so I can't really just say that I hate it.
Baboka. He'll just survive unless Celery close this gap.
Hey, you just keep chasing him though and keep poking him. If he gets the enchant, it's a long time for enchant, but just keep chasing him. And okay, he'll take the rune. Well, that'll hurt Emo. The natural movement for Celery that just hurts Emo.
Poker at least will be able to bring the wave over for Zeal.
Okay.
Top lane, we'll get the spear back. Not quite enough damage to threaten Boom quite yet between the Troll Clock safe lane.
Yeah, definitely the lane to watch, as you're saying. This is the lane that, for Yakult, they should have a pretty damn good time, right? You have the miss rate versus the Tusk if he does end up going for the tag team. You have Clockwork versus 2 melee strength heroes, so the cogs are going to be extremely useful if he's ever able to get them on them. So Fly is absolutely set up for success.
Boka trying to contest for the Lotus, but seems like the heal on Celery is a bit stronger than the damage that the Firefly can do at this point, so Celery's just able to sit there in the flames and get the Lotus himself.
These cogs. Connecting them all since they're double melee up here, but yeah, but Boka has to be a little careful with that Firefly. Since you do take damage per second to yourself, you're not really counteracting that heal right now. Maybe later on when you've got some sticky. Mid lane, we haven't really talked about this one too much, but kind of a farm lane, I would say. Lesh maybe with a... I think actually pretty even. Maybe Lesh with a tiny edge, but I feel like both... It's just a player-dependent matchup. This isn't one of those where it's like a Quap versus Lesh rack, where Quap is just bullying a Lesh. This is just trading.
Celery doing some good bullying down bottom now with the Warpine Raider. Taking both Zeal and Baboka pretty low. Zeal going to rely on these decays. There's going to be the shield on the Warpine Raider as we'll dive in. Not enough to kill Zeal, but still not in a very happy position on this Undying.
I'm trying to think what else. I didn't get to see everything that was banned out, but yeah, when I'm seeing this kind of lane going down, right, this Undying plus Bat versus the Enchantress, it feels like the Enchantress is doing an excellent job of being able to protect Crystallis. Although Crystallis is a little bit low, he's going to have wand charges. They're going to have the heal that can come in always from Celery to make sure that he's just safe.
I mean, Celery, yeah, just starting to be super disruptive, keeping this lane safe and secure for Crystallis.
See when the early rotation is going to happen. I feel like it's a bit easier for the side of MOUZ to make that early move. They can just swing the Tusk and get the kill, but it's actually going to be Poloson first. So he's hit the level 3 on the Clockwork, and he's going through the portal. So looking to catch either the Enchantress or that Abba. He's gone for the damage build too. He put 2 points in Battery Assault, which you don't see too often.
It's hard to get on top of Chrysalis, and the salve's already there, so Chrysalis is going to be pretty much back up to full HP.
They got the
Difficult
scan.
to find a kill with this opportunity. TP's now going to be coming in for themselves on MOUZ. Yamich turning up. Zeal. I'll turn
Zeal.
towards him. Head over with the snowball. He'll get up for decay, but he will not be able to survive an attempt here from MOUZ as they'll draw first blood.
It feels so much easier and more natural for Yamich to do this. Like for the clock, with the 2 points of battery assault, you have to get it really close to him. It's hard to close that gap at times when they've got the boots, so can't quite do that. They also got the scan, so MOUZ very ready for this movement. Great play there from Yamich.
It just doesn't seem to be an easy game for Zeal.
No.
With the way that things have gone down here so far on the bottom lane. We'll see the supports ready to battle it out around the power, and they'll drop the Dream Coil onto the Yamich into the silence. With the cold pushback, they'll be able to take him down, but Mid one just runs through the midst of them all, dishing out a crazy amount of damage between the Edict and the Pulse Nova. They'll take down Emo. Polison will survive.
He almost killed all three.
That, big kill taking down Emo, and at least getting the overs very, very low.
They're a bit lucky to survive there, honestly. I thought Baboko for sure was going to end up dying, but Polison and Baboko able to disengage. They're very low HP, and we are getting toward the Shrine of Wisdom timing. Definitely need to heal, at least on the clockwork, to ensure that you can get that. Because Celery is in the vicinity to be able to go for the potential steal.
Bottom, they might go on Zeal again, if he's not too careful.
Oh, very likely.
Start backing off. Here's the lead in. He's looking to try and get the tombstone down potentially, but he might not even want to bother now as he's already fallen too low. They've got the body blocks as well with the Centaur.
And here's Celery.
Another death on the Undying.
He's killing Baboka inside the Firefly.
Polison's trying to turn a punish, but that just doesn't have enough damage to cut through this Enchantress at this moment in time. So they're able to head up, take the Shrine away from Yakko, and also, of course, on the other side of the map, they're keeping their own safe. So they'll get both of the 7-minute Shrines here, MOUZ.
Baboka, he decided to fight instead of healing, so because of that, he's sitting at like 100 HP when they're going for this type of shrine thing, so Celery can just walk in and contest the two of them under it, and his team connects. MOUZ, heads up moves. I really, Christos, you need to change this tag, man. I'm going to say Tundra every day, but... Killing me. Great move, though, Tundra. One step ahead, it feels like, in terms of...
Tundra?
Ah, damn it, I did it immediately. MOUZ, one step ahead. Dude, hey, this is killing me. It's in my face. One step ahead, though. Yeah, don't show.
And also, I mean, Yakko get me as well, you know, Mr. Baboka with the Jerax tag. And back over the mid 8-minute power rune. It's going to be an arcane rune from mid bomb. How much will be able to keep that secure for him?
It's also the fact that the Yakko goes, nobody has a tag in front of their name, so it's just their names. It's messing with me.
Top lane. Both the cores have been able to chill out a little bit up on this top lane, which is obviously good news for Fly. He's not under any pressure at all in a solo situation against Boom on the Mars, so he's getting some decent farm on the Troll.
Yep, but I would say more so like better for Boom, right? Because this was the lane that they kind of picked to counter the quote-unquote counter the Tusk and the Mars a bit here, and Boom is getting away with a bit more than their Undying is.
A little bit of a poke around the mid, but Emo will push them back.
Emo.
Zeal,
always a very
some
interesting
space now.
player. He is. Emo going for naked brown. He's going brown boot switchblade. Not even a null in between. I don't see that too often. Usually I see these like treads, maybe a null in between. No, he's just going straight for it. So Emo is a fun one to look at what type of builds he wants to go for.
That's all. Let's see where mid wants to go. Looks like he's going to stick around the mid for now. Well, obviously on the top lane, if they do want to connect, they do have the setup ready from Boom with the arena.
Mid one is very big right now. Level 9 with the Arcane Rune. The puck has hit 8. But not.
They're just going to go for it top. Spear quite off the mark there from Boom. Probably going to mean that Policy gets to walk away from this one, and now they can look to turn. They'll drop the coil just onto Celery, but he's got the heals pumping out. They don't have the damage to kill him. So a little bit awkward there from both sides. A spear missed by quite a bit, and then a Dream Coil, on the other hand, used for nothing.
That's awkward. Yeah. It happens. Definitely does happen. Long day for everybody here, even for the players. Boom. We'll have his Soul Ring finished up. He's got the Lotus. He's perfectly safe at all these times, but now both teams may be limited on moves that they can make since the Coil and the Arena are the two best catches in this early game here. So we'll be on cooldown for a little bit of time. And mid one he's moving, he's jungling, right? Because of this, he's giving the mid lane to Yamich. So getting that level 6 for the Tusk at a good time. In comparison, for the side of Yakult, Baboka is struggling to find much. Same thing for Polison. They're both level 4. So both level 6s are going to be out there for MOUZ. Yeah, for MOUZ. Oh my, I thought I said Tundra again.
Celery. Trying to be a little annoying for Emo. Forcing him back.
He's obnoxious.
And quite a few times they've tried to fight back against him and it's not working.
And look at mid.
Chance yet to die.
Like, this is the weirdest, the supports are just freely hitting the tower. Okay, Emo's gonna come back. Not something you see too often is supports being able to hit tier 1s like that.
I mean, mid one is very happy to join the fight mid if it does kick off because he's got
Blink.
Blink. He can just get straight in there. He's gonna get caught after the phase shift. He's just immediately taken out. I'll put the fortification, but this tower's not gonna last for long.
Don't think he expected that Blink to come out this early. 11 minutes in. Mid one, he's got it done. Level 10, he's got Cobalt Cup. He's going to accelerate things, going toward top. It's a level 5 Clockwork. This is a free kill if he gets on top.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Boom's got the arena backup if he just wants to drop it. Players safe. He will. This time, will connect the spear. Mid one's in with a follow-up. And this Lesh could start to ball out of control. And indeed, Yamich has got the lead in. He's 6, so he's able to walk to get the punch off. Traps him in the shards. Flyfly, backup's on the way. So Flyfly will be able to pop the ult. Can they actually get over to help him out, though? I don't think so, as MOUZ are able to kite the troll. Snowball comes back across mid one with the last bit of mana, is able to jump back in, kill Flyfly off. But Boca and Zeal, they tried to help, and now they've probably got to run themselves. Emo wants to fight this. He's going to go in with the ult, but the spear's in onto Zeal, who dropped the Dream Core now, but they don't have any follow-up damage. They're only able to take down Yamich in response to what's ended up being them losing both of their cores. Emo and Polison still trying to fight. Celery will have to heal back up in a few seconds.
He's healing.
One charge is keeping him fine. Another miss of a spear there from Boom. Might not matter though, as they're still able to stay on top of Polison. Actually, Polison actually gets away with the hook shot. Due to the fact that that spear was off the mark, and indeed it's gone off for so long. The Flyflies respawn, looking towards Boom. They'll chase him down, get the knockback with the flame break. Chrysalis comes across, able to offer up a shield to buy him a bit of safety. Not enough to save him though. Boom goes down. Yamich.
Now Chrysalis.
Ball over to Baboka, up to the high ground, but with the Firefly, Baboka will live. No, he won't. Mid one. In with the blink, able to finish the job.
What the hell is going on? They just go for
It's getting a bit sloppy. This is this is some late night sloppy stuff here. It's the last game of the day from both of the teams, but we're here for it.
Look at the damage done. Look, it's 13 minutes in and it was a 10,000 damage fight. I don't know how many lives were exchanged. I think MOUZ, though, comes out very slightly in the edge because it actually ends up lasting a little bit long, that they end up losing Chrysalis at the end of it. So there is a bit of a trade there from Yakult.
Yeah, I think it's just overall the fact that whilst it's going kind of back and forth, you know, the true winner is mid one. He keeps cleaning up in these fights. He's getting further and further ahead on the Leshrac. He's an absolute problem. And he's getting away with these sort of blinkins.
Yeah, and although, you know, Chrysalis did die, I'm going to say a couple things here in this game because Chrysalis, yes, there's a lot of kiting factors in this game, honestly, on both sides, but the Radiance, he's going to be able to do his damage in the fights, and he's going to have it at a pretty good time. I have big worries for the Troll in this game because there's so many kiting mechanics, especially just the Tusk.
We're going to try for the Tusk here. Got the Dream Coil. They'll be able to burst him before he gets a chance to get the Snowball off after the silence. So, quick catch. Chrysalis. Very close to having that relic done, though, despite all the chaos kicking off.
Sorry for coughing in your ear. I meant to mute myself for you. I muted to the stream, though. I'm good.
He did have to self-report himself there.
I have
to. Would have never
I had to self-report myself. I felt bad. Celery will prevent the push there from Emo in the mid lane. The supports are big on the side of MOUZ, as we've seen, because they got that shrine, of course, too, so we see that level differential. 2K lead at the moment for them.
I mean, mid one's good to go in the mid. Emo's got to be careful.
He keeps orbing very aggressively.
He's probably gonna die for this one. Actually, speedy enough to get away from the split earth stun, so Emo will survive.
Zeal pops ult.
Close one though. I mean, they've got 4 heroes mid. Hey, Yakol.
He wants to hit someone. He can't. Zeal, Flesh Golem, wasted. Blade Mail is done. Okay, so he's going for the I'm gonna run into the Leshrac build, right? He's just gonna Blade Mail, run on top of him, hope that he can do his best. So let's see if mid one, if he can change the build, if he wants to at all either. I mean, probably doesn't, because they're gonna have to let it sustain inside of their draft. And as I'm seeing too, Boom, I wanted to point this out, I was waiting a bit, but he did go Victory Feast. So let's say in these mid team fights, if he is getting Blade Mailed, if they get a kill or two inside that arena, it's gonna full heal mid one too.
That next fight very much looking like Chrysalis will have the Radiance done for it.
Yeah.
It's a couple of waves away from having the goal to get that completed.
It'll be easier for him to get involved too compared to Flyfly, as we keep mentioning. Flyfly, when he's rushing a BKB this game, so that's telling me that he wants to fight earlier than I think we see a lot of trolls, because usually we see like the Battle Fury, S and Y, and then perhaps they go for that BKB. So I think Flyfly looking to accelerate things to play with his team.
Got the Blink on Baboka ready for the setup.
Okay.
On the bat. We'll see the smoke come out from MOUZ first, though. They're ready to try and make that aggressive move. Looks like they want to go towards the top. They want to try and find the troll. Catch that Flyfly.
See where Baboka looks to go with this blink too, because he does have to be very wary of where the Abaddon is, because the shield can just prevent it, the borrow time if he goes for that target. You can't snowball the lasso, right? But just still has to be cautious about how he goes for the plays with this blink reveal.
Flyfly out just in time. Jakal themselves looking to try and go for a grab here with the blink on Baboka. They'll get the jump on Celery.
Do they really
get the heal off? They'll get him. It's enough. Always a little bit of a risky one when they make that jump, but don't quite stop him from getting the heal off.
He didn't get the attendance off. I think if he gets
it was
the
just
attendance,
the you're right. It was just the just the facet popping off there. If he got the attendance off, he probably would have lived them, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think the next time he'll have Glimmer, and I don't think that they're going to be able to do that, so they have to be pretty careful. It's good that they got it, but they showed it quite a bit. Let's see if MOUZ punishes it, since that lasso was used. It doesn't look like they're even moving to punish it anyway.
Baboka's watching, but he is slowly burning. I'll get a courier out of this. Boom might be able to find him, and depends how long it... No, he doesn't want to spend time searching for Baboka. Baboka gets away with this.
One of the first times I've seen this build on a Batrider too. I know he's playing versus Abaddon, so sticky isn't really that favorable, but 0 points in it. 0-3-4.
Boom. Yeah, they find Baboka mid-bomb. He will find Baboka. Another one here on the Lesh, 6-0-1. Flawless game continuing here for mid-bomb.
Hey, Quinn said it, right? I see Lesh, I pog. It was a last pick Lesh that came in here, and it is mid-one's favorite hero right now, it seems like.
He's slowing down. I mean, both carries definitely happy with this. Flyfly, he's going to get the chance to get that BKB done before the next fight kicks off.
I want to see how much he gets done with it and how much they're going to look to really force. Like, are they going to look to just force a fight with some Coil, Tombstone plus BKB Troll running in and then just try to get like a Roche or get a Tormentor play out of it? Have to see. Because there's still going to be a lot of kiting mechanics. We said the BKB Troll, it's going to be good and all to absorb a lot of the spells, but there still is, of course, some ways to control him during it. Either the shards to trap him, or that punch from the Tusk, or just a snowball to delay the battle trance.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
MOUZ. Link on Chrysalis as well. Hovering around the Roche, yeah, they're not going to go for the Roche. I mean, both teams pretty much at the same time looking to make the smoke play.
Emo.
See who catches who. Flyfly's going to walk into Celery. Celery, he'll get the heal off this time. Flyfly chasing him down, but the arena comes in onto Flyfly. He just gets blown up. He's chasing this Enchantress, and it just costs him his life. We'll see if they can get anything in return here, Yakko. As Celery continues to heal up, the snowball comes out across pretty much the three of them. Mid-one's going to get glimmered, but they do have the dust at the ready, so Emo at least able to finish off mid-one. Can he get back out of this? The phase shift back into play. He'll be able to get the blink off Paulison. Not going to be quite as lucky. The spear comes in, but does actually get a good angle to latch. So if anything, might give Paulison the chance to continue to run. Depends if Christus wants to dive this. He does. Still has the borrowed time. Still has the aphotic shield if necessary. So they'll dive to tier 2. Bring Paulison down low. The shard's not quite long enough.
He just got the
lit.
Force Staff. The courier literally just delivered it to him and saves his life. That was actually split second for Paulison. We'll survive. They get mid one at least.
They do. I mean, it was a bit of a rough start because, as I say, Flyfly, he was just going for this Enchantress and just left himself open to be caught out by that jump. But they do get that kill on mid one. As sort of things resume towards the top, though, Baboka's going to get caught as Yamish rotates back up to the top lane. So a trade, and yeah, killing mid one but I mean, both of those kills are big kills. Both in a very similar spot right now in the net worth for Flyfly and mid one.
Yeah, it's not bad. But now Tundra, MOUZ, back to the in the game, straight to the Tormentor. They're a bit healthier, and yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to make it to contest it, but mid one.
If they could get mid one a second time here, that would be very nice for Yakko. They get the jump 2 times back to back, taking mid one down after he had such a clean start to the game. And they will be very, very happy with that one, and that is some very, very good money for Emo now, sitting on 2,600 gold, ready to spend on top of this Witchblade Blink Dagger.
Which route does he want to go? Let's see. What does Emo want to do with his build in this game? Does he want to be crazy? Because it's Emo, so we never really know what he's going to do. Huge kills, though, slowing down mid one's momentum.
Celery, for all the heals he may have, he's on his own here.
The team's coming.
I mean, can they get here in time? Do they want to get here in time? I think they might have to just bail out.
They decided against it.
Yeah, they don't want to have a part of this. They'll just allow Celery to try and make as much space as possible. But they will slowly, surely take it down. Another kill for Emo. Starting to really get some momentum into this game after a little bit of a slow start. We'll see at the same time, they've got the setup onto Crystalis. Has the borrowed time to rely on. And it also has the backup of Yamich and Boom if necessary. Boom's considering getting in on this, they'll jump with the arena, blow up the Boka. We'll hold back the rest of them with the arena. Flyfly's going to continue to try and chase this down. Emo makes the jump forward, but see, with coil on cooldown, nothing to lock them down.
Not bad though. Honestly, I think this is the best game I've seen from them, Owen. A couple of these games I'm saw from them, like it's totally disastrous. They're not making these quick moves. They're responding pretty well around cooldowns. Like the arena's used, they're instantly smoking and reacting and looking for this move again. Maybe looking for mid one. If they can keep slowing him down, preventing him from getting that save item, could be pretty huge for them.
Yeah, they're getting a lot done. They're going to move to the Roshan with the smoke.
Okay. The tail end of the Flesh Golem.
Are they going to get away with this? Tundra, they're making the move onto the mid. I mean, if Baboka dies here and draws their attention away, he'll take that if it means the rest of his team can get this Roche finished. But MOUZ are heading over.
They seem to know now.
Chris is ready to walk in. Can they finish it off? I mean, he walked in with his borrowed time still caught up for 5 seconds. They'll still try for the steal and they'll get it. MOUZ, they'll get the kill. They have to pick the Aegis up on the Yamich. They're not able to stop Flyfly from getting the ult and the BKB off as Flyfly turns and with the help of Seal takes the double. Now towards Boom and Celery. Celery, go back off with the heals. Trying to bring Seal down low, but K is there. Dream Coil comes in from Emo. Stops the TP out from Boom. The snap as well on towards Yamich. Flyfly turning towards the Tusk. They'll be able to take him out as well. They might have got the steal on the kill. They might have got the Aegis, MOUZ. But that fight absolutely going the way of Yakko. And yeah, just a little off with the timing that Christus felt that he had to go in that moment. But it was a moment where he was still 5 seconds away from having the borrowed time back up fogged.
I think if he has it, they might just completely wipe the fight, but he just walks and dies. They don't have their carry, and it becomes a bit awkward for them there. 5 seconds. Yeah, just went a little bit too early. We'll blame the... Is that the 7.39E change? It is, right? It's 5 seconds or so on each of the cooldowns. Yeah, he got owned by that, so. 85-second cooldown rather than 80. Ends up dying because of it. Can't cut in. Big plays from Yakko. We see Flyfly get some big cleanup kills. He's got the S&Y after the BKB plus Battle Fury. Emo is 6-2 and 7. A Lincoln's now to protect himself versus like the Yule's catch or versus the instant putt. They're doing it on.
Absolutely, Emo and Flyfly having a great time. MOUZ. Boomer mid one. They want to go straight for this. They get the jump. It's a good arena.
Oh, nice
Locks
catch.
down the two of them. Zeal will be able to get the BKB and the blade mail off, but it doesn't matter. They'll be able to kill him off through it.
Really good catch there from Boom. The ward, I guess, was still there. They didn't actually check their triangle for this vision, and they're just both farming together. Back to business, MOUZ. Will still look to go for these kills because they're not playing versus this Aegis. They're still confident in their aggression. And they did, overall, that last fight, it literally was pretty much a 4v5, right? So I think they're feeling more confident if they do have their actual 5 together to be able to go for these pressure plays.
Should be able to finish off the tier 2 in the mid.
They got a base ward.
Getting that top wave push round. Emo. Coil back online.
Emo should still be pretty safe with this Lincoln's now. He can really push the limits in these team fights. I'm wondering what they're going to pick. Maybe someone is going to look to have something like a Hex at some point, but it still is a ways away. I think it's probably the Mars that wants to build it up, or the Leshrac, but I'm seeing that mid one wants to go a bit of a different style build. Okay, he changed it. He had Ags queued. He's switching to BKB. Hook.
The hook shot, not going to get the connection. Still, though, jump
Emo?
in. He might get punished for that. He will. He went in for that one. They just turn and blow him up.
I can't go for... he has Lincolns, but he has to be still a little bit careful. There's a lot of control on the side of MOUZ. That's massive. I mean, Emo... he can't die like that.
And they're going to get punished even heavier here. Booms in with the jump, gets the arena set up on a Polison.
Huge slip up from Emo. Not respecting it. He knew that they were there, too. That's the crazy thing. He was just trying to cut the wave, but not respecting Yamich. Yamich, no hesitation. This Tusk has been pretty phenomenal this game, I have to be honest with you. He's making little mistakes. He stole the Aegis, stole the Roche. Part of 17 of 20 kills.
And Boom's ready to make the setup top. Flyfly does have the BKB. They'll get the opening spear, though. Doesn't get the latch, but still they get the punch up. They're able to still lock him down. He had that little bit of moment because the spirit itself didn't connect right. It did not latch him to the wall, so he was walking. He did not respect the jump, the follow-up. He's dead for 60, Fog.
Well, now this is looking like the cult that we saw a lot of the days, unfortunately for them. Just hemorrhaging massive kills, not even in like a big team fight, just getting picked off.
No. Trying something here with the Dream Coil. Mid one. The hook shot him, the Glimmer's there. He'll get the chance to Yule's up into the sky. Mid one surviving for now. Finally, they'll finish him off. Can they get anything more from this Yakov? They'll find Yamich. Turn towards Celery. Celery nearly bringing Zeal down, but Boca's got the control of the lasso. Shields there from Crystallis. Keep Celery safe for now. Emo.
How is Celery?
Oh, he can't.
Okay, Celery. I can't believe either one of them live. Zeal as well. Walking away with about 80 HP. I thought he would die to that spear that came through, but ends up surviving also. They get mid one. They get Yamich.
Yeah, definitely making up for that slip up on that top lane. Coming in with that coil makes the call to sort of commit for the fight, and with mid one as low as he was, the setup easily enough for them to finish off the job and put a temporary stop to this pressure that MOUZ are trying to apply against them.
MOUZ is still looking for the plays. Like, Boom, super aggressive, looking for these spear plays, pulling them back into Crystallis. A little bit of a punch back there we do see from the side of Yakult. This base ward, I'm still seeing that it's gonna maybe be full duration, 3 minutes. They keep seeing Emo with it, so there is a potential that it can get them a really big catch if it is around that mid lane. And now another item to catch Emo, the Orchid. It's finished up for Crystallis. Emo went greedy too, he went bots. So.
Yeah, only relying on that Lincoln Sphere alone to save him. Does at least have both supports with 4 staffs online. MOUZ.
Whittling down the tower.
Boom wants to go. He wants to try and find some sort of opportunity to use the arena. He's looking towards the bottom.
Boom.
I mean, Emo's TPing over there. Look, not anymore. That's the creep wave taken out by Boom. Get the spear opening onto Zeal. There's the jump as well to the side. They have the arena down on the three of them. Snowball comes in, takes down Baboka Zeal. He'll go for the BKB TP out. Does not want to be a part of this fight. Same to be said for Polison, as the two of them will manage to back out.
I really like how aggressive. Honestly, Boom is playing super aggressive on this Mars in this game. I'm really enjoying it. He's getting these extra catches for the team. He soon has his Hex finished up. He's punishing it any time that we do see Yakult split up at all. Just very, very good plays, honestly. A couple of the spears have missed, I will say, but overall, just the ideas that he's going for are really nice. Mid one now does have a protective element. He had a Euls before to try to protect himself. Now he's got the BKB, so should survive a bit longer inside of this next team fight.
Yeah, they've all got pretty much what the fresh BKB's good to go. Boom's still ready with his new one to press, and Yamich, he's just got his delivered for the next fight.
Oh, that's actually a pretty big deal. He can save pretty much every single time, right? Even if there's a coil or anything like that that's going to try to disrupt him, he can always be sure to get that snowball and delay versus the troll.
Yeah, it can be a really annoying counter against the troll, right? When he pops like the ult and suddenly there's no one to hit because they're all inside a giant snowball.
Yeah. This matchup is always one of those that goes a bit back and forth because in the laning phase, the tag team isn't as useful because you always have the troll. But overall, I love Tusk, playing Tusk versus troll. You have so many different ways to just mess with them. And Yamich, he'll get another really good tool of actually cutting the troll as well. He gets the shard.
He is, as you said, just so many ways to make the fights not easy for Fly to perform in.
And now with these BKBs, right, with the BKB on mid one, this feels like MOUZ have quite a bit more power inside of the head-to-head team fight.
Yeah, that fight seems pretty terrifying.
Yeah, let's see what the execution is going to be. How is it going to look for Yakult?
They're going to jump onto Zeal. Get the plane mail off. Can be popped by Yamich there, but to finish off the job, take Zeal down. Emo trying to set something up in return. They've killed Yamich. They can't get Crystallis. Flyfly having a back off now as his BKB comes to an end. They'll get the lasso onto Crystallis. Flyfly in with the ultimate, trying to focus down Crystallis. If they got the save, they do. They're able to Yules up Flyfly into the sky. Crystallis will still go down. BKB's out from Boom as he stands his ground against Flyfly. Flyfly will fall. But Zeal and Emo, they're kind of cleaning up. Boom will make the call to TP out of this and will leave Celery on his own. So all things said and done, they might have lost Flyfly, but this fight, it is Yakult's.
Owen, I'll say exactly. Like, they commit everything onto the Undying. They kill him before he casts anything. Ceaseless Dirge. He doesn't have to buy back. He just TPs in. Hello. You pretty much killed nobody there. And he just gets every single spell off, and Flyfly's able to come in. They committed quite a bit to kill that Undying, too. That was a bit surprising that was their first target to go for.
I saw that on the post recap of the fight. He was the highest damage done, the Undying.
Yeah. It's Ceaseless Dirge, right? He didn't even have to. He doesn't have to buy back. You just respawn, so it just jumps back in with the team. It looked like it was going to be one of those fights that MOUZ should have a pretty good time in with these double BKBs too, but it was essentially a 6v5.
No, absolutely, yeah. The way that sort of started off, he said immediate return to the fight from Zeal. And even though it got a bit shaky at the end there with Flyfly trying to get back in with the BKB coming to an end, trying to rely on the ult, of course a lot of that time being wasted with the fact that he gets Yulesed up. It didn't matter. You know, Zeal's just on top of mid one, beating down on this Leshrac. And with Crystallis gone, a huge amount of that damage output is just gone for the remainder of the fight from MOUZ.
Yeah, his ult got popped pretty early on this Abba too, so yeah, really cool fight. Honestly, Zeal. The Ceaseless Dirge. Can't forget about that one. It's going to be on cooldown, of course, for the next 6 minutes or so. But they got a pretty big power spike here because of it, winning that fight.
They're ready to go again. Yeah, Emo's got the coil back up. Big damage ready from him as well with the Parasma. It's not as easy now for MOUZ. After
they did just pick up a Hex.
That last fight.
Boom now has one. So an instant disable could trip up a lot of things here, especially for the puck.
I mean, are they going to expect this angle, though? Zeal? They're going to get the jump.
The Hex.
Going to get the Hex on Zeal. They get the arena as well. Onto the three of them. It's a beautiful play there as they go straight away on towards them. The buyback will come out from Polison. But that's going to be Zeal dead for a minute. Flyfly's BKB and ult soon to come to an end as Boom's just tanking the entirety of the Troll ult with his shield as Flyfly will be controlled as the ult comes to a finish. They were so quick to go with that one. Boom. As you say, his aggression, you know, we forgot about those because these plays, instant reaction there. Sees Zeal, makes the jump straight away. Not only gets the catch onto him, but also gets the arena onto the three of them. And then it pretty much tanks the entirety of Fly's BKB and Ultimate.
And that in a position, that is one of those that, yes, going for the Undying is amazing. There's no Ceaseless Sturge. It's not near an outpost where he can buy back and TP in. He also doesn't even have buyback for this one, so beautifully done there. A perfect connection. And yeah, Fly, he literally just gets tanked. The definition of it as the Mars putting up the shield.
The whole duration.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boom absolutely popping off in those last few fights.
Celery was actually getting cleaved quite a lot because of it, but ends up moving afterwards, so that's pretty funny, but... Back to business. MOUZ, 10k lead now into the Roche. I thought that's how the fight would look like before, right? When I was mentioning how they had the BKBs and they're getting the jump, but it just was the occasion of
Bottom. Emo. He's able to get away from this. He has to use the coil to try and stay safe. He's terrified of Boom. And has to keep this Mars locked down so that he can't continue to chase him. Obviously, whilst that's going on, the space there easily for MOUZ to take the Roshan and get the Aegis on mid one.
And now even if they kill mid one, he's gonna dish out a lot of damage in the first life.
He's got another. He gets the Hex set up onto Polison. Another catch for Boom.
Now he's on fire. Truly is on fire in this game. As you said, we do not remember the spears that he's missed.
Those have been forgiven.
Fly is going down Satanic, and he has bad. I feel like I wanted to see Daedalus. I gotta be real. I wanted to see some big damage because I'm seeing, or it's like a nullify or something, right? Just a little bit more damage for him. Sure, he wants more survivability, but I'm definitely seeing them run into some damage issues in some of these fights if Zeal isn't able to do the majority of it. But he is still quite poor, so I guess you can't really go for that. But I'm surprised he went for the Basher.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely leaning into trying to prolong the fight. It feels like you're never really going to win that war against like a carrier Badham, for example, right? You know, MOUZ, and with the sort of heals and sustain that something like an Enchantress can provide as well from Celery. If you're drawing the fights out longer and longer, MOUZ's lineup, it just looks much more likely to come out on top.
Like that's Lash's dream. A long fight. He's oh, thank you. I get to use my entire mana pool then. So yeah, a bit interesting to see that he went that route and not the either nullifier or something more aggressive. But we'll see if it works. There's the full Hex, mid one. Got it done.
Having the Hex jump from both Boom and mid one, that's pretty terrifying.
And Orchid
for Yakko,
right?
Yeah.
How do you?
So
like
much
someone
jump.
is gonna get completely locked down from the three cores can just instant jump, and the Lincolns will not save you. The troll ult either.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, Fly. He'll buy a casual shard. This actually might be not bad, right? Because he's playing versus the Mars, who's going to absorb a lot, and then he's actually able to shoot these extra attacks off at least, right? It's something.
But yeah, how's it work? If he has the shield up, right, he'll just absorb the projectiles.
It's not 100% that you absorb, right?
Sure.
It's 70% redirection, so he'll. I mean, he probably will absorb it anyway, but yeah, I mean. It is what it is, but trying to get any little thing, I think, was the big thing, right? He has no money, he has no place to farm either, so he's just like, what can I buy for 1,400 that I had? I guess that's probably, the best. Another lockdown, Abyssal now also. Emo is, he's got the Lincolns, but there's so many different forms of control now. He's hit 25, he's got the Aghanims, and oh yeah, give it to me. Queue up the Rapier.
Well, let's see if he can get it.
Feels necessary.
It absolutely is. Yeah, they're gonna go for something.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Oh, and they have 4 Pyrrhic cloaks though.
Oh dear. Oh.
He can phase shift, so I mean he's got ways to play, but he could just die instantly on the coil use. Like if he coils and they all Pyrrhic cloak him, he could just insta die if he gets the Rapier. Even before the Rapier too. This could be pretty funny to see. MOUZ. Comfortable with the state. They can chill.
I've got a minute left on the Aegis. They want to try and do something.
They're getting a crap ton out of the map though. Everybody's hitting creeps, so it's almost a full Wind Waker now for mid one after he finished up the Hex. Just getting all big items, yeah. Even a refresher soon for the Mars. Tusk almost ags. They know that Yakult is trapped in their base and they're just maximizing, playing as safe as possible. And Yakult, they're not trying. This is as safe as possible on the side of MOUZ when you know that Yakult isn't going to make a move. If Yakult knows that they're fully split, they can potentially look for a play, but they just, yeah, they don't know.
Yeah, they just have to wait this out, Yakult, before they feel strong enough to go out onto the map.
Good God, and yeah, the next fight. Refresher is going to be done for the Mars. Ags, Tusk, they pretty much have like almost 1 or 2 full items now of progression on all of the MOUZ heroes. Okay, they're going to smoke. I think they're feeling desperate. They're like, we're not hitting creeps, we're not doing anything.
They're going to try and do it, yeah, around this timing that they know that the Aegis is no longer in play for mid one.
Celery.
Can they find Crystalis? Can they really do much about him though? Because Crystalis is already turning over towards Polisan. Boom's in with a jump. That's Polisan already gone. Zeal put the BKB in the blade melt. Baboka trying to get him. We'll get the lasso onto Yamich. They can't kill him off during it. As Yamich is able to run back. The arena's dropped down. Fly trying to look towards Boom. He'll be able to mark with the spear. And this time Boom does fall, but Fly, can he escape? He can't. Burns out there to the final bit of damage from the Bloodthorn. Crystalis borrowed time at the ready, can push on, help take down Zeal, and keep this push going up to the high ground if they want. I mean, they might respect the fact that Zeal's back with the Ceaseless Dirge. Fly dead for 70 seconds.
Crystalis walks into them and he's like, yeah, you're trapped in here with me. I'm not trapped with you. Easily turns, does a ton of damage to everybody there. Fly dead for 60 seconds. Banner's down. Rax is in jeopardy now. Steal it. Yeah, get that strength.
Oh, mid one.
Uh-oh.
To get aggressive, gets him with a Hex on the Zeal. Zeal's able to live. Polisan back in with a hook shot, but Yamich is there with a punch into the snowball. That's Polisan gone as well. No buyback available on the clock for the defense. Zeal trying to force them back, but Crystalis, he's straight in on top of Zeal. Zeal has to put the BKB and step back. They'll keep the push going here on top set of Rack. They'll get the lasso. They're trying to lock down mid one, but the shield comes out from Crystalis. Mid one's fine. Emo has to jump back out. Mid one just surviving.
Super high risk, super high reward, but wasn't able to find it. A nice try there from Baboka, but the backup is there. Fly respawning in 5, but the Raxes, they've been claimed.
They can stick around if they want. Yeah, with the 2 supports dead on Yakko.
Boom's back also.
Emo, he's gonna get caught up with a bash. The punch up into the Hex, he dies for that one. He has buyback available, will pop it straight away as the tier 3 in the mid falls. MOUZ
stick around.
The push going. Yeah, Crystalis has that borrowed time back online. Get the fortification out of them. MOUZ, of course, still feeling very strong. 32k lead now. A huge advantage for MOUZ. Booms in. They get the Hex onto Fly. The arena into the punch up. Fly is dead. No buyback still available on him as he's out of the game for good. They can clean up this fight, MOUZ, as they surround, kick back Zeal, but Voka will try for the lasso onto Yamich. Maybe they can at least kill the Tusk. They can. They'll bring Yamich down. Crystalis starting to fall low, but still has the luxury of the borrowed time. Jump forward from Boom, gets the spear, push back onto Zeal. Zeal's out for 90. Emo, he's in with the coil. Does he have enough damage to clean up anything, though? He'll be able to pop the borrowed time of Crystalis. Crystalis heals up, blinks away. Celery will finish up the job on the mid-racks. 3 buybacks having to come out there from Yakko, and all it does is temporarily push MOUZ back. MOUZ, they're still good to go.
They're going to keep going. They're going to close this off. Mid one's getting healed from Celery. 35,000 lead. Yeah, they can close this one off.
Still 30 seconds without Fly. Has to be so careful when he tries to walk up into the fight. So many things they have to jump and get the setup onto the troll. As we've seen, they've been catching him every time he shows his face.
And now they have refresher. He's just going to be locked down for like 30 seconds, it feels like. Anyone they want to go for.
the Mega Creeps. MOUZ, a little bit of breathing room for Yakult. Still very far away from any of those crazy pickups. You know, the Divine Rapier for Emo. You know, we'd love to see it, but he's still not quite there.
Might have to sell some items. He might not even have the opportunity to get to this point because the Mega Creeps, they're going to start coming in. Roche spawning soon, but MOUZ, this lead is tremendous. Buy some luxury items. What do they want to buy? A refresher for the ABBA? Sure, why not? And this could be that last clash of the game. They're actually stepping outside.
Chrysalis, he's ready to walk right into the middle of them. Jumps in. He's found Baboka. Can they save the bat? They can. Baboka will be able to live for now. Boom, in with the arena, catches onto both Zeal and Polison. Baboka jumps back in, has the lasso locked down onto Boom. Boom will be able to get the self-heals up into the sky.
Damage.
But they've lost Zeal, they've lost Polison. Flyfly will pop the ult, turn towards Boom. But Boom once again ready to tank it. The Dream Core was there, but again, there was just no follow-up. This game, it's over. GG is called. MOUZ will take this one pretty decisively against Yakult, as unfortunately for them, Fogged, another rough one from the Yakult boys.
Yeah, they did have 1 or 2 moments inside of this game where they made some nice little plays, especially with the one where on the Zeal, Ceaseless Dirge kind of play. That was kind of MOUZ forcing it onto themselves, but overall, MOUZ looking just way more comfortable. I love their draft, love their play. Yamich looking insane. Honestly, this guy, when he plays his Tusker's Punch, he's out of control on it. So, yeah, a great game from them and for Yakult. Unfortunately, another game just, like I said, a little bit better this time than compared to some of the other ones I saw, but still a similar story.
Yeah, a tough ending for them, Yakult, and a very, very good, solid shutdown of the game there from MOUZ. As MOUZ, they'll take the victory.
Yeah, that one's going to feel good for all the MOUZ players, all the MOUZ fans out there as well. It was just purely them this whole game. It felt like team fight after team fight, and there were a lot of them, by the way, team fighting between these two teams. It still felt, at the end of the day, MOUZ was in control about it. They did great drafts to be able to allow for a couple of slip-ups here and there.
Yeah, I think you can see from a lot of these games, from a lot of points in this game where they're getting very low HP. There's like a million team fights, like you said, but heroes are just not dying, and I think that's a testament to Yakult overlaps a little bit on catch. The lanes don't go so well. They lose a couple skirmishes early, and then suddenly you're playing against Enchantress, Abaddon, and saves left, right, and center. It's just, you can see it. They just can't kill heroes.
Yeah, I think there's not really much to say about Yakult. It feels like I'm watching a team that's not scrimmed. They're rocking up to a tournament, and every game feels like a brand new identity. They're kind of lost, so less about that, more to MOUZ. Yeah, MOUZ, this is very stable, very structured. There were some moments where they're kind of a little shaky, dying a couple times. I think other teams would have punished that, and you can see why MOUZ aren't at the top of the groups. But, you know, with their lineup, the aggression they have, look at the Tusk as well, like 10, 7, 26. Like, they are doing their jobs well. Some moments of issues, but overall, you know, decent.
A little bit better from Yakult, I guess, in terms of the drafting, but not good enough. I think, like, yeah, we mentioned, like, too many, like, corners, like, angles not covered. I feel like, yeah, you're lacking in damage. Your teamfight presence is also not the best, and the Undying kind of started working at some point, but it was a little too late, and I think the laning phase was also just too rough. I think this hero really plays on Snowball, that he needs to get ahead in items, because at some point what he offers in teamfight kind of, you know, hits a ceiling, and it was not good enough of a lane, and I think they just couldn't find their footing. On the other side, MOUZ, I think, is a very strong team. They're looking pretty good. I think they're also their standings and everything. Like, it's looking like a pretty solid performance overall, given the competition.
Yeah, with this MOUZ win, it does mean we're concluding our day number 4 here for group stages, and we get to have a look back at all of our results on this A stream here. It started off with the Spirit taking 1 over Liquid, Heroic, and Aurora having their matchup going the way of Heroic there, and a lot of the results going the way you expect. Falcons Tundra series, that one was amazing. Did it eventually end up going the way of Tundra? And on the B stream, they also had so many great games for themselves. Liquid picking up a very big win for themselves there too. Na'Vi, and that brings in the question, where exactly are these groups in our standings? How are they going to be shaping up at the end of it? Day number 4, where we've now done, what, 50-something best of ones. I can't do maths right now. It's too late.
It's perfectly fine, but yeah, just look at the group.
17 million?
It's 54.
Okay, 54.
Oh, no,
big number, big number. But a number we can handle. when it gets above, it
8?
starts being problematic. But 54, we got this.
Oh, they're going to say 8. The scoreline of Tundra right now. We can handle that number. 8-1. 8-1 is a good number? Okay.
I can work with 8.
Okay, what about like the 5 and 4? Are we okay with those numbers? Because that's where MOUZ has found themselves.
Yeah, MOUZ, Navi, looking. I mean, honestly, the middle of the pack is pretty close when you think about it. Like, we've seen teams had, more convincing performances than others. But if you look at this table, whether it's Aurora, Aureus, MOUZ, Navi, they're all really close with each other. So it's kind of hard to, and even the 6s, like they're not that far ahead.
Yeah, the important ones though, T, I think are those 4 at the bottom, because those teams are the ones that are going to be looking at going into that last chance play-ins. We had Execration, Aureus, BB Team, and Liquid for themselves down there.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of want to get out of the last chance, because if you are a last chance team, then you're going to have to go up against a 3rd or 4th place team. So you don't really want to have to deal with that might. I'm just looking at Falcons myself, right? They're playing Aurora tomorrow and also Aurora.
Aureus?
Aureus. I keep wanting to say Auroras, but whatever.
I mean, when you have to say both,
yeah, I know. Why can't I do that to myself?
Yeah, you set yourself up for
Either way,
failure.
the 2 teams that start with the letter A, Falcons have to play against. I really, really want them, sorry Falcons, to drop a game to one of them. I want that ability in the last moment, heroic. The story they've had in this group stage, what happens if they can close out a couple wins, Falcons drop one more game, and then suddenly can like leapfrog them in the final day, and they get the top 2. Like, as much as Falcons have looked dominant, they cannot rest tomorrow, because one mistake and suddenly they're now back into the the best of 3s and not getting that automatic invite.
Yeah, that's the fact that you have not split up groups. It is just all 12 teams playing each other here in best of 1s. Everything matters when it comes to games. Spirit losing that game earlier on in this group stage was very impactful, putting them down there. Heroic being able to clutch up a win for themselves against Navi today, that was super important to put them in contention as well. But we've already done 54 out of 66 of our best of 1s, and it's one more day left of our group stage. Let's have a look at our schedule for tomorrow and what those 6 best of 1s are going to have in store for us. One of the series that you talked about, T, Falcons up against Aureus, that one's going to be in the middle of our day there. Maybe some more important ones, Spirit up against MOUZ there, Spirit and Heroic as well. Those 2 teams are sitting on the
You got this.
Precipice?
Thank you. The precipice of being able to tie or leapfrog against Falcons there.
Nah, it's just so beautiful that we don't have a team that's already marked as like automatically first or automatically last, right? The fact that is there are still so many variations. Again, not going to do the maths on it. It means tomorrow is just, it has so much meaning towards it.
Yeah, I think especially for these middle of the pack teams, I think they'll need to play these matches, but I think continuing to gauge how strong they are, seeing continuing to see Liquid's trajectory or MOUZ, or honestly, I think watching every Heroic game is also a ton of fun. I think it's very cool to just continue to see it play out and see how everything finishes and who ends up playing who.
Yeah, and these teams, like, we know them much better now, right? Like, I mean, when the group stage started, there was like a lot of Dota, a lot of kind of new information on every team. You didn't really know what they were getting, like what they were bringing to the table. Now they all have their own identity, at least like we have identified what this identities are, and it's just, I think it's even more fun to kind of watch them play and see how they match against each other's.
Any final words for you two before we close out our day number 4?
None at all. Good night.
Okay, all right. Apparently none from T, but a couple from me. Make sure you guys are tuning in tomorrow, our 5th and final day of group stages here at Blastland 4.
Present.
Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!